As a good to go, you're live.
Totally ready.
Slowly ready. Use that.
So, welcome everyone. So I will call the select board meeting to order on January 28th at 8:34 a.m.
I will call advisory to order at 8:34 a.m.
We've got to watch as people come in and forms come in. We've got to make sure we've got to call their meeting to order. Okay, so we get started. We'll start with schools. Just a brief overview of what we're going to do today. So we're having a joint meeting today with the advisory committee to discuss aspects of the proposed fiscal year 24 budget with several key departments in preparation for the annual town meeting on March 25th, starting at 1 p.m. at Pioneer Middle School. The first session will end at 5 and the second session will resume at 7 p.m. And we do expect definitely to do both sessions. The question is, do we go beyond Sunday? If we do not finish our work on 325, I assume the meeting will be continued to the following Monday night, March 27th, but I'm not
I
positive.
think that's the plan.
Which would be 7 p.m. I assume. State law requires the town to have a finance advisory committee. The primary function of the advisory committee is to recommend a budget each year at the town meeting. The select board in turn controls what is on the annual warrant, including the proposed budget. Each year, the advisory committee and the select board work to agree on a proposed budget so that the budget printed in the warrant is the budget that both groups support. Most of the time, the two groups have reached consensus. Last year was an exception, minor one, but there was one. The advisory did not agree with the board of health commission. The select board proposed. The select board controls the warrant. The select board supported the budget was printed, and the advisory had to make a motion to reduce the board of health budget from 4. The select board and advisory normally meet with departments separately to discuss their proposed budgets and then determine their differences after that process. This year, we decided to try a different process that we hope will streamline the overall process and also prevent departments from having to attend multiple meetings. Additionally, for the first time since 2019, the annual town meeting is being held on time, and therefore the period to review the proposed budget is truncated. Advisory and select board are operating under the assumption that the valuation of town property as of 1/1/23 will again show different rates of increase between the residential and commercial classes due to the continued impact of COVID on housing. As a result, any increase in the fiscal year 24 budget year over year will have a magnified impact on the increase in residential home prices. We are hoping that this divergence will not occur after this year, but TBD. Therefore, our normal difficult job is made harder by the extraordinary increase in home prices for a second year. The select board has asked the town treasurer to recommend changes to the current proposed fiscal year 24 budget that would result in a 5% and a 6% estimated year-over-year tax increase to the average residential taxpayer by using significant ARPA money. Select board will review Mr. Ballantyne's work at our January 31st meeting. The proposed budgets we are discussing today are those prepared by the individual departments with one exception. We have removed from the spreadsheet we were using for the budget the addition of hours. And that happened in 3 places. And Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. So we've taken out 8 hours from Council on Aging. We have taken out the deputy fire chief. And we've taken out the increase from part-time to full-time for the economic development coordinator. As far as what we're looking at right now, because the select board at least agreed early on that we were going to not support any increase in hours because we knew what we were facing. I'm sure where advisory is on that, but that's what we're looking at in the RevCap spreadsheet. Okay, so we've got a couple changes to the schedule that was distributed. So I just want to make sure it's clear what we're doing today. We will not be meeting with either the rec department nor DPW at 4 o'clock. We decided that the rec department was straightforward and didn't need further discussion. For DPW, we're using the former superintendent's budget that she put together before her resignation on January 6th. So there was no superintendent here to discuss that budget with. We will use that time as well as our lunch break to discuss matters related to the annual town meeting, including some of the non-money articles expected to be on the warrant. And that was put on the agenda, so we are free to do that. We're starting our sum today with the two public school budgets. We've got for K through 8, Roger Callen, who is the chair, and we've got our superintendent, Mr. Martin, and we've got the CFO, Becky Pellegrini. Greg and the team will make presentations on each budget. Questions from the advisors and the select board will follow. The last 5 minutes of this time slot will be used to discuss the proposed renovation of the athletic complex at Algonquin. So, come on up. The 14th of August. We'll talk about Algonquin.
So good morning, and thank you for inviting us to present our pre-K through 8 fiscal year 24 revised preliminary budget. Before we begin, I just also want to thank Mark and his leadership team. We have an excellent partnership, and that has served us well. And I appreciate the collaboration and the constant communication that takes place. So thank you, Mark. So this morning, I'll share where we are in terms of the budget process, an overview of the next steps in terms of getting to a recommended budget, share some details about the budget, and then answer any questions that you may have. I believe you all have the budget documents that we prepared today. So I think first and foremost, I think in terms of our overall budget and our process and how we approach our work, we are a student-centered, people-centered organization. We are driven by a mission and vision. And our mission is really simple. It's to educate, inspire, and challenge all students. And our vision really around how do we want to prepare students who leave Algonquin or who leave pre-K through 8 Southborough to head to Algonquin, what types of skills and attributes will they need. So our vision is making sure students are prepared to collaborate, think independently, critically and creatively, to be excellent communicators, socially and civically engaged, growth-oriented, and healthy and balanced. In terms of where we are in terms of our budget process, specifically at this point in time, we have a recommended budget. At this point in time, we have a revised preliminary budget. A recommended budget will be presented to the school committee at its next meeting. I believe it's February 8th. So at this point in time, we're working closely with the school committee operational budget subcommittee, school leadership team to look at the revised preliminary to present a recommended budget in about a week's time. So from the budget that we're communicating today to the budget that will be presented to the school committee, there will be some changes, most likely.
As each of these budgets goes through a cycle, we figure out a different adjective to add to, the description of the actual budget. Now it's the revised preliminary budget. Hopefully the next one will be the final one. Good, I like that.
Revised preliminary. So in terms of each year is unique, as you all know, also living in the world of budget. The budget variables for fiscal year 24. We are in negotiations with our Teachers Association at this point in time. So one unknown is the impact of the negotiations on the overall teachers contract and the budget. Another budget variable that we are facing is potential increase of out-of-district special education costs for tuition. That is set by the operational services division at the state level. That is not a committee, that's one person who sets that rate. That rate was set at 14%. So all out-of-district programs are increasing their rate by 14%. So as a result, all of our out-of-district tuition placements, we're seeing that impact to our budget. The school committee did advocate to mitigate that impact with our legislative delegation However, that was not successful. So it's actually a known fact, and no longer a variable. It's a known fact in terms of the budget, and that is included in the revised preliminary budget this morning. Special education transportation is also another budget driver with a variable. We are seeing increased special education transportation costs for two reasons. One, negotiated new contract, and also the cost of fuel has substantially increased transportation costs for the district. Increased energy costs. So again, we're anticipating increased energy costs. We are anticipating a 40% increase in our energy costs in fiscal year 24. And obviously that's still a variable because if we play out the actual impact of the energy costs, we won't know until the end of implementing fiscal year 24. Cost of supplies, materials, and cost of services. So obviously inflation is impacting the purchasing power of a dollar. And as a result, our dollar is not purchasing as much. And we use paper as an example, where we used to be able to buy a carton of paper for $17. It ranges now anywhere between $60 and $80 for the same carton of paper. So we are, just like everyone else, taxpayers, the town budgets, everyone is experiencing the impact of inflation, and then cost of goods and services. So the people who we work with and collaborate with in terms of service providers, they are also experiencing inflation. They are also transitioning their costs to their clients, and unfortunately, we are seeing that as an impact to this year's budget. In terms of the budget that we're presenting to you this morning, I would describe it as a level services budget. So we are trying to maintain a level of services that are provided in the fiscal year 23 budget. We do have a few growth areas and minor areas, but there are no new positions, programs or services included. The growth areas really are around curriculum materials and some curriculum programming. So one of the other important points too is that the budget is built on a strategic plan. So our strategic plan is Vision 2026, Educate, Inspire, and Empower. We have 5 strategic objectives, and we think about how we want to accomplish the strategic objectives through a financial perspective. The school committee also sets approved budget priorities. Those are important priorities that we navigate the budget process and use as criteria when we're making decisions as a leadership team. And I won't read through the budget priorities, but they are in your packet for review. In terms of where we are today, for the revised preliminary budget, so the budget increase over fiscal year 23 total of $888,983, which reflects a 3.99% increase over fiscal year 23. In terms of where we were at this point last year, presenting to the boards and committees, we were at a 2.53% budget, a recommended budget, school committee approved, and that increase was $549,009. And it just speaks to the fact that we are entering a different economic climate, which makes these budget processes much more difficult moving forward. In terms of the overall budget increase, what we're seeing as drivers of the increase, first is the salary increase. So of that $880,000, salary increases reflect 71% of that increase. We are a human resources business, so we have most of the work that we do in the budget is people. And if you look at the people who work in Southborough and Northborough, Southborough, they have tenure. We have an amazing district, and they stay in Northborough and Southborough. The demographic of the employees that we have They have primarily 20+ years of experience, and just cost more than if we had a brand new teacher. I think that's a strength of the organization, that we have tenured teachers who want to work and continue to work with great experience. SPED tuition reflects a 1% increase of the projected increase for FY24. Transportation for special education reflects a 17% increase of that overall increase. And then we have PD with professional development is about a 1%. And then utilities is about an 8.8% increase. So the budget that we're presenting this morning, again, is a level services budget. It does not include any new programs, and most of the increase is salary. The impact of the budget that we're presenting this morning, with the revised preliminary, it does include the reduction of 4 positions. We have not identified those positions. In terms of special education, one of the variables that we always have to kind of play out is looking at educator support professionals who support specifically students on IEP. That number is very variable depending on incoming students and outgoing students from 8th grade to the high school. So we are in further conversations around what those budget positions would be. We're also utilizing circuit breaker funds, so typically we don't use the anticipated circuit breaker funds to balance that year's budget, but this budget does include a small portion of circuit breaker to reduce the overall budget impact. And lastly, we have received ESSER III funding. We received that I think the beginning of last year. We have till the end of 24 to expend that money. We've been very conservative about using that money because we were anticipating a difficult budget year in FY24, which has come to fruition, unfortunately. So we're using ESSER funds to help mitigate some of the inflationary impacts that we're seeing. I just also want to speak to what's not included in the budget, but we were hoping to move forward with. So there are 8.36 FTE in this budget, totaling, not in this budget, totaling a little over $600,000. We were hoping to add programming to the student experience. And I'll just speak to a couple of those positions. First, health education. We were hoping to add elementary health educators to our staff to specifically teach health education to students. Currently, that's distributed across our physical education educators. We think that there is some merit in having more focused health education, having people who just do that work in our district. So we had a 1.0 health educator, and as an example, we also had we're hoping to include a language teacher to add a FLES program to Fin School, pre-K, K and 1. So that was another position that we include that is not included in the budget that we requested. So I think it is important to talk about this budget isn't funding all the positions the leadership team requested. We also know that the priority right now is level services, making sure we maintain the quality of programming that we have for our students. And I will share that even with a level services budget, there's a lot of room for growth and improvement. That the work in education, you're never good enough. The work's never done. You can always look to improve and make sure you are fine tuning and updating. And we are a well-resourced district. So even with a level services budget, many districts would love to have the resources that we have to make sure students have a great experience in our school system. In terms of how we're using ESSER III, just for ESSER III, we've moved some requested materials and supplies from from the operational budget that was requested to ESSER 3. So we have an FDL curriculum, middle school science curriculum materials, math materials, middle school math curriculum, and then student staff devices, which total $131,861 that we reduced the revised preliminary FY24 budget because we're using ESSER funds. Included in this budget as well is money for ELA K-5 curriculum. So if many of you might have been watching the news, there's a lot of movement around literacy instruction across the nation, also in Massachusetts, which is requiring us to take a different approach. Megan Kelsey, our ELA coordinator, has done an excellent job in positioning us well for those changes. And the next required change that we have is to really update our curriculum materials teachers are using. In this revised preliminary budget, there is an amount of $144,450 to purchase those materials. I will share that Dr. Reinhorn, who is the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, is writing grants to try to offset that impact. We think that we will be able to potentially offset that cost by 50% through a grant. And if we get the grant, we're required to purchase the materials before the end of fiscal 23. So we are looking at where we are in terms of fiscal position for financial 23 to see if we can actually execute that purchase. So this is some of the discussions we're having around why we have a revised preliminary budget and how we're going to get to potentially a recommended budget. And just as an example, that $144,000 is 0.6% of our increase. So again, if we remove that from the budget for FY24 that we're presenting today, then we're at a 3.4% as an example. So I will lastly just say in terms of context, I think that if we look at where we are in terms of presenting budgets to the town to be approved, the appropriated budget for the school department in FY20 was 2%, and FY21 was 2%, and FY22 was 2.34%, and FY23 was 2.53%. So we have, I think, presented fiscally responsible, educationally sound budgets to the town folks. And we've also maintained a high level, high quality programming for our students. And with that said, I would stop and I'd be happy to answer any.
Was there anything you wanted to add?
Sure. Otherwise, I'm probably a little different background than the other school committee members in that I first sat at the old table, and I remember the frustration of working our tails off, and then the 800-pound school gorilla rolls in, and 1% difference in that budget, it makes such a huge difference, in a whole lot of other budgets. And I can't imagine what kind of a year this is for the folks that associated. One of the things that and we're still in play here. The tentative preliminary mess of this budget. One of the things that one of the challenges that schools have had is dealing with what's happened to their kids throughout this whole COVID thing, and sort of where they are now, and trying to resource that with, as the superintendent mentioned, some staff cuts. Okay, so that's been hard, and I think the district is working very hard to deal with that aspect of it, but it's hard to translate that into, into the actual, numbers, okay, so we worked pretty hard so far. I don't think we're quite done, but, if anybody had any comments, or questions for me specifically, I'd be happy to take them, but that's what I've seen so far.
Thank you. So before we start asking questions, I just wanted to consider what you just said a minute ago, remember a time where what Greg just mentioned, these 2% increases were a lot bigger, and there was a lot of frustration between these groups and the full committee as far as those increases. So I give kudos to Ms. Purple, Greg and his team, Greg's predecessor, my two predecessors, to truly help make sure we keep this in control, because you're 65% of the total budget. So if you're one of five, you get everything. I agree. It's a panic.
Can I add one more thing? The other thing that I think we're trying to do, and I'm sure you are also, is we're trying, we're hopeful that we end up coming to town meeting kind of in sync, with both boards. Because that doesn't necessarily mean that folks aren't going to have issues, as far as citizens, and they have issues they should. But if we don't come, if you will, as partners, it makes things at town meeting a little bit more difficult. And hey, we may or we may not be able to do that, but that's at least the goal of ours, is to try to make sure that we're with you as far as what your goals are also. But we'll see.
So Andrew, one of the advisory, and remind everyone that school budget is a little bit different than the other town budgets. We don't have line item veto authority. We can propose a small overall budget, but then if it wasn't passed, so we'll have to take that and figure out where to go. But we can't amend if it's a line item if we wanted to do it. So this one's a little bit different than.
Yep.
Okay, so why don't you take it from here, Card, getting questions from the phone.
I'll start with something I had. Textbooks, that's part of that ELA K through 5.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
What's the percentage?
151.
100, yeah.
That's basically what you spent the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So is it basically in bulk you're
Yeah.
placing? So
Yeah.
like next year, I would assume
It's pre-K through 5.
much less.
Correct. One of the challenges that I think textbook publishers still haven't solved is they still live in this world of paper and digital. So what we would see in fiscal year 25 is subscription to their online software. But not at that rate.
This is like a catch up almost. And then
Well, this is part of we do have our curriculum review cycle process. So we review math, ELA, science, history and social science over a 7-year period. This is ELA's review, and this is the result of that. So I wouldn't characterize it as a catch up, but rather the time to invest in new materials based on our curriculum review cycle and what's happening in terms of the research around reading.
Is that an industry-wide lack of technological advancement, or is it our particular partners not quite?
No, it's an industry wide, and I wouldn't say it's lack of technical. I think it's survival, how they're doing. So I think no matter who the publisher we work with, we're having that issue. And the publishers primarily that we work with are national publishers.
It's funny, we all have the exact same question right here on.
yeah, I mean, we're spending more this year than we have the last 3 years combined.
Yeah.
Right, and then to not drop down the following,
Yeah,
that's,
that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
But again, we do have a cycle that we look at our curriculum on, and so the other area that we are looking at is is there an increase in math well.
Math was actually moved out to the.
Social studies, science.
Yeah.
All.
Um. The electricity portion. Are you in the town's negotiated rate? So this is really from,
October or November.
no, it's, well, it ends up December, right?
December.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really January through July, so you're really looking at a 60% increase in the electricity rate? Is that kind of, I mean, I'm seeing different numbers from
Well,
John.
yeah, so we're taking a look at, with the warm winter we're having. The rates are starting to come down and, we're seeing if we can find maybe a 12-month, 18-month bridge at 13, 14 cents. That is potentially possible sometime in the next couple of months. So if we're able to lock into something like that, then that's gonna have an impact on both the increase that we put in
Right.
for our other expenses as well as what they have.
And I will say that I did work with John when I was preparing these numbers and we actually just renegotiated our contract at both the region and in Northborough. And he suggested that we use the rate that we had just negotiated, I think it was in November,
Yeah.
as our starting point because he felt more comfortable with that number.
What did you end up with, Becky?
Oh, I don't remember the top of my head. I can,
Maybe we could just,
It's,
Mark, can you take a look at those?
We were at 0.94 and
Yeah.
then I think it went to,
almost 0.18.
Yeah. almost right.
that's what we exited. We had negotiated that power option contract ended in November. What we negotiated was 1.34,
I think it is.
but it was significant.
But initially, well, almost was double, wasn't it? I mean, something that was 2.9,
But it is a 60% increase.
Yeah, if you take out,
Mhm.
which hopefully we had, okay, so I think that's one that we just need to speak. What is the collaboratives?
So we belong to the Active Valley Collaborative. There are many benefits. They actually negotiate special education transportation for the collaborative district. They also operate specialized programs for students, specialized needs, but students are on IEPs who typically we might send out of district to meet their needs. The collaborative offers programming to meet that need at a much reduced rate. So that line item.
That's a pretty good size of a jump on that one.
Yeah, and that is, you will see volatility in that line item as a result of what students need, depending on, you could have a year where 2 students need
Got it.
collaborative
So
placement.
that's
As a
kind of-
result, you're gonna,
Okay. And that could also reflect the transportation cost as well.
transportation cost is exactly that. It's out of district and transportation to Columbus.
Would you think on like a per pupil spend, it's not quite as drastic or
In terms of transportation cost,
either?
I mean,
Trying to gauge if it's really, adding pupils or if it's really just the overall cost of collaborative.
It can also be a shift in pupils too, where they might shift from a higher level out of district. So that would be the line above it, which is the out of district
Yeah.
tuition. And into a collaborative, so which is actually a better value for us and probably a better situation for this.
I'll pause there. Martine?
I just have one question.
Sure.
The 36 FTE you mentioned is not here. I'm just wondering if that relates at all to increased cost or either substitute or is that a 25% increase in professional development. So is that work reduced to the others who are doing more development?
no, so the increase in substitute costs, so we are still experiencing a higher rate of absences of our employees as a result of kind of illness. So if a staff member does get COVID, they're still policy in place. And rightfully so, we're seeing our employees being more conservative when they're not feeling well, they don't come to work, which is exactly what we're asking them to do. In the past, if you had a cold, you would come into work. So we are seeing that translate into increased substitute costs. Also, just to note, part of the sectors that we're seeing difficulty in hiring is education support specialists, transportation bus drivers, food services, and nurses. So at times we have to increase our rate to try to attract people to those substitutes.
I'm curious about, this pie chart. Yeah, it's a really good chart. And how it compares to some schools in our peer group. And specifically, this is more just for education. Things like teaching and learning supplies, technology, student activities. Those three combined are less than athletics. Is that about normal? How does some of these the student activities, we can talk a little bit about what that includes, and it seems incredibly low. I just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer for you. I will share that, you know, I don't think we're atypical in terms of the pie chart. I think if you put comparable districts, you would see a very similar story. All school districts are contractual obligation people kind of. But I can do more of an analysis and see what that might look like for some surrounding districts. I think that's a good exercise. In terms of student activities, what do you want to talk about?
Sure. So what's included in that number is the athletic program, mainly a Trotter, actually only a Trotter. And then also the stipend for any of the extracurricular activities like our music program, band program, any clubs and activities. That is supplemented because our students there is a student activity fee that each student who's participating in a club might pay. And so that is supplemented with those payments as well. So, you know, I would say it is typical that, you know, for my own children, that there was a student activity fee that would be used to supplement the anything else that was going on at the school that was above and beyond the contract.
And I'll also just add that many middle schools do not have an athletic student activities budget. So that is just typically, they might not have an athletic program. So that could be one of the, when we do the analysis and variability that you'd see in similar pie charts. That's something good.
The technology spend, what is that on?
New devices. So laptops. So we use Chromebooks. So Chromebooks age out and can't be used because of their licensing. So this is just like one bit of our technology. Yes.
Every year.
Yeah, we try to rotate through this.
I knew there was a plan to do
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And that's primarily driven by when Chromebooks no longer will have that picture.
Nothing major. I think the budget's great. Thank you. Made it really easy. I have a question. Are you still heading philosophically towards eliminating fees?
Yeah, so, yes. So I think, and I don't want to speak for the school committees. I think the school committees in the past, the region, I don't think in Southborough, pre-K through committee, we haven't had that conversation. But, Roger, do you want to take that question?
But we haven't had that, well, we really.
I can speak to the region. The region, the school committee has positioned that it would like to reduce all fees. And unfortunately, and we can talk about that at the regional level when we
Okay.
present it. But yeah,
I'm fully supportive.
Yeah.
At some point, I would expect to see something in the budget as a result, but I have kids in Algonquin and Trotter, and it can be a barrier.
it is.
So,
So I happen to personally agree with you, Chairman. My reaction is to try to move in that direction makes sense. But the reason I can't take the question here really is because I can't speak for the other 4 members of the committee and we haven't discussed it yet.
I'll just make one comment and I'll state the obvious. Once the districts start charging fees and relying on fees to fund the operation, it's very difficult to undo that. And I think that, and I'll speak to the regional level, we have put together a 10-year plan. It sounds absurd to try to look at athletic fees, for example, and give the school committees some plans of like how, if this is a priority, what are the options to be able to do that without significantly increasing operational budget percentage in one fiscal year.
And I think it's more impactful in the regional budget than it really is in the K through 8 budget as a line item.
Do you have a sense with it?
So pre-K through 8, it's a student activity fee at the Trotter method.
And I say that is less than $5,000. It brings in less than $5,000. So it's not a huge impact. Yeah.
Yeah, much easier to lift for the school committee.
Yeah, sadly, it's more,
Pre-K through 8.
it's more of a rounding error than
Yeah.
in the K through 8. Not exactly the same thing in the region.
My turn. I agree with Tim that I'm impressed with the budget. It's such where it started to where it is, that's great. I'm concerned. What do you think the impacts you have for reduction, staff reductions, or you don't know where they're already at? I'm concerned.
Yeah, I can forecast where I think,
Is that due to this? I think there's a reduction in students too, so are we okay, or is that?
yeah, I mean, I think I can share our goal. Our goal is to present to the school committee recommended FY24 budget with no staffing reduction. And our goal, our target is to try to bring the budget in anywhere between a 3 and a 3.5. We still have work to do. We haven't finished our work with the school committee. They have not seen the work that we've done. So the milestone really is February 8th. And right now I'm confident we can.
As you do that, this isn't this budget, but I was watching a meeting the other night and with the revolving funds. There was a significant amount of money in 1 or 2 of them. One, the extended day, just one, those salaries are out of that revolving budget.
Correct.
With that money, I know you're limited on where you can put that, but is there a way to use that to offset? Yeah, whether salary reduction or something, just,
Yeah, so
there's a good number.
yeah, so we do have several programs that are captured in revolving. So we have food services, we have our preschool program, and we have our extended day program. With the extended day program, we are kind of norming right now. We're trying to see what those revenues would be. That is a self-funded program through fees. And Becky and our team are kind of monitoring that closely and looking at potential ways we can look at budgetary offsets as a result. Potentially lowering the fee in FY25, whether it's using that program. The money that we take in for any program for like food services, any profit needs to go back to food services. So we're looking at ways to offset some of the profits in food services. Extended day, we don't have profit in food school, offset any budgetary.
And so on. Just so everyone's
Correct.
way to use that money to,
Correct.
I know we're limited in how we use that money. So they get creative.
So in one example would be facility rental. So we, this year we are, the school committee at its next meeting will take up voting to authorize the use of facility rental to pay the Trotter parking lot. So that is one example of trying to, again, mitigate the overall impact of any capital project to the community, through,
I think we moved that up. I think that's moved up because I think there was an economic benefit, resulting from the work that the town had done in negotiating a larger contract. That is what it's doing.
As we sharpen our pencils, I'm looking for every avenue to keep that number down, because as we know, this is a very significant part of it. And well spent, but still a significant.
No, I mean, I think we approach our work knowing that we are a significant part of a larger department, a larger organization, and most superintendents know that, to impact the budget, the school department has people that the greatest impact on whatever, wherever the final budget number lands. So that is our intent to try to mitigate any large impact if we can.
You see any surprises? We're being very conservative this year. Is this going to impact next year? Is there anything you know about already that you're postponing? That's going to be a challenge next year.
No, I mean, I think we're forecasting our out of district curriculum. We're looking at, as kids age up, what their requirements will be, as kids age out, what that impact will be. I will share in terms of Roger's comment around, the needs of our students in terms of social and emotional. But I think work that we did prior to the pandemic has positioned us well in the to kind of get through the pandemic and support kids after the pandemic. Our schools have full-time school psychologists, behavioral specialists. We've added BCBA. That was pre-pandemic. And having those folks has proven to be essential in trying to support students in their needs as they also navigate having them through them.
Thank you.
One last thing before we go. So of the 8.4 FTEs that you did move forward, we talked a little bit about like how other positions in the town, extra hours that were pulled aside. Those might be their own separate article if it makes sense for the town to decide whether or not that's an initiative they want to move forward. Is there something in here, and what picked up on was the world language educators. I know I've seen some of the press on people trying to have Spanish and K-5 class or K-3. Is there anything in here that you would want to move forward in that kind of a fashion as a special initiative that maybe town meeting would vote on separately, knowing that it would increase the budget, but they can kind of carve that out?
Yeah, I would say at this point in time, health education would be an area that I highly recommend. In terms of world language, we are doing some study and thinking about what programming would look like specifically at pre-K through 1. And we're not quite ready to necessarily add that without thought about programming, what our outcomes, what would the student experience be, and what type of people would need to be able to achieve the health education.
There has been a lot of conversation about the world language and the need, but you just can't do everything.
Yeah.
At once, and I think that at least where we ended up is, that might be, I think, nice and beneficial, but I think that the district's resources they're putting towards that are sufficient at this point. So probably the wrong time to move it forward. That's fair. I think that's a fair analysis of where we are on that.
So statement that we're making the article to include things that we don't think should be in the budget. We want to go down to the plan and stuff like first the third, we even
Talked about it.
okay, so more coming down. Right, so
Thank you. I just have a few questions. On the slide 19, where you refer to what's moving from the budget to the HESA 3, are those one-time costs that we won't see in the, okay, so you strategically did it so
Yeah,
that
we-
you wouldn't create an issue.
We tried to not, we have not put any, we didn't create any structural deficit as a result of using.
Okay. And that's consistent with the other things that you offer. Okay. My second question is, have you given any more thought to, rent for Northborough kids in Creek?
We have not. And the reason why is because we also have staff for students who attend programs that are housed in Northborough.
Okay.
So it is the.
You think
Balancing
you
act.
think there'd be a good full
It'd be-
result to that?
It wouldn't
You go,
be.
well, you know what, then,
Sure, I remember that. But I, you know, we talked about this a year ago, right?
Yeah.
I thought you guys did a study, which is why you did increase the tuition from, people that use the school for certain classes,
Yeah.
right? I thought you actually did look at this and you felt it really was, that it really was to be fair and both.
That is,
Okay, so we put that to bed for at least now, I think.
I didn't know.
I just want to make sure, we really did talk about this because we were.
So what, I'll just point out that we did do an analysis of preschool in Northborough and Southborough and, you know, how much space we're using in for the Northborough preschoolers.
Okay.
And it's not, one of the challenges is we have some specialized programs in Northborough that our students attend. So it's not a student-to-student equivalent. You know, we might have 50 preschoolers in attending Southborough facility. We might have 8 Southborough, but the space is equivalent. That's where it's going.
Study did result in increasing the rent from the academic collaborative. So it was worthwhile. There is more rent being collected today because.
Thank you. And my last question is not necessarily related to the budget. But in terms of the food services that you referred to, how does the free lunch program impact how you pay lunch staff? And do you see that continuing for at least the short term? And are you supportive of that approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think that from a financial perspective, fiscal perspective, it has allowed us to actually create a reserve fund for food services that we've not had. One of the things we need to do is we can only have a certain amount of reserve funds in that account. So one of the things that we're working on is a capital plan for our kitchens. Because we have not had one that we've been able to fund. So we are looking at using those reserve, the additional funds that we've actually generated as a result of the free food lunches for students, actually purchase some capital equipment, refrigerators, ovens, and so forth. Am I in support of moving forward with free lunch for all? Yes. I think that there is some legislative movement at the state level to continue this program for students. And I think there's some advocacy at the state level and also advocacy at the federal level. So I think we are in full support.
Great. And just one comment to echo what Roger said. We think that our school district has done a fabulous job with dealing with, challenges with COVID with our kids. And as a parent who started school during COVID and didn't have any base prior.
Welcome to the district.
I can see now what it should be like, and I was happy with it during COVID, so I'm even more impressed now seeing what we should have experienced the first time around. So I think your staff have done a fabulous job with adapting to making our kids happy and learning. It's wonderful.
I'll add, that if you talk to the staff, I think you're gonna find that they realize that we should be doing more too. You know, in other words, they don't feel that they're done. They feel that there's still things that need to be accomplished here because of the, where kids have ended up as a result of this. the result of this whole thing. And it, sometimes it takes a lot longer to fix something than it did to get to the problem in the first place, which is unfortunate but true.
And I'll just say the most important people, in terms of employees in our organization are the students, are the educators and people who engage most directly with our students. And we do have dedicated, talented, and committed educators working on behalf of students. And families. So I think that can't be understated. It is a fact. And that's something we value greatly.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the presentation. Wonderful as always. I will first start by videoing what Chelsea said. My son actually graduated at the start of COVID. Well, I should say he didn't go to graduate because it wasn't a graduation. But where the school has come and the comments I hear from the parents is, you know, it's almost sad because they didn't get to experience those with young kids coming in, how it was. And, you know, it was a different world. So I think the schools are getting back to doing a phenomenal job in trying to work around this issue. And I commend all of the teachers, all of the staff in the school. You know, these kids are getting a good education. It's just a different type of education than it was in the past. So kudos to you all for that. I just have a couple questions. Most of mine have been answered. I had just had a question specifically on unemployment. On page 41 of your preliminary budget. So it had a 366%
on the
jump.
region.
Oh, you're right. On the wrong one. Never mind, then I guess that takes care of that.
But now we can
Yes,
anticipate.
yeah.
You can anticipate, yeah, but my questions. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong book, so I'm good because all my other questions. Thank you.
Andrew.
I have a follow-up question to the list of the FTEs that are not in the budget. And the health education, could you just speak to what the curriculum would be for that? If we have time.
Yeah, so the state of Massachusetts has a comprehensive health curriculum framework that speaks to outcomes that districts across the Commonwealth are supposed to achieve. So right now, those standards, those outcomes, how we achieve those, again, are embedded through a lot of different lessons distributed across a lot of different people. The health educator would be primarily responsible for taking those outcomes and those lessons and working closely with kids. But it is the comprehensive health curriculum at the state level that identifies those.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I've got for you now. Thanks.
Dan.
Thanks. Again, I echo a couple of previous comments. Excellent job on the budget presentation document. Very logical, helping to understand all the moving parts there. So that's very helpful. You folks know I've been following it for a number of years. Initially, as an advisory committee member, I have great sympathy for the pressures in terms of the budget here. Again, schools are a huge chunk of the town, and then within schools, salaries is a huge chunk of the budget that is relatively fixed. So we very small portion of the total actually flexible for financial purposes. So given the inflation pressures, it's an extraordinary problem, and appreciate the efforts. Couple of questions. One, I recall in previous years that given the pressure on the entire budget for the salaries and the structure of salaries in the school system, we've actually been fortunate in the budget sense for sometimes where we've had an unusual number of retirements that have, again, resulted in replacing those faculty with less expensive, newer faculty process. Not as good from an instructional standpoint, maybe, but budget-wise, it can help. Do we anticipate any of that kind of opportunity going forward, or are we pretty stable in terms of the retirements?
Yeah, so this
Pretty generally across the South.
So this fiscal year 24, we are not seeing retirements like we have in the past fiscal year budget processes. I would say that for the next several years, we're not anticipating a large number of employees retire. I will share though, in the next 5 to 7 years, it's going to be significant. So it's something we should keep an eye on,
but not near term.
but not next fiscal year or next couple of fiscal years. And actually it will pose a potential budget challenge.
Okay.
Sam, it's also kind of a catch-22, you know, this is, in one sense, this is probably a year we'd like to see it because of the budget impacts.
Yeah.
On the other hand, because of what we're trying to deal with as far as, you know, the kids in the environments. We're kind of going, thank goodness we've got experience in there, so it's.
As I said,
It's two competing, yeah.
I'll just comment that from a superintendent's perspective, on that, you know, you have the continuum of experience. What you like to see is a balance of experience throughout that continuum.
Yeah.
We do not have that. Part of the challenge we have is we are a great district. We are competitive. It's a great place to work. People don't leave. So we are,
Right.
so at one point we were on the continuum of not as much experience. We are now on the continuum of great experience. So we don't have, right now, we don't have that balanced continuum of experience in our district.
You need a tunable discouragement process. Final question is that I both read and hear that the state is sitting on a whole lot of money these days. State has new governor, new administration. Is there any reasonable prospect that somehow the state is going to fund some things that take a little bit of pressure off for FY24? Or is that unlikely?
Unlikely for the community of Southborough. I think that in terms of how the state views Southborough, the wealthy community. I think in terms of Chapter 70, the funding formula for our education aid, we are at the max in terms of state aids or a minimum state aid community. So what we see is last year was $30 per student in terms of increase. I don't anticipate it impacting Southborough in a positive. I think we'll be. No.
As you mentioned, Dr. Einhorn is working on grant opportunities, so there may be some grant money out there, but not on long term. Okay.
And can I just make a comment about grants? So we are pursuing as many grants as possible. However, I also want to remind kind of the community, and I also remind the committee that we only can, with every grant that we write, there's also an implementation and a bureaucracy. So we can only implement, even if we could write $10 million worth of grants, it's our capacity to implement everything is it's finite.
Yeah.
And there's a pace to what we can put on teachers' plate. And we're trying to balance the grants that we have access to and the pace in which we can move forward with in making sure that we don't overflow the plates of our employees.
That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Can I make a random comment? People know me, understand that's what I do.
Mr. Ray.
Yeah, I'm going back to Andrew's comment about the world language. Anyone know how many different languages we deal with in Southborough alone? And the answer is,
I have to look. I want to say 21, but it's
I
in
want to
the,
see if Kathy's right.
it's in the budget booklet.
But I think it's a pretty good guess. Many more than I thought.
128.
Many more than I thought.
So this year, it's 28 languages.
25.
one,
Anyway, sorry. That's a good package.
well, the last part of this round, can we, I just want to make sure I heard what Greg said a minute ago. For the 3.99 year over year that we've got in front of us, your hope, Becky's hope, or that you will be able to get that down between 3 and 3.5 when everything is put down, that's what your goal is?
That's what we work, that's been our work for the past week and. No,
I just wanna make sure I heard. Okay,
I think we can also say intent, or, we may not be successful, but
we truly appreciate all the variables you described here, so Can we talk for a moment about circuit breaker and then chapter 70? So chapter 70, the town gets it directly, it's not part of your budget. And just like approved, you get $3 million or so. The disability uses that to underwrite the taxes. I think correct, that's not what we need and with the concern tax for the most part. So, has anyone heard anything? I've heard nothing as far as where it's going. So we feel, right now, we're holding it flat from last year. Our work does. So anybody heard anything differently in the? So someone, circuit breaker, it's always looking to do, sorry, I heard what you said a few minutes ago. So a circuit breaker, you do get directed, right? Okay, so it comes to you and you offset whatever cost of that. So, but you said something that I didn't understand. The first time this year, you are assuming you're going to use a little bit more circuit breaker money coming in to offset more of your budget to try to keep it down. So that's what you said.
Yeah.
All right, and for those that don't know what circuit breaker is, what is circuit breaker?
The circuit breaker offsets the cost of out of district tuitions. So we have students who attend private schools that can range anywhere between $60,000 to $400,000 in terms of the tuition for an individual student. So what circuit breaker is that the district is responsible for the first $50,000 and $40,000. Actually, I think it's 50. I think it's 50. And then what circuit breaker does is that any cost above that amount, $50,000, we are reimbursed. It's 4 times the average foundation enrollment per pupil expenditure. So if, let's use $100,000, if we're required to, as a community, pay the first $50,000, circuit breaker is then implemented on the next $50,000. And it's 4 times the foundation enrollment for pupil expenditure. So if that was $10,000, we would be reimbursed 75% that $50,000 is that rate.
It's a complicated.
I'm glad I could thoroughly.
So we've talked about the following in the past too. We've really not done much about it except in one case. So we talked about possibly looking at consolidating town and school departments. IT is one we brought up in the past. We've talked about facilities. So I think it's probably worth an effort sometime in the next year or so to truly roll up our sleeves and look at it and see if it makes sense. It may not, but the goal would be to hopefully even come to scale and still have as good a service, maybe even better if we do that. I still think we can look at that as a possibility to try to save money long term. The place where it works is with medical insurance. So until a few years ago, Scottsville had its own blue plans. Northborough and Algonquin had theirs together. We've now joined forces. We have a much bigger group and it's paid off so far. Last year we had a flat, no increase. This year it's 5%, but I bet it would be a lot more if we were on our own. Looking at Brian to agree or disagree. Have we looked at it? Because we agreed that we could pull it apart if we had to, right? So have we looked at it both ways?
We are going to, I think it's a little bit.
But last year, other way around, definitely was terrible.
We definitely would.
All right, so I just want to point, we've already done it one case as far as looking at trying to consolidate. Okay, I think that is it for this first part of case 3.
I have to have one follow-up question. So, Greg, you were saying that your goal is to get it between the 3 and the 3.5. And is that without the reductions of the 4?
Yeah, so I think, again, we have some work to do. I mentioned the grant for the ELA curriculum. So we're waiting. We have grants submitted. So those are the types of unknowns that we're hoping to get answers before we present to the recommended budget to the school committee.
Okay.
Greg, when do you anticipate the grant finding out?
Next week, potentially.
Before the school committee meeting or not?
Yeah, it's next week is Northborough.
Oh, I'm sorry. If it's next week, it'll be before,
Yeah.
right?
So the
All right, so that's K through 8, so, Roger, thank you.
Thank you. We need more chairs.
So,
So we have John Wysocki and Matt Spencer from the Regional School Committee here. So they're more than welcome to join us, or you can stay where you are. Okay. If you show up, you might as well get excited. All right, so one of the benefits of being part of a 3-member district is that we do have economies of scale already built in, that Northborough, Southborough, Northborough, Southborough do benefit from. One of the benefits is having a common strategic plan, so I will not review that part of the presentation. In terms of the budget process, I think that the regional budget process is a bit different in the sense that we rely on state numbers, much like the town does, to really get a good sense of where the budget is heading. So with the change of administration and with a new governor, we are anticipating not having our education aid circuit breaker number and regional transportation number as soon as we would like, or as quickly as we would like. The governor has until the end of February to present her the governor's budget. I think at the Mass Municipal Association, Governor Healy did speak and mentioned that her intention is to release the education aid number sooner than later, so that we can then begin to project our budget. So in terms of where we are, we're using fiscal year 23 state aid numbers in terms of regional transportation, circuit breaker, and state aid at this point. So currently, what we presented to the regional school committee is a revised preliminary budget. So we have not presented a recommended budget, which will happen in the 3rd week of February. So similar to Southborough, pre-K through 8, there's still some work that we need to do. Budget variables, I will parallel from pre-K through 8 in Southborough. I will add that insurance rates, because the region is its own entity and we do a portion of insurance for our employees, that is a factor in the budget, and that is a variable. We do not know the increase at this point in time, and we've been collaborating with our healthcare consultant, NFP. We've been working very closely with Mark and Brian as well. So we're hoping to get that number in the next few weeks. Budget priorities. So the school committee also, and the regional level also has budget priorities that are very helpful in terms of how we prioritize and make decisions as we move through the budget process. One of the budget priorities I just want to point out, although it's not a operational budget item, it is a capital project item, and that is to seek funding from the towns of Northborough and Southborough to fund the Algonquin Regional High School athletic complex project. And that is something that is new, that has not been a priority for the school committee and past budget cycle. So where we are today in terms of the revised preliminary budget for fiscal year 24 for the region, we are at $26,884,172, which represents 4.5% increase over fiscal year 23, which equates to $1,157,091 of an increase. In terms of where we're seeing that increase, we take that $1.1 increase. Salary increases reflect 44% of that. Health insurance health insurance increases represent 24% of that increase. Utilities about 10%. Transportation for special education approximately 10%. We're seeing for Worcester Regional Retirement, we're seeing a 7% increase, and then technology is about a 6% increase. So if you take the Worcester Regional Retirement salary increases and insurance increases, again, most of the increase that we're seeing are people and benefits. So again, the budget that we're presenting this morning. I think that he moved all my slides around. So it was a 4.5% increase at this point in time. And again, we have much work to be done in the next several weeks. I think that in terms of budget impact, I think part of the budget impacts, the reductions that we're seeing in this revised preliminary, we do not anticipate any reductions in staffing. But we are anticipating similar in Southborough, pre-K through 8 to use the use of FY24 circuit breaker to offset some of the special education costs. There are positions in the budget that are not in the budget that were requested from the leadership team at Algonquin. That represents 3.46 positions for a total cost of a little over $250,000. And again, those positions are not in the budget. I'll just use a couple of examples. 0.5 human resource generalist to support the human resource aspects of our work. The team chairperson to support the special education process. A library ESP to support the library operations. And then we also asked for 6 varsity assistant coaches for girls volleyball, field hockey, girls tennis, boys volleyball, boys tennis. Part of the conversation we did have internally around those positions is that we can't increase our athletic budget while we're still asking parents, and we have athletic fees. So we need to balance our budget to the appropriations first before we start adding coaches and positions. So, but again, the total of those asks a little over $250,000, and it was 3.46 positions. Included in the budget are purchasing instructional materials. So we have in the budget AP biology textbooks. We have an online science textbook, world language. We also have fine art transportation. So some transportation that happens for fine art department, we added that to the budget. AP human geography textbook. And then lastly, an increase of the student and staff devices of $93,000. So those items in the budget total a little over $140,000. We also have ESSER funds region. So we are also using ESSER funds to reduce the operational budget. So we have $93,000 of student and staff devices. We are using ESSER funds to reduce our translation budget, which is $29,000, and then offset some of the curriculum and instructional material, which is $28,000. So we are using $150,000 of ESSER-free funds to offset the fiscal year 24 budget. And again, we have to the end of that 24 to expend these funds. So in terms of the other item that is in this budget is the complete reduction of student activity fees. So part of the conversation the school committee had 2 years ago was the impact fees have on families and how can we move forward a plan to reduce those fees. So we put together a plan to reduce student activity fees and athletic fees. The school committee made a priority to reduce or to eliminate student activity fees, and we provided a 2-year process to remove that fee to students. We are in year 2, so next year there will be no student activity fee experienced by Algonquin regional students if this budget is athletic fees. We put together a 10-year plan, and I think that is the next conversation the school committee will have around how do we move forward with athletic fees and what does that look like? But the school committee has not engaged in that conversation yet. Again, since the last time it took up this topic.
What about dues?
Dues are also on that conversation. Class dues.
What are dues?
It's an invoice for nothing.
So
That everybody gets?
Yes, and if you don't pay it, it gets restricted.
Becky, do you want to speak to the dues?
The class dues are generally used towards prom and the activities of the class, and then at the end of their time at Algonquin, those dues then go into an account for that class that they can use for their reunions. So we no longer have the financial responsibility for those. It would go to the. It's specifically for that particular class in there.
So, so I'm going to move now toward, what is the 4.5% revised preliminary impact to the community of Southborough through the regional agreement and the statutory apportionment of that amount. So I'm just going to, I wish I could display, but I'm going to walk through kind of the process, and then the bottom line will be what is the apportionment and what is it to anticipated assessment to the community of Southborough for the region. In terms of the statutory, that's where we began to look at the overall aggregate budget of $26,884,172. We subtract state aid, so we use the FY23 state aid number. Again, this could change based on the numbers we get. That number was $3,287,524. The next that we subtract is regional transportation aid, and we are using fiscal year 23 numbers as our projection. Last year, that number was $757,677. And then revenues, so revenues generated through interest was $20,000. So that totals $4,065,201, and that gets subtracted from the aggregate budget amount, which leaves $22,818,971. Then this is where the minimum local contribution calculation from the state comes in. So the minimum local contribution then gets subtracted for that number for Northborough and Southborough. Southborough's minimum local contribution in FY23 was $1,134,573. That number is a number that Southborough has to pay and is defined by the state. Northborough gets its numbers as well. We subtract those Northborough's MLC and Southborough's MLC from that budget after those offsets. And for FY24, the budget number we're using for apportionment through the regional agreement is $9,612,082. So that is the number that then is taken by the regional agreement and apportioned by enrollment as of October 1. So as of October 1, the enrollment percentage, Northborough, Southborough, so Northborough has 61.22% of enrollment at Algonquin Regional High School, and Southborough's portion for fiscal year 24 is 38.78%. If you take the apportionment by that percentage for Southborough and add minimum local contributions, Southborough. You take Southborough's apportionment and Southborough's NLC for fiscal year 24. Our projection is that Southborough portion will be $8,862,138. And the difference of assessment, that is the number that gets assessed. 8,168,383.
8168.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's 8,862,138.
So that was, yeah, so
Okay, do it again.
8,62138. Last year's apportionment was 8,168,383. And the apportionment, the difference from FY 23 to FY 24 is $693,755, which represents an 8.49% increase of non-exempt assessment to Southborough.
Well, that's a lot.
So
We thought, we're using 4.5, or at least in our spreadsheet because of the overall.
So let me continue.
Okay, sorry.
So then, the part of the conversation too is how can we reduce that impact of assessment or that apportionment to the taxpayers? So we do have an access and efficiency fund that we are able to only use to reduce the tax impact to taxpayer. So the school committee, again, this has not been voted by the school committee yet. It will be presented at the recommended at the next meeting for the recommended budget. Our recommendation is to use $675,000 of excess and deficiency to reduce that assessment each of the two communities, and that gets apportioned by enrollment. That using $675,000 of E&D would still leave money in the E&D account that is aligned with the school committee's E&D policy. I do not foresee the school committee not, I project that there'll be support. And again, I don't want to speak for the school committee. If we apply $675,000, the assessment will be $431,990 to increase will be $491,990 to Southborough, which represents a 5.929% increase over
What's
fiscal
the
year.
actual number? 8 million what?
It's so the increase, percent increase before 31990. Becky,
Or is that over your actual number or what we had in our budget?
Not what's in the budget right now.
I'm not sure what you had in your
But
budget.
usually, like they brought last year, you the actual versus budget versus budget.
What's happening is the load factor gets shifted again, it gets in our favor, because I feel like the demographics are, so it's gonna be the load factor.
Well, I think it's, sorry, Becky.
No, so we're using FY 23, so that MLC number really always is, I think, the variable when we're looking at that final percentage amount, because that's what causes the fluctuation.
You don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, we
That's fine. So, the demographic state, the split state exactly the same, 10-1-21 to 10-1-22, is that not true?
No, that is true. And if you look at the apportionment to each community, you'll see parity in that apportionment. So you'll see Southborough going up 5% and Northborough going up 5%. Where last year you saw Northborough go 0 and Southborough go 10%. So there's the minimum local contribution equation has 6 factors that it uses. Inflation, the wage adjusted factor, foundation enrollment, real estate, wage adjusted wealth factor. We don't have those numbers yet. This is what we're waiting for the state. The only thing we can do is use what we knew from last.
5.29 is about the best we can tell.
Yeah. So I think that's what we're estimating right now, anywhere between, it could be between a 4% and 6%. in terms of assessment increase to community staff row, and we won't know the exact number until we get better data from the state.
And just like the case, where you're trying to take the 399 down to between 3 and 5, do you have a summer goal for the 4.5 to?
Yeah, so we are, some of the work we're doing as a leadership team is looking at trying to bring a recommended budget to the committee at its February meeting, anywhere between a 3 and a 3.5%. So, correct. So, however, we are heavily dependent on Chapter 70, circuit breaker, and transportation reimbursement. We're hopeful that with a new governor, we could see an increase in regional transportation reimbursement. That is an area where we could see an increase. So once we get those numbers, that's our intent.
It sounds like it may be late February when you see those numbers too, isn't it?
I think we'll, I don't know.
Maybe it's just figure it out. All right, so we're a little short time at this point. We feel we do need to talk about this, but it's complex financing. So I'm gonna start with select board this time and go the family go first.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. I've got the package, and I have no question.
Andrew.
Aren't any questions other than a comment. I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done on these, and I think that the target numbers you say you're shooting for in a couple of weeks are, I think they're very ambitious. I think that, if we can get there in today's, the inflationary environment we have, I think that's about as good as you can do. Thanks.
May I make a comment?
Yeah.
Because he mentioned that I can't speak for the committee and I can't speak for all the committee members. I will say, I am supportive of this budget when it comes forward. I think the team's done a great job getting to this point, but what has struck me today, differently than what I've heard, as we're presented these materials at each committee meeting, is the concept of this is a level services budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is educationally sound. I do think it leans on fiscally responsible. Although education sound, it leans heavily on fiscally responsible. And when Roger spoke earlier, what struck me is we are coming out of an environment with COVID that our students need more, our teachers need more, and we are not investing more into programs and our teachers, and aside from the salary increases which are appropriate. So I'm beginning to ask myself, is that the right thing to do for our schools, for our students? I think it is in terms of like where we are in the overall environment of the economy and inflation. We can't ignore those things, but I say that to just say I feel like this becomes like a minimum type of a budget, and that's my view. And I'm supportive of all the work that's being done, but I felt like I needed to say that.
But can I just do a couple quick comments? So I think that one of the, if you look at enrollment trends over the past 5 to 10 years, our enrollment have declined at Algonquin. This year we're kind of in the valley, and as we look forward, we'll see an increase. We've not reduced faculty and staff at the rate our enrollment has declined on purpose. As a result, we improve the student experience. We have better class sizes. Our class size ratios are excellent at the high school. We're within the class size policy. And that has not been, I think it's a story that you can't necessarily see. So as we've seen declining enrollment, we've maintained a high level of staffing. And as a result of the declining enrollment, our class sizes have reduced, which has allowed our educators to provide more attention to the students in the class. In terms of a level services budget, I agree. I think that, we can always add programming and there's always more we can do. And I think the conversations that we're having at the high school, I would characterize it. I think your assessment is accurate. We are trying to bring forward a level services budget where we are not looking at what we can do more in this particular.
Thank you, Rose. Andrew, is that it?
Yeah.
Lisa?
Just quickly, I appreciate, all of the comments made here as well. And I know times are tough economically and now we're talking about, level service. But one of the things I think is important too is I think Algonquin still has a high standard. And I don't think the discussions we're having today are going to impact that or change that. And I agree with you. You're going to have to grow at some point and we're going to have to expand. And COVID has shown us a lot of different. So I very much appreciate the comments. I had a couple of specific comments, Kathy, but I'm just going to reach out to Greg offline and just so we can keep moving and stay on time. Thank you.
No questions, just thanks to Greg, your team and the regional school committee for working so collaboratively on this.
I want to go back to the formula real quick to take, but everybody's on the same page here. There's still a lot of uncertainty in this. So if they weren't able to get the overall budget down to 3.5% year over year, still doesn't get us out of, there's still the wealth factor. And given that one of the 6 factors in that is real estate values, I don't know what Northbrook's done, I know what we've done here. So we should have a lot of trepidation until that comes out, so we can really see what that does too. So, it was 9% last year, as far as the assessment goes every year. I don't think it's gonna be that this year, but we're not out of the trouble until we get that number. So thank you guys for that, but I know we're running over, but this is important. We need to talk about the financing for the proposed athletic complex renovations. And this is.
Advisory question.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna go quick. Yeah, I mean, electricity, same as the other budget, but we can talk about that offline. Maintenance for grounds, I see that it's increased. I don't know if there's any discussion about putting that in with a town Southborough contract or the Northborough contract. I don't know if you have the same vendor, but it might make sense to put it out to bid together. If we get the whole town's maintenance of ground is cheaper than that entire with all the fields.
That also includes paving too. I mean, not paving, I'm sorry, I'm plowing.
Yeah. Health insurance, again, that's the same fight we're having on the Southborough side. And I think that's basically my.
I only have one question, the 934% increase on equipment.
Technology.
Or like efforts.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is the line below it included in that, the reduction? Like instructional hardware devices versus all other, like I wasn't sure if it was that.
Yeah, so I think it should be shifted, some of the device purchasing to ESER3. What page are you on?
46.
It's the summary,
It's the regional summary.
so it's line 2451 and 2453.
2451, that is gonna be instructional hardware. So that is, we shifted purchasing of hardware at the high school to ESER2. So last year's budget was offset. And we went back to what we typically spend in a year to 93,000. So that is that reason.
Actually, can you see kind of a preview of what our next steps are going to be? That 93,000 is going to go on to the asset. Okay, so that will be, yeah. Thank you.
We haven't formally met before, but I did want to say, I wholeheartedly agree with your comments. I think coming into this, we sort of agreed, let's look at a level set budget, but we also definitely discussed about if there's things above and beyond that are important to anyone who's going to be in your seat throughout the day. We want to see that too. And that's where we can decide, is it something we're passionate about enough, or we think we need enough as a town to include it, or do we bring it to the meeting? So something above and beyond the sort of budget. I know Kathy mentioned this budget's a little bit unusual compared to maybe some other ones, but I'm definitely interested in seeing if there's programs or things of that nature, which whether they're on the educational side or school activities or whatever it may be. And so I hope you don't leave here with the impression that we're ignoring those things. I think I want to speak for everyone, but I think those are things we'd love to see. And part of the reason I asked some of the questions a bit about that, I just understand are some of those balances where we aspirational would like them to be. I have questions, not about the numbers so much. I think you guys did a fantastic job with the presentation. You can see there's slides here. So clearly the work shows. I am curious, which we don't have to talk about here since we know we're on a time crunch. Some of like the math, science, technology, distributions of scores do seem to be getting, I don't know if it's due to COVID and less class time or what it is, but they are starting to skew down a little bit on the advanced level. So to your comments, how do we get back up to where we used to be? I'm curious about what might be going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just speak in general terms. I know, I can probably have a whole other presentation. But in terms of Algonquin in its position relative across the state, there are 375 high schools. Algonquin performs on all external metrics in the top 25 high schools in the Commonwealth. I would like it to be in the top 10. So there's always room for growth. And that's something we strive for. But in terms of AP scores, SAT scores, MCAT scores, all those external metrics that are used to rank, you know, we are positioned as, you know, one of the top 3% of district schools in the community. We are not seeing a decline in our AP scores over the past 5 years. We're actually seeing an increase. Same with our SAT scores. So we're heading in the right direction. And again, our goal is to make sure that the student experience results in high achievement in all those external metrics. But our goal is not necessarily to teach to that test and make sure that I think it's only about SAT scores. And if we could.
I have one, it's across the board. You said, if I heard you correctly, you were using firecracker funds and others that we normally use next year to this year. What concerns do we have about next year since we're spending this on?
Yes, I think
problem there, or we're going to continue that trend.
I think it's the decision was based on forecasting and looking at data. So it wasn't let's just do this and hoping for the best. It was okay, what do we project will happen based on students enrolled and who will age out and so forth. The risk is you know, we could potentially get a student who moves in out of district who has significant needs and requires out of district placement. The state does have some safeguards around that if the student moves in prior to, I think, March of 24, 25, 24. The sending district has to pick up that amount. So the risk is really if the student moves in with significant needs, requires an out of district tuition, we would have to refine that.
How often do people move into a high capacity, knowing that you're not gonna get that town service? Does it happen?
The students we're speaking of are students who typically would enroll in our public education, but their services are so great, we don't offer this program. Correct. Oh, thank you. And the likelihood of a student moving into our district with significant needs at the 9 through 822 level is far less than the potential of a student who might move into our district.
No, I know where I'm, but. My name is John Wasaki. I'm a recent Cleveland School Committee, Regional School Committee. I echo my colleague, Matt Spencer's comments, and again, I don't speak for the whole committee, but the whole Regional School Committee, but I do support this budget and I support the work that President Beckman all done. One comment that I just like to make just about myself and sort of overall, I moved to Southborough 15 years ago, and it was based off of, you know, the facts and figures, and Southborough and Algonquin overall were sort of higher ranked. And I'm certainly interested as my children are entering into the Algonquin world and the process through the entire Southborough's system, just to see it continue to grow. And so I support more. Appreciate where all we are physically challenged, but certainly that's what my position is.
personally.
Okay, everybody happy with such a question? Okay, so this should take about 5 minutes and we won't get too far behind. It's very important. So as everyone knows, based on the meeting, joint meeting we had, where Greg, and his team presented, what the regional school committee wants to do as far as the Algonquin Athletic Complex improvements. Remember, there's $7 million price tag in total, roughly. Southborough will bear about almost 40% of that, so rounding up to $3 million. So we're responsible for about $3 million. What happens at town meeting, if the simple way to do this is done, is town meeting has an article for the debt piece of that. The debt would be at the regional level. We would be assessed our piece of the debt service every year, based on a 4-year enrollment rolling average. But town meeting is not going to approve the actual project, neither town is. We're going to approve the way we have control of the project is the debt. So that would be the simple way to do that. However, there is another way that would save us money if we could do it. It makes it more complex. So yesterday afternoon, Andrew Pat, Greg, Becky, Mark, Jason Onoski, and I were on the phone to talk about using CPA funds to do all or portion of the Southfield piece of it, right? Northborough had said they're not going to use CPA funds, we don't know why, and there's it, right? After that meeting, this is new news to Andrew, Mark, et cetera. I did talk to Andrew Mills, which is what I told the group I would do. They, for the regional school committee, is going in front of CPC on the at CPC and the station to answer some questions. So the regional school committee made an application to CPC to fund roughly $700,000 worth of the whole $7 million project. CPC has kind that they're amenable to it, they think it qualifies, etc. Roughly 6 million out of 7 million does qualify, we think, for CPA funds if we really wanted to do the whole thing. There's about $1 million that probably fills up the CPA. So most of it could be CPA funded. So question is, how much can our CPA bank use for this project? So I did talk to Andrew Mills, and that was a question on the table. He said last night that there is no further bonding capacity from CPA right now between the Burnett House and between the townhouse renovations, that he doesn't think of, but he's going to know by Monday whether he's right or wrong. He's going to talk to Carla and talk to Brian and determine that, and Miss Felicity, and determine for sure. He said he'll have that definitively by Monday, as far as whether there is any further ability to bond a CPA funded project. If not, we'd have to use the bucket that basically applies as part of the project. And he thinks it's not 700, he thinks it's probably about 500. So if you were to make him tell us today what he thinks CPA might be able to do, would be $500,000 above the total $3 million that's going to be a responsibility. And so 500 amount of CPA, the other 2.5 would have to be part of the regional bond borrowing. So that's the new news since we talked to him the afternoon. So it's got a little bit more clear, but he said that the weekend he's going to get those numbers solidified. So I guess it's Monday.
Can I just quickly, 2-minute kind of quick update from the regional perspective. So the regional district is its own entity, so like a town. So the school committee, I will be making a recommendation to the school committee in March, support the approval of moving forward with this project. We will have the financial numbers as a result of, if it's successful and the school committee does approve the project. Basically what we will do, we will initiate a letter to each community, what its debt assessment will be. We have 2 days initiate that letter. At that point, then the communities have 60 days to do 2 actions. Either do nothing, which then at the end of the 60 days, if you do nothing, it automatically moves forward. That's kind of an agreement that the project is moving forward and the town agrees in the debt assessment. Or secondly, move it to a legislative body, town meetings in each community for approval. The approval is not a 2/3 vote, it's the majority vote. So that is our intention. That is what we will be doing.
But yeah, it's but it is the
So that is going to be my recommendation to both towns. That doesn't preclude the work behind the scenes around CCA and what that could potentially look like. But it sets the stage for that potentially if the school committee votes, that's the process. And then once it votes the process, then details can be ironed out around what Southborough would like to do, what Northborough would like.
And then to end this discussion, there's one more thing. The reason I said this is more complicated. In order to do this, let's say Northborough just wants to share the debt, right? That's all it does. We pay $500,000. We literally, CPA goes to Carla and says, send $500,000 to Algonquin, right? So that our share of the debt is now $2.5 million. Well, there's no regional agreement that allows for that, so we have to do, Mark, I know IMA to get really good at these IMAs before it's over with. So we have to do another I think a simple IMA to basically spell this out that the debt service going forward would not be the normal split. It would be a different split because we paid $500,000 of cash for our share of it. So the debt would not be 60-40, it'd be something less, it'd be more from Northborough or so. So that would be part of it that would have to be done to pull this off.
So let me ask you a question on that then. So the bond will be for 20 years, 15 years. So for the 500,000, what is it, what are we really gaining by using the 500,000 from CPC and going through this process with the IMA? Is it worth it just to ask town meeting for the full thing? I mean,
Well, I wish we could do, if I had my preference, and I think that, Andrew, I would keep the whole 3 million, keep saying, you know, they can't be 3 million. Oh, I wish we could.
That's current 1%.
Yeah, but even if you increase it, it's not gonna be effective in time. It wouldn't be effective until the vote in May, so you don't have that to run on. So if we want this project to be approved, funded in March, that $500,000 would not be, and it would not increase taxes over time. Yeah, so that's the advantage, right? So you might have $2 million out of it, doesn't want to have to.
I mean, what's that effect realistically over 15 years of the $500,000?
So you're getting matched in the pilot. I mean,
All right.
I mean, my preferred method is to go to a 3% surcharge and pay the full 3 million with the match. Which is a possibility. Timing gets a little funny, but it's
Yeah.
definitely a possibility. And again, we always talked about going to the 3%, but you're never gonna get someone to vote on the 3% without a project that would need it. This is one of them.
Isn't there a rule that certain turf field?
That's the
Where we get this
extra million.
7, we're saying 612 for the 7th, and you can't use the state match bond. You can fill your buckets with it, but you can't, and it's probably back here. So you can't use your state match bond, so that's why you gotta be careful and make sure that, if you increase it, you know, the local revenue is gonna increase a lot, it's gonna triple, right? So you've gotta use that local piece to be able to service the debt, to make it all work. So there's definitely some answers. So Lisa, I don't know how to answer, you know, it's $500,000, right? So,
Yeah.
right, over 20 years, that's.
It is, so I don't even know why we would, there might be other CPC projects that may be better suited for that.
I think if we
money.
stayed at 1%, to your point, it probably might not be worth it, maybe a little bit of worth, but there's other projects you could probably use for it. But I still would like to go
And
for
every
3.
time I get this question, Greg, look how he's counting. He is worried that we're going to, you know, get lost in the weeds here and like a project approved. I keep saying, don't worry, we approve the project.
Can I share one last comment about this project? So this is the first significant project that has been brought forward since the 2004 renovation of Algonquin Regional High School. That assessment comes out in 2027. That was a very challenging, and I wasn't here, so I'm only speaking on what I heard, very challenging, contentious partnership between the towns of Northborough and Southborough. This project needs to be clean,
Yeah.
positive, and not create renewed tensions between both communities. So I'm just communicating that all of these potential scenarios could complicate this.
So I think it's a bigger discussion than today,
So
so.
I agree. I just
we'll
want to update everybody.
let that
where-
go.
what happened.
I'm just thinking easy way, that's okay. I'm good.
Okay, so, you guys are a pleasure to work with. I'm saying that for myself, true pleasure, and keep up the good work and thank you. Both of you for coming through.
Absolutely, thank you for giving us.
Thank you all for the work you do for our town. Appreciate it.
Thank
There's
you.
still plenty of food up for you guys.
Thank you. Because we can't do so.
You need the help.
Let's start with this.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
So,
Chief.
I am.
With or without?
Bring it up.
Now it's you.
Five.
Oh,
So, here, are you please renewal for the first time to the budget process. Review, totally responsible. No pressure.
No hiding.
Beginning. Oh.
Yeah.
So, do you want to start off with saying anything? School's a little bit different. They had it in formal presentation. Do you want to say anything or you want to jump right into the question?
We can jump right in. This, you know, I did kind of list out some of the changes that were made to the previous budget and, the reasoning behind them.
Why don't you start with that? Because this is the.
Okay. Right, if everybody has the budget in front of them. For the FY 24, we added to the line 51110 part-time dispatchers. With the addition of the fifth dispatcher in FY 23, part-time dispatch budget was reduced by 50% for FY 23. The difficulty in finding a dispatcher to hire in an unexpected leave or an absence of a dispatcher has proven that these funds are necessary. So the 27,034 requested for FY 24 increased to the FY 23 amount of 12,997 by 4%. The SAP increase and the doubles to restore it back to FY 22 standards before it was reduced. And I'll go right into the dispatch salaries overtime increase as well. With the addition of a fifth dispatch in FY 23, dispatch salaries overtime was reduced by 50% for FY 23. The difficulty in finding a dispatcher to hire and an unexpected leave of absence of a dispatcher has proven that these funds are necessary. 23,541 requested for the FY 24 increases the FY 23 amount of 10,991 by the average contractual OT rate and doubles it to restore it back to the FY 22 standards before it was reduced. Again, this is trying to keep our dispatch unit manned. It's a 24-hour, 7 days, 365 position. We need to have somebody in there at all times. And for the longest time, we just had 4 in there, and that's why the increase went to a fifth dispatcher. Unfortunately, it's a very hard profession to keep fully staffed. Even now, we just hired a fifth dispatcher when we opened this position months and months ago. We're now at fifth, but then we also have contractual leave obligations. We have military leave, things like that. So more often than not, we're going to be back on running on 4 for a majority, for a good amount of time. So this increase would bring us back to the FY 22 levels and keep us prepared for those leaves. And if we are not able to keep that unit fully staffed at all times. For the full-time officers, I'm looking to increase the overtime permanent. The average contractual OT increases considers the new policy making the lieutenant eligible for OT at a significantly higher rate. The requested amount includes the addition of 3 additional training days to allow for new post and accreditation requirements. Also included is an additional 37,548. The cost to pay out 60 hours of comp time per officer at the end of the fiscal year, which is contractual. This practice is not implemented prior to FY 22 and has never been budgeted for. And line 51440, the education incentive. This line was combined with career incentive twin bill line 51910 for FY 24. There's a contractual increase to the elimination of the educational incentive, which is listed throughout there. On July 1st, 2023, it will be replaced by the same degree incentive as twin bill recipients, which is 10% for associates, 20% for bachelors, 25% for masters. Additionally, expensive contracted services, in addition to anticipated increase for the Signet agreement that we have for this public safety building. This increase includes a $4,000 maintenance agreement for the LiveScan fingerprint machine that we currently own, which we did not have budgeted for, but our machine is older now. And we've already had to make use of that maintenance agreement already.
The maintenance agreement was new, we've already had to reach out to them to get some maintenance. The maintenance agreement was new for the FY 23 and was not previously budgeted for as the machine is older and is now requiring more maintenance. And then subscriptions includes a $1,500 increase for a department paging system. Now that our current system no longer functions, unfortunately, it flags outgoing texts as spam because of the requirement for the phone companies that a mass amount of text going out it's flagged now as spam. In contacting the company, there's no workaround for this. The company that we use is IMC. So these are some of the additions that we've added to the budget. I know there'll be questions on, you know, so for like the overtime, the 3 additional training days, we have, this profession is constantly changing and we're trying to adapt to those changes. There's new requirements coming out through post reform that we now have to budget for to be prepared for. Everything from active shooter trainings to accreditation trainings, like training more on hazardous materials. We have to do more extensive defensive tactics that now require our officers learning new moves that don't involve previously okay moves of defensive tactics. And also incorporating educational elements of duty to intervene, as unfortunately we saw this awful recent event. Again, this is trying to make our department and our community safer by having these trainings take place, and our officers have all the equipment and the training that they need, so that, you know, we don't have those types of incidents. But I have so far. Are there questions? Yes, I'm very sorry. Again, this is my first time doing this, so this is my business administrator, Cindy McLeod, who's been instrumental in such a huge wealth of knowledge in this budget process. Strong points, you know, just working the numbers and being able to help me with this, preparing the budget and being able to help me with the answering the budget. Again, being new in this position, I'm going to rely on those that have strong suits in the particular things that I need to work on. So I will again thank her publicly again for everything that she's done for this process. It's huge help.
Part when it's advised this time for them to get it. Or do you want to?
I'll start to work our way back when we start. Howard.
We're good.
Tim?
Good.
I guess my only question, I think you probably answered most of it already, is just obviously such a huge portion of this budget is made up on the salary and wages.
Yeah.
It's like over 95% of the increase year over year comes from that. So I guess, is there just anything in the budget right now that's a want versus a need? Just anything that, I mean, it's small amounts, that's that salary and wage, but is there going to be monetary one?
It really isn't. I mean, at this point, I'm trying to keep the department running fluidly and as effectively and making sure that the officers, my officers and other dispatchers have the equipment, the necessary training and everything that they need. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
I think all my questions would have to do with contractual items that really wouldn't be negotiated, but I would say philosophically, where does the expectation lie in a profession that's heavily regulated? I happen to work in one myself, whereby you get a salary bump or an education stipend for every time you need a training. But that's really more on the contract end, and I think we could do maybe a little bit more work on that, and that, you know, make sure that it's fair and equitable, but yet there's some responsibility for someone occupying a certain position that you're gonna need to continue to advance. And you may not always get monetary reward for doing so. So that's all my comments for today.
And I agree with you. It's contractual and yeah, as advisory, we agree with you about that.
And we,
Good climb and there always was a contract, so.
Yeah, so the 3 additional training days, that's in the CBA?
it's in the CBA. No. This is something that I'm trying to add into the, because this majority of this stuff came out after
the negotiations.
That might be one that you might want to see off to the side. So we've been scrutinizing everyone's budget in terms of training and that kind of thing, and we're scrutinizing, something like Brian's budget, which is like $200 a head count. And then we look at your budget, which is like a couple $1,000 a head, right?
Yeah.
So
These trainings are on new policies.
Yeah. There's again, liability, training for the things that could happen, low frequency, high risk, high liability. So, you wouldn't see a monetary value immediately, but it's something that the town could potentially be on
Yeah.
top for later on.
yeah, this is something we've talked about that's probably more in the select board purview, but equity and training and employee advancement dollars. I think we've been scrutinizing from the smaller budgets, and Brian going to a conference or council on aging, going to a conference or going to a training. And it looks, and then we look at police and fire, especially that have significant amount of training dollar. And where does that balance from it's already contractual versus not contractual? It's good to have to have, nice to have.
I think we're all see the value in training across the board, not just police, just everyone, but as we try to level this budget, not that it's low hanging fruit, but it's post COVID that all of a sudden that became a very hot topic. Or whether it was online or found another way to do it during this time, now everyone's still in person. So we're very, this is what we're seeing there.
We try to make use of the online training as well. And my department has applied for over $240,000 in grants. So I'm doing the best I can to offset the costs, and even the body worn camera grants, that was $78,000. We're going to be implementing that program. I feel like we're doing our due diligence in order to bring you a responsible budget.
Yeah, I think there is a difference though that I think you already sort of described training, but if we're talking about professional development and investing in people's careers, which is obviously important, I'm sure everyone in this room has benefited from things like that before, versus training that helps keep our teams compliant to new policy or able to utilize technology that is important for their job. It sounds like the training is mostly related to that. There's new standards that we need to be compliant to.
And that's the thing. I mean, we can always do more and do better. I would like to be able to do more active shooter training, which would involve the entire staff, which right down to the dispatchers. So they would be in the dispatch room when this is all going down and can see how to handle, that type of crisis situation. God forbid it ever would.
Angel, where did you get your 2,000 per person?
Well, it's $750 per head, and then it's another. Whatever it is here.
Yeah, well, there's 2,000.
No, it's, I think I was looking at the overtime, 3 additional days of training. Right,
So you
at
got
an average overtime rate of, I don't know, $50 an hour, so. And a combination of all that, and I mean, so if you look at there's like a training spreadsheet. 6,000, 22,000, 29,000. It all adds up. It's not so much the cost of the training, but the cost to send that to the training and the overtime.
Right. I thought something, I didn't know where you got.
I mean, the 2,000 kind of came out of my head in terms of looking at a couple numbers, but it's probably relatively close if you add up the overtime costs of how many days plus the 750 plus, any incidentals or travel costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Some of it depends on the training too. Some of it more involved training, or it could be a week-long training. And then, that's something we don't really have control over.
Like we've been scrutinizing council on aging for going to one council on aging conference for 1 day. So just making it fair.
That's it for.
Advisory's good.
Right, so let's start with Sam this time, so Phil can come back to you.
I did get to sit down with Cindy and the chief, so it was very helpful to go through that. So I actually don't have any questions. I understand where all the numbers come from. And you know, it looks like a high increase. I think there's things in here that we should have been budgeting for historically that we haven't budgeted for. I think in response to the additional training days, I look at that as a liability if we don't put our officers through these types of training. So I think I understand you're trying to be equitable across
Yeah.
departments, but I do think you need to factor in the liability on that. Now, whether 3 days is right, or it's 2 days, or, you know, I think we need to rely on what the chief's bringing forward on that.
But then I think it's fair, like, you know, we're questioning Brian, should we pay for his certification? Or not? Like,
But don't you think, just to throw this out there, that the training we're talking about here is not necessarily analogous to Brian's training? I mean, what's going on in this country right now?
it's not, but you're an employee of the town.
Right, you can't do it that way. I mean, you can't look at it, here's what we do per employee, and this is all we're going to do, because the liability that they face is different than the liability council on aging face.
Correct, but adding 3 full days, could we adjust that to 2? They'll be okay, right? And that right there would pay for probably almost all the training of the rest of the department.
But all of that training and the cost that you pay for that training, the value of that, you know, all you need is one claim, one liability, one issue. And, you know, that was all worth it. So, I mean, I hear you,
Yeah,
but there's a balance.
it's about, I'm not saying that to remove
Right.
the chief's training. I'm just saying to remember that we're okay with his training.
Yeah.
When other people bring up theirs. I'm more for more training universally than
Right.
cutting it back, just
Yeah,
saying.
Mark, I think we're looking at training as a topic globally over the town, so every budget we've seen has a significant increase in training
Right.
that we just haven't seen. We're not judging, we're not saying this is value or more value than another one. We're saying as a committee, we are looking at, we've seen a significant increase in training period in the request for this year. As we try to get a budget to a number, that's a reasonable place to look.
Understood, but not to go down this rabbit hole, but I think that the select board, if they're seeing this, is that, you know, candidates, that, you know, the talent pools that we see now for replacing positions that are vacant, is becoming more difficult, more challenging. You know, the best candidates are not checking all the boxes that we need. So we're gonna have to, you know, you may see that there may need to be more training in order to, you know, make these employees into, you know, what they can be and to get the most value out of it.
And we're not saying that's not
the
the
way it's
case, we're
going.
saying that this is the discussion that.
I think we're in favor of doing it. We talked about things like, do we have a clawback policy for Class A CDL license? Like if we're paying $8,000 a head to send someone to school, it's not part of the tuition reimbursement policy. We have a clawback. Right? So we're in favor of doing it, but we're trying to protect ourselves from that.
Yeah, so, look, it's a balancing act as to what liability you're willing to cover, what liability you're willing to assume.
Yeah, but again, there's different, we're grouping everything together, right? There's professional development, there's tuition reimbursement, there's certifications, there's training to a minimal standard. People like police officers can file. So we can't just look at every single training.
Everything doesn't fit under one
Correct.
blanket, right?
Correct.
So, yeah.
And I just wanted to commend the chief on going for the body camera grant. Also, that was included in the contract negotiation this year, which you probably won't see the offset in the budget, but it could at some point be an offset. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that there's, you know, certain trade-offs that are made in contract negotiations, and that was a huge one, at least from my perspective, that you're not going to see it directly in this budget. You see court time, with it not escalating over time. But those are my thoughts on where we're at. I understand it's a high percentage year over year, but I think there's some excellent things. Thank you, Chief.
Tell me what do you think about the next year? I mean, 10% is a big year-over-year increase, period, whether it's inflation or not. So I'm hoping that, Cindy, I don't know if you have an idea of what the next year will look like, because it'd be hard to continue doing 10%. I look at that. upfront, no, I won't there yet. The,
Eight.
Yeah, so
yeah, 8.4, yeah, for fiscal year 24.
four.
Okay, but
Right.
now I'm going to fiscal year 25 and 6. So, that would be hard to even, almost 9 is hard to think. So you got a big budget and a big increase. Those two are, you know, you get a small budget, big increase, or big budget, small increase, those work, but big, we need to try to do a big little. For going forward.
But I think part of the reason why this year is big is because there's things in here that haven't historically been in, like the comp payout and the windmill or the, whatever we want to call the education incentive. It will be there next year, but there won't be as much of an increase to get those things.
That's
in
what I'm
there.
trying to get you to say, okay, next year it really should.
Yes, it's really related to the CBAs. And if you look at the salaries and wages for this year, that's why the contract negotiation was 0% for FY 24 because of these things that were going into effect in FY 24, and then we'll see the percentage increase for salaries and wages next year.
I read it, right. Okay, so this has been reported.
So Chelsea kind of covered the majority of my points. I will just add on the training piece. I understand looking at all of them, and I think that's a path we should go down. But I think we also need to understand that the training that, and kind of like Adam said, you know, there's different levels of training for development or whatnot. This is actually protection for the public, protection for our officers, and it's a protection for the town liability. So I think if starting at 3 days is what you're looking for,
Yeah.
I am 100%, we all watched the news last night. And, you know, if there's anything we can do to protect, again, the public and our officers, I think we're bound to do that. So that's it. Thank you. And thank you, Chief, and thank you, Cindy, for coming and putting together something that wasn't a whole ton of questions from you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that, the way Chelsea summarized the budget, sense to me, it's just so strange. You look at the spreadsheet where the first item, you know, salaries and wages. That's a very small increase. And then you see on certain line items that are really related to salary and wages, you see some very big increases, particularly on the education centers, but it really relates to just the particular way that the collective bargaining agreement was negotiated and the way of handling this going forward. So I think the gist of what you were saying before is that for the next fiscal year, this is going to even out a little bit more, and then you'll just see a more normal rate of increase on the top line.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. You're saying it's gonna level out, so next year we'll see 3%, but we already had the 10, it's not going down next year.
No.
We're gonna have that contract with.
Yeah.
But that's,
But it
it won't be 10 on top of 10, but we're still jumping and going here, we're not leveling out this year.
We're leveling out the trajectory.
We're leveling out the trajectory, but we're still constantly going up.
Just leveling on. See?
Just following up on that point, from the education incentive, do we have any way to predict that this number for FY 24 is likely to be fairly stable going forward, given your understanding of people's expectations for the educational process? Or is that hard to predict?
Kind of hard to predict, unfortunately. You know, we want to have educated officers out there. You know, there's complex decisions being made on the scene. And we want to have officers with that capability and that, you know, having those tools to do that. So we, you know, if we hire somebody, they could have a bachelor's or a master's degree. We're not going to exclude them because they have a master's degree from being hired. It's something that we try to plan for, and we just do the best that we can. And we may have somebody leave the department, retire, that has a master's degree. And so that lot, you know, that's an expense that we wouldn't have it then. Yeah.
And again, I'm a huge proponent of more education for but it would be useful from a planning standpoint to know that here's 7 officers who are in the track.
Yeah, we do keep track of that.
So,
Yeah.
but you don't expect that there's going to be a big bubble out there 1 or 2 years down the road. Or
Currently, I only have 2 officers that are pursuing the next stage in their education.
other than that, I mean, I certainly understand the comment made previously here that it's a tough choice, but liability budget standpoint, I think it's the right call. And
Thank you.
And I'm just backtracking on the question, so I know that in the past couple of budget cycles, one of the things that your department, I think, was dealing with is, we have budgeted for this certain staffing level, but it's difficult to actually maintain that staffing level. Or do you feel like you're up now to full staff, or you still have positions you're looking to, officers you're looking to hire, or how are you doing so far this year, budget versus actual, you think? Because, if you have a situation where you budget for certain positions and you weren't actually able to hire those, that theoretically should lead to turning back some money to the town.
Yeah, I mean, anything that we can turn back, we will, obviously. I feel like we're in a good place. Obviously can't anticipate any changes that may come, but I can tell you already that the climate and the culture is really changed significantly since I became chief. I have a lot of people from my area departments that are reaching out and they want to come here. And that's very encouraging. So I think that, if we do have an open spot on our roster, I think that we can quickly fill
But
it.
right now, we don't,
Currently, right now, we don't.
and that after hiring the fifth dispatcher, that takes care of that with all.
For dispatch, yes, for that.
Okay,
I mean, there may be some things in the immediate future that we may have an opening. That's all to be decided.
okay. Thank you.
Right, so me, okay, so chief, we understand there's not a lot of wiggle room here, a lot of it's contractual, whatever. But to me, the case where you really, could focus and maybe, save some money, and it's, believe me, we understand what it's like to get criticism with no answer to go with. So this is, I'm logging this as with no way, I don't know how you do this. Right? And, it took me years on the project where I realized why you had overtime. If I got me, like, oh, of course, 24/7, they got it. If somebody calls in sick, you can't just say, fine, you're gonna replace them, right? So finally got that piece of it. So I will never say, why do you have to have any overtime? I get that piece of it. But I would still think that there probably is a way to manage it, to try to do what you need to do, but, try to not make it more than it needs to be. So to me, that's your job, is a piece of it. Plan and education. So they never really understood Quinville until recently. So I went and did some research online, and there was a lady at Rutgers who did education on the Massachusetts part, the whole pages, read most of it. So I kind of get the reason for it, but can you go back over the finish again? So associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, right?
Yep, so it's 10% for an associate's degree, 20% for a bachelor's degree, and 25%.
Okay, so the 20, okay. Now, the Quinville, the Massachusetts Quinville law, right? We don't get any money from the state anymore, correct? That's gone. So we're completely ourselves with our own budget, right? And this is where I don't know if I'm looking through my policy to my left here. So do we have a policy that we adopted in Southborough to basically say we want to continue the benefits of the Quinville and we're just going to do it locally? Is that what we did?
Yeah.
Okay, so we did that. Okay, so that 10, 15 and 15, 20, 25 is in the CBA.
And 20 and 25.
Yeah, the CBA, yeah, first come, yeah, okay, so we're doing that. Okay, so it's all locally funded, where there's no help from the state anymore, as there used to be when the bill was first.
And part of the reason why this came up for this contract negotiation is because we were losing officers to other towns who were paying all their officers based on criminal, whereas we just had grandfathered officers getting. So we were trying to get it so that we could incentivize people to stay, who we put through training and, try not to be a feeder system, but rather we say.
It's I think it's a real, never mind just getting the people in, but it's a competitive imbalance between, the ones that have not, the people that were grandfathered in, and then the people that, that are not receiving it.
It's the one house on World here, Beth Neal's husband, was gonna come to one of our office hours, and he ended up not doing it because he thought that it was no longer relevant, but actually, it seems actually, let me make an argument that we shouldn't focus so much on formal education. And I don't know what the argument was going to be exactly, but he really, he thought he had a really good case to be made that we really should not, for example, lieutenant positions require a bachelor's degree, right? Which is what we do right now. So he never got this. I, I'm gonna get him in and see what he really wanted to understand that we really, really reach out to people more than their core education and what they can do. So,
I would be happy to meet with them and discuss. Especially in my department, for the lieutenant's position, it's the second in command of a very important department in our town.
argument is one of the same.
Oh, yeah. Again, I would be absolutely happy to meet with them and discuss. And the overtime, again, it's one of those things where we have 21-man department. We have to provide services 24 hours a day constantly. And it's one of those things where contractually they're allowed these days off, everything from babies to personal days to vacation days. And we want to keep, my goal is to keep a 3-man minimum on shift. For this town, I feel like a 3-man minimum is more than reasonable. And that's my goal, is to keep that. But in the meantime, I have to, again, if somebody's taking a vacation day, I have to have a body to fill that position for 3 shifts, 24 hours a day.
I think too, Kathy, in the past, I don't know that the overtime wasn't utilized correctly. And I think we're at the stage of trying to figure out what the right number is. And, maybe it is less, but I don't think we're gonna know that until next year, because I don't think it's gonna go through correctly.
But I think these quarterly financial updates that we do keeps you up to date so that you're not getting a surprise in March or April.
Completely agree. I think we're on the right path, is all I was trying to say.
The overtime, I'm sorry, Chief, the overtime looks really good until you've got one person out on IOD or one person at MLA, one person, because as you said, you can't just leave that shift vacant.
Right.
So,
And luckily, I mean, Cindy's been phenomenal with just keeping track of if we have an open shift, if somebody goes out, we have to have overtime. Everything's documented on why we had to go to that level, why we had to pay up the overtime. And like I said, everything can be traced back to, did they have to go out because they had a baby or they were sick with some, something going on. So everything can be justified and explained. So even the quarterly meetings, I think when we sit down, we can bring those explanations to, hey, this is why we had to do this.
Anything else? Cindy, thank you for all the.
One, Chief, is there any money in your budget for national convention?
Is your budget in for national convention?
Is there any money in your budget for that?
I believe so. I think that would be out of state travel.
You don't plan on going there?
I don't, no, currently I don't plan. No, I don't plan.
I have, the national convention to me, legally, it's been forward. So I think on you personally, or that's an issue with that. I think as far as vacation, you can catch over a week's vacation. I want to know I think what is correct. You typically use your vacation.
Do I typically, I haven't been on, I can see February, I haven't been on a vacation. I think I've used it.
My point of contention is that the past chief made it science. And science, that's what we every year. Between that and the national convention, okay, we've wasted tens of thousands of dollars. Taxpayers' money. My feeling is, I realize, at times, you may not be able to use vacation time. It's consistently making a point to have vacation time, tends to be right over that. I don't really make that mistake either. So I would hope that you manage it better than the last week. In the aspect of anybody who can't go vacation.
So hold on for a second. That was after the moment. It's in a contract that you do this. So
I'm just asking. He doesn't have to.
didn't you give up a week of vacation for him from lieutenant to chief anyway?
Yeah. The other thing is, Kathy, the reason why I asked is, you can always write to you guys and ask, hey, I'm in a bind, can I carry it over? My feeling is And again, I'm bringing this up, that we have called every single year, maybe. And I don't care if it's in the contract or not. It should cost the taxpayers money. Every single year, because you can't manage 4 weeks of vacation. You can't manage 4 weeks of vacation, you shouldn't be managing a department. You know, ask that every year. With these two things, national convention, and I asked last year, and vacation time, and we make separate to not to waste taxpayers' money. I think that's a very, do you think that's unreasonable?
If your argument is take your vacation. Your argument is take your vacation.
And again, Chief, I'm not beating up on it, I really am. I don't make things go through the. Advisory members here, a lot of new advisory. I mean, yeah, any contract, this is the right thing to do. Both the people, not a contract, will never find it. I would lose my time before I cost the taxpayers, but always.
Really, the trend is to incorporate.
And again,
Yeah.
I'm adapting and making a point. And I hope you have plenty of time to enjoy it. Because the back before, and I know you enjoy your time.
Again, I am a new chief and there's things that I can look at for the future and, you know, do the best I can. That's what I said.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah,
We think you're a great.
Yeah, we do.
thank you.
Yeah, we do.
But I hear you. I understand. Yep. To be honest, I hate to say never, but that's part of, I'm willing to give up that part of the budget. Right here and now, for the out-of-state travel. I don't really think that it's necessary for, you know, if it's something that. If it's a concern for the select board and anybody involved, then. I don't anticipate leaving the town, but again, in the future, I never know if there's gonna be something in. The police world where. We may all need to congregate and go over the ideas from different parts of the country. I don't know that.
Well, we're offer, we're a long way from truly, figuring out everything out here, so thank you for.
And it hasn't been used the whole 2 years anymore. So,
And it goes back to the town. Everybody. So, yeah. Not to disagree with Mr. Belli, but I actually am not prepared to write off the out-of-state travel for national events. I think there are circumstances for those to be very helpful. I don't think that'll be across the board. I'm for leaving the flexibility. Judge what makes sense there. Sorry, Paul. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced about the out-of-state travel.
Okay, anybody else want to talk, anymore to us?
just to say, congratulations on your first budget meeting. Guys, you and Cindy did great.
Thank
Thank you for coming.
For an 8% increase, you survived very well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anthony. You can put your taser away.
There's no ticket on my car when I leave, right?
No. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Go enjoy the rest of your weekend now.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
$15.43.
You can't, I don't think you can get everything.
Was it after?
It seems like it, but it's.
Okay.
I can, I can wait.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. And I'll start off this conversation on our budget. This is I've been here for 4 years. This is technically my third budget. And we presented a level service budget and a supplemental budget that had a request for a half a deputy chief position. And during the process, we also, during the SAP process, we're looking at reclassification of one of our positions, administrative assistant to business administrator 2.
The overall budget is still consistent with the direction I received a few years ago about strengthening the delivery of services. It's predicated on our standard cover and community risk assessment that has been published. It's been shared with the different boards. It also is in line with our strategic plan, which we completed last year. So a lot of the programs, the intent, and you'll also see that, much like the other departments, there's been significant impact because of the collective bargaining. Even up to, I don't know, 2 days ago, we made some adjustments, some recommendations came forward. So the current level service budget should be at 4.8% increase over last year. And yeah, what do you have? Yeah, to be 4.8.
So I'm looking at Bernie.
And the one with the additional half-year position, the deputy should be in about 7.2. And I understand, and we can talk about it if it comes up, the business administrator was supposed to be funded in some other mechanism separately through the council. And I'm here to answer any questions.
But that last comment he needs is in a separate warrant article as far as trying to get her up to the new presentation. So it's still in the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so let's start with select board this time, Sam, we're going.
Yeah, general question about overtime.
Sure.
Yeah, that one is a moderate portion of the increase here.
Yep.
Is there opportunity to manage that more aggressively and cut that, again, some of the same issues that we talked about with police chiefs earlier there, so not perfect flexibility for that, but you see different approaches that might be able to impact that. We are exploring it, and I, over the last few weeks, we started looking at what's our true liability in overtime. Again, much like the police department, 24-hour coverage. We've established that a 4-person minimum on duty, although we staff at 5. In looking at our FY24 total financial liability, if we were to fund all vacation leave, holiday leave, personal leave, and sick leave as allowed in the contract, we would have to budget $433,000. We did adjust that based on sick leave use because that's not guaranteed, but since COVID, there's been, our liability is higher because we're recommending people don't come to work if they're sick. So even with that adjusted, we should be budgeting about $315,000. So the budget over the course of the last number of years has been underfunded. We manage it. I think the number coming in at 281,000, as you can see, is way less than our actual liability. So I think we're doing a good job at managing it. We are running numbers. I have some preliminary numbers if we wanted to reduce overtime, but ensure the staffing, and that would require hiring people. So I don't think that's in the foreseeable future, but that's an option, and that I think this year we're prepared to investigate that and see what would that really be. And you use all firefighters for overtime sometimes? Yes, when firefighters are not available, they fill shifts. They also supplement our response when we have large-scale emergencies. And I think some of the pressures on even this year's budget, in the second half of the year, we had some significant fire incidents that is really pressuring us, and we're losing a new hire. So even this year's overtime, we're working on managing it. How many call firefighters do we have? Currently, we have 4. We were up to 7, and we're continually trying to promote and trying to add, get more people to do. Thanks. That's all I have.
Chief, I really don't have any questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
So I don't necessarily have any questions on the budget. I would just, I would like to talk again about capital items. Not, doesn't have to be done today, because I know we're on the time frame, but I would request Kathy if we could put on a future agenda.
We did on the 30th, and then Brian, so we got.
Okay, I'd like to do that. I would just like to kind of just kind of go over where we're at, and just so you know, Chief, I'm not sure. I know I was the advocate and pushing for the UTV, but now I'm not quite sure in this budget year if that's the best use for this year. So
Okay.
I would just like to talk about it more at a future meeting. I can talk to her.
Sure.
And so, as far as this piece goes. Thank you.
Sophie.
Thank you, thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
2 questions. Salaries and wages. That does include a reclass or it doesn't in the 5.7%?
It does not.
So
I'm sorry, what number?
5.7% in the salaries and wages?
Oh, that's correct. That does not include that. That's all contractual, because of the way the collective bargaining was structured.
Yeah.
The second year was the higher year,
Yeah,
so.
but what was, I'm just trying to remember what the percentage was in year 2 on the collective bargaining.
I don't have it, but it's not, again, don't think of just the,
I know, because you have the stuff.
we have steps we added, we
Yeah.
also reclassified positions.
That's
And,
class.
sorry, we added the lieutenant and captain position, we structured that. This 5.7 does not include the reclassification of the business administrator from
Okay.
administrative assistant.
Yeah. Second question, can you just speak to the tuition reimbursement for the half paramedic tuition?
Yes, so, much like, the police department and other departments, we are fortunate that over the, last 3 to 5 years, we had, very robust entry level, candidates. And we're going through this now. We have an opening, we had over 50 applicants. Many of them were, very minimally credentialed. And as we all know, we run a paramedic service. In the past, we've been fortunate that we've been able to hire people that are in paramedic school or have that. That's not the case anymore. And paramedic tuition to go to school is $10,000 to $12,000, but it's over 15 months. So we're trying to split that amount over a year. So we know we have one person we want to send. That's an EMT. The interesting part is, I don't know out of this candidate pool that we're doing now, I don't know, we don't have any paramedics. So we're gonna have to try to figure out how to leverage that to try to get more people to paramedic school. And most of you know that we have ambulance revenue that's generated by the ambulance, and paramedic is a level expected, so.
So this is a new addition to the tuition reimbursement line.
Correct, this is an addition to that. And the
So
tuition,
that line is not for paramedic. The
Correct.
6,000 is for,
but I will predicate that with, based on what we hire,
yeah,
we may have to use more of that instead of tuition reimbursement for members to get their associate's degree and bachelor's, we might have to reallocate that to paramedic because that will take precedence.
so this is back to a conversation we had earlier versus for professional development versus necessity.
Yeah,
In what, like, we're a paramedic town.
Right.
And so you're using this to incentivize somebody who maybe doesn't have their paramedic yet, but is looking to do that, so we can incentivize them to.
I don't know if it's, I caution it's incentivizing.
Okay.
Because when we hire them, we will make that an expectation and a condition of employment.
Okay, just wondering, and that is not contract.
That is not contractual, but again, it's a service delivery we need to maintain.
And with that, is there a requirement, so if we're paying for that, they have to keep the job for 5 years? or-
Yes, in the past, we've prorated that so that if they leave within the year, there's a certain percentage of that they have to pay if they, so we make sure that they, we don't
Worth their
lose,
while.
yeah, we don't lose them.
And is there a age requirement, and I just, I don't know about the overall contract, so we're paying reimbursement is there. So my wife, for example, or
Yeah.
her parents to pay for college, community fees are better.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yes, and we have contractual language that establishes what you need to get for, if you go for a degree. And, yeah, and then for the paramedic, you have to pass and obtain it. So it's a professional credential besides, so normally a certificate program. But you actually have to pass almost like an RN, where it's the program and the board to become a paramedic. So we would not reimburse that unless it happens.
Just because we went down this rabbit hole, do they pay for it and we reimburse them once they pass, or we pay them?
Because it's a condition of employment that we'll put in, for the paramedic, we pay up front. For degrees or programs that are credentialed, they have to pay up front and we reimburse.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Chief, do you think 4.8 is about as good as you can do?
Yes.
We still got lots of decisions to be made before we get to a final recommendation, but, I think I can say that at least from select board, point of view, that it may be more likely than not that the deputy won't be in this budget. We took a decision a few months ago that everybody had $80 at all. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. And again, that's a policy decision. We submitted to both the advisory and the capital an explanation of what that position would do and won't do. For a number of you, you've been involved in this discussion for 3 or 4 years. Again, we've done multiple prongs on succession planning and stabilizing the department going forward. We will survive if we don't have it, but I think it's incumbent that everybody knows that we do not have an identified second in charge person. And much like other departments in recent years that have lost their department head, it will be a challenge when this happens. Who the next department head is if we haven't mentored and prepared somebody. In addition to some of the operational things that we outlined in our proposal. And I accept the policy position, but I think it's incumbent upon me to make sure you know the potential consequences and liability if we don't have it. But that's all. I don't have to go further with that.
Advisors got to make their own decisions, though, and
Yeah.
for discussions we've had. But we're really hoping that next year, instead of 25, that we're going to have a more quote unquote
Yeah.
normal year as far as the impact of COVID, so that we really do not just stop with trying to get everything out of here because of the effects on the health.
Understood.
So next Tuesday, select board meet, we're gonna do 2 things that we probably would like to be joining. So we're gonna talk about the ambulance fund rates that you
Yeah.
guys talked about. And then we will talk about the MTV. So if you could pop in rates.
I will. I will.
Anybody else for? Or easy group.
It's all easy.
How quickly you forget about it?
Wasn't she on advisory once?
Was she the chair last year?
Okay.
Knew all of
I
us?
just checking.
Yeah, so Chief, we talked about your budget.
Yeah.
I think one of my questions was the clawback, but thank you.
Yeah.
You raised that. And I think, we talked about the deputy chief and I still do like the idea of putting it in the warrant as a separate article with a list of strategic initiative. And we can see whether or not we feel it's warranted or not. But if chief wants to make a case to the taxpayers in the town meeting on why he feels the deputy chief is there, we presented a level service budget that they can vote on and an incremental strategic initiative that the chief can make a case directly to the taxpayer and they can decide whether they want to do it or not. I think that's a perfect opportunity, and I think that's something we should do.
You mentioned that you have a 4-person sort of par level staffing, that you staff at 5. Does OT kick in at 4 people or 3?
So each of the 4 groups that are assigned to the duty shift, there's 5 assigned to it. We do not fill until it drops to below 4. So if one person's out today, we're at 4, we're fine. And actually in some of our modeling, we've recognized that to maintain 4 on duty at all time, covering all because so many hours in the year, so many people on shift, and you take away their off shift time, with vacation. And so we're to maintain 4, we need 21 people. We are at 20, so we adjust that. If we were to want to have 5 all the time, we would need 26 people. So there's some built-in adjustment.
I only have 2 questions, one of which is not a serious one.
It's all right.
So on the serious note, I agree with Andrew on sort of the strategy going for your deputy
Mhm.
role. But I'm curious, and maybe it's just contractual obligations or the way that all works. But you have, seems like very tenured captains. Is there a way to have succession planning involving one of them moving into, that deputy chief role? And so curious about that and whether there's an opportunity there. The non-serious question is, I think the police department needs to get in touch with your uniform guy. They spend a lot more on uniforms than you do.
I'll do that first is because a large component of our uniform is structural protective equipment that's not in the uniform allowance. I would say that we're probably on the heavier side of expenses because that ensemble's $3,000 to $5,000. So I won't dismiss that difference. And as far as I think you made a good point. We had 1 captain, 4 lieutenants, and we had people that would fill in as officers in charge. One of the approaches to succession planning, building up and the qualifications experience of our leaders, we were able to work with the town administrator, the select board, the union to restructure our organization. So even right now, that's one approach that we're continuing to follow of lifting up our senior officers to get more exposure and experience. We're committed to that. No matter how we move forward, we're committed to that. And it also is allowing a path where before it was very in a small department, it's very short. You either made it or you didn't, and you have to wait a long time. So now we have a system to develop our supervisors and leaders. So we're right on track for that.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
2, first of all, thank you for all the extra information you sent over. It's lengthy, but it was very well done and concise. I did have to read it.
Oh, thank you. That's what it's there for. Thank you.
Just as I don't remember on the budget sheet, one of the large items in spot that was contracted services. You refresh my mind what that is.
I can, and I'm just looking at the. So, in the last couple of years, we're trying to restructure because we had budget lines that were very full and not specific. So we broke this out. So we have a number of software programs, service contracts, and we found by maintaining those, we don't have big jumps in ups and downs in the budget. So, for example, we pay part of the service agreement for the security system in the building. So that's we've categorized that as a contracted service because it's with a company. We have a number of programs that have, I'll call subscriptions that you have to maintain, and most of them is the licensing, software update, and repairs. So one of the new ones, we have a secure box for the keys, which are known as Knox boxes. And of course, it's cloud-based, and you have to pay a subscription. So,
This is everything today, right?
so often, I can, if you want a specific breakdown of the, what we account for that,
They've
again.
gone up.
But that's pretty much what it is anything that we have entered into a service agreement or a maintenance agreement for any of our equipment, software, or programs, that's where.
And the other one, I was just going over your org chart, and this is perhaps a discussion the other day. It just seems like the way you've laid out your your shift, you have a group of the captain and lieutenant and firefighter.
Yep.
From a layman's eye, it seems you have a very good structure of command there
Oh,
already.
as far as the duty shift, day to day, I think it's, we've done a lot to strengthen it. The challenge is not every time all of them are on duty. And we have, and I think we've been reporting this on a quarterly basis. And we just released our annual statistics. But the percentages of the time that we have 4 people on duty, or 4 or more, I guess the best way to say it, is about 80%. That's pretty good. But when we're staffed at 5, out of that number, it's really only about 26% of the time that we have full staffing. And unfortunately, going to emergency calls, there's about 20% of the time that you're only getting 3 or less people to fix the emergency. So I think this is going to require a more appropriate evaluation and study, just because there's a liability that we have, and that on top of overlapping calls, simultaneous calls, is becoming challenging. That some people are getting delayed service from us, and there are some circumstances that are significant. And I'll use an example of there was a fire that happened the day after Christmas, where there was only 4 people that showed up from the fire department in the beginning, for a pretty significant incident. And that, when that happens, I think as you read the standard cover, certain things don't get done or certain things get delayed. So I think this is part of a bigger question that we're going to explore this year and be able to.
You also for your request for that.
Yeah.
That new position, it seems you have good management structure there.
Well, for that fire, for example, I was not in town. And those 4 people, they were all engaged in the operations. It was not till later did they have a outside supervisor. And that can be a very tenuous circumstance. So all these are working supervisors. So their expectation is they're firefighters first.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I do. The one thing I did want to add, if I may, just to the board, in November, when we submitted the budget, I know we made a recommendation for that business administrator reclassification based on the SAP. At some point, it could be another meeting, but we put in as a business administrator 2. I know recently the personnel board made it a business administrator 1, or their recommendation. So at some point, I'd like to have that discussion of, because I sent that to both advisory and select board, is what's your position on that? And because that will have some impact on that other warrant article.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Hey, Mr. Montijo.
Everyone.
So you want to start off with what the budget looks like, what you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah. So
coming up on my second year here. This is actually my first time being presented with all of you in the same room, so this is definitely odd. But first, I wanted to thank the accountant, the treasurer and the assessors department for really helping me out a lot with this stuff because they really know the bolts behind a lot of this. So just getting their assistance with this really helped me. Some of the things that you may have noticed if you reviewed the budget, I'm sure you have. I am looking to provide an MSP to the town. What I'm looking to do there is, there's been a lot of talk in the past of, recent past about having a third person, having another level to support me in the background in case something did happen or, if I'm not in town or something. But with having another person in town, there's also that other layer of risk. I am that layer of risk. A third person would be that layer of risk if they leave or if something happens with them. So what I'm looking forward in MSP is to kind of take care of the bigger items that I may not be able to look at every single day. Something on the network, whether it's the firewall, whether it's each individual computer or just our switches to manage a lot of that stuff in the background. And if there is a time where I am off and then something does, happen with my second person where he has to be off during that time, at least we have someone that they can reach out to on a contractual basis and kind of say, hey, we need support with a computer. Maybe a switch is down or something's going on with, the firewall. So I would have, this is something that I really, out of everything that's on here, I am really pushing for. It just also gives me that layer of comedy and thing, at the end of the day and just say, okay, things are okay. I know the network's in a good place. A few other things that have either increased, again, I try to present just a level base budget here. But some things are increasing. There are some items that are just sticking out to me and it's like exchange prices are, I need more licensing. There's been a lot of committees that have been coming up. If we can figure out a way of stopping creating these committees that you're doing would be a great thing. But yeah, it's been an issue where I have a lot of committees that come up and my licensing is just right at the board right now. So some things like that. As you all know, I am in the process of, we have signed with the website upgrade and I did put that in there as the annual cost that it would be. This year, if everything goes as planned, the annual cost is going to be included in that first year sign up that I did to upgrade the website, but needed there going forward into the following year. I think if there's anything else that kind of sticks out to me, but if you guys have any questions in particular, I'm ready for them now.
Okay, so I'm going to do this one a little bit different. I am going to start with Mr. Emerson, because this is all the stuff that we've had the last few years advisory on this particular department, what we need to do.
Thank you. I actually don't have any questions. And I actually met previously.
Yeah.
So
So you're,
we've talked through it.
okay.
Yeah, I agree fully with the contracted services. I think it's an excellent path forward. I think people might have questions about some of the line items. I think that everything will be explained. I'm happy to give an opinion if needed.
But it's good company to hear that you're okay with it, because as you know, advisory really supposed to have a second person that would, be beside you, not underneath you, right?
Yeah.
They could step in if you needed to. We went through a period where we had no one,
Yeah.
which was scary. So we really thought we needed a second person that could help us do, and then another person to help with more of the routine, mundane, day-to-day stuff, right? To me, this is another way to do that, okay? And hopefully, I really hope that at some point we can free you up to truly, work on the big picture stuff. Going to cloud, but we talked about a lot as far as trying to get that done, so that you're not getting a phone call about, oh, not working or whatever. So I really do hope we get to the point that we can free you up so that you really are looking at the bigger stuff, that is, what we need to do. So hearing Tim say that, then that's not where, so I find that. So now, why don't you update everyone on what's going on with the website upgrade?
Okay.
And then also what the plan is for the technology for this room, so let's get that out in the discussion, you know, it's not like very, but it's still part of.
So do you want to do the budget question first and then?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, and then we'll go back to the Monday.
Okay, the website is, I have signed, with Civic Plus to start the website update. I have created a team internally, and added pretty much a member from each department to contribute, whether it's a department head or a person that they've just assigned to be part of it. And the good part is a lot of these different, managers or whoever it is from each department, they kind of touch a lot of the different boards and committees. So they would at least be able to reach out to their boards and committees and say, hey, what's going on here? What changes or things that we need to bring over? And what things do we need to eliminate? We also, in this contract with Civic Plus, there's a consultant that's involved. So that consultant is going to really review what we have currently. What's the best way to move this stuff over? Do we need all of this stuff that's on there? The chair recently, mentioned some items that are on there that just are outdated. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we don't want to just pick up everything out of our house and move it to the next house. We're just going to start going through the clutter and have a yard sale in a sense. But just get rid of the things that we don't need on there. It's going to be about a 5 to 6 month process to get this done. The first of them, I've had like an intro meeting with them about 2 or 3 weeks ago. In the next couple of weeks, I have another meeting where we kind of talk about what the expectations are, what they're needing from me, what I'm expecting from them. I'm hoping sometime next week or before now in the 10th of February to have a meeting all together with the members that I've have on my team right now for this project and start the process of figuring out what the needs are for each department. As far as this room goes, I recently got a quote from a vendor recently who is on the state bid list, and they're just giving us an estimated price of what this room would be to retrofit. As you all may or may not know, the townhouse does have Sam South Florida Access Media has recently installed an item in there to make it a hybrid Zoom approach. There's still a need for a facilitator to get that done from each board or committee, whoever it is that's in there. I hate to say in the sense, but you guys are gonna, the select board are gonna be that test dummy. I was hoping for another board to be that, but you are gonna be that person to kind of run it through. I'm pretty confident in what I've seen, in the ability of what it can do. And it's going to be using all the cameras and all the microphones. So then, everybody should be heard properly. I apologize for some of the malfunctions that have happened with the owl. I have literally been hammering away at the company in multiple ways to let them know that I am very frustrated with some of the items that have come up. Just starting a meeting, the owl is just not connecting. The sound doesn't sound so good. I probably sound like, what right now. And the viewing inside the room is just not the best. So this is something that, will at least help out the townhouse. But what I'm trying to do here is give us the capability for the other boards and committees that need to set up a meeting, an easier way to start those meetings where either myself or Hassan doesn't have to be, directly involved. It'll be an easy step for them to start the process. As long as, the same process will happen in the background where they're setting up the Zoom room and assigning it and making sure it's approved and all of that. But just give us an easier way in here to, we would have microphones and cameras all set up so that we can get everybody that's in here talking. As a secure, just for a secure conversation, these things are not going to be operating 24/7. Like the microphones are not going to be on, the cameras are not going to be on unless we're interacting with something. Like going to be like a panel such as this or something like similar to that to start those meetings. So it shouldn't be anything in a secure sense that's going to be an issue for the room. Any questions to any of that?
Are we going to get a second bid on that as well?
I can. I got this one just to kind of have at least a base conversation. I did say that they are on the bid list. It kind of gives me that flexibility of whether or not I want to choose them, but yeah, I can definitely reach out to some other vendors as well.
I gotta believe costs are just coming down relative to Dr. Access Media. And sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely reach out to see, you know, who else is out there in the spectrum as far as what they can offer as well.
For the website portion, just so everybody's on the same page, that is being funded for well.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah,
It's not in this, and it's currently being done not out of the FY 23 budget. You think that you have enough funds based on what we allocated to that?
yeah, at this point, yes. From what I reviewed and I've given ourselves a nice cushion in case we, you know, something does come up where we need to really reach out to a consultant again with Civic Plus, if we have to contract some more hours with them or something, at least I have a little bit of flexibility there.
We have not allocated any funds.
In this room, no. No.
So for this room, I thought there was something in our cable agreement from Sam to wire it or something. Not that I'm aware of.
There's something in the contract to provide, you know, for the cable company, Verizon, to provide a box. It's not to retrofit the room at all. And I think the other thing that Mr. Pontier didn't mention, is that, Sam's got very little staff. So they're really only committed to covering select board, planning board, ZBA. And if they can fit conservation, if they can fit advisory in on an every so often basis, they will. But that leaves everybody else uncovered. And you've got this room that, you know, they do a lot of public safety trainings and things during the day, but at night you've got the availability of it. Why not have public meetings where you can actually, and again, the owl's been great, but I think, and Jay can fix me, if I screw it up, but I think we've been stretching the technology. You know, in what we're trying to do. And so it would be really good to have another meeting room that we could depend on that we control. You know, if we've got to have a facilitator anyway for the McAuliffe room with Sam, if we can do it here with a facilitator as well, then I think that just, you know, enhances, you know, our meeting space.
Well, the dealer should be able to do without a facility.
I'm sorry.
The dealer should be able to do without a facility. Should be automated when you hit a button.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And as that being my business, I can tell you that should be very key.
Yeah, that shouldn't be stride.
Well, you two can,
We can
you
talk
two
that.
can talk, yeah,
That's, yeah,
yeah.
that's very key.
Ready.
but you can't hit.
It's
Devices involved.
So is the plan to continue to use the owl though, in addition to these 2 rooms for other meetings?
Correct, yes, and the time,
Yeah.
yeah, senior center if they need it,
So this is. Thank you. Okay, so let's get back to the budget. Okay, so let's.
Actually, sorry, one question on the website, is the, will there be feedback incorporated from town into that process?
so that's actually where the MTC has involved in there. I have a member from the MTC. That's one part I probably left out there. I have one member from the MTC who had done a survey that reached out to members and kind of got feedback and figure out what needs are there. By all means, knock on my door, send me an email. If you have other advice, I'm more than welcome to hearing it, especially during this process.
You want to?
Yeah, I mean, if I was with Tim on the budget. Can you just explain, because it's probably gonna come up, the GIS, the shift between the 7,900 and then 17,000, the 10,000, with some of it's migration, but
Yeah.
in actuality, over time, it'll be cheaper because it's a cheaper service.
Yes, so yeah, it's, you know, GIS is not my strong point, but I have had, you know, again, conversations with the assessor, Paul. And what we're trying to do is eliminate people GIS at some point. And at some point, I'm hoping is before we have to pay our annual subscription in a sense. We are working with a company right now called CAI Technologies. They're going to kind of assist us in migrating this information out. And that was the reason why we had that price in there, in addition to what the annual subscription would be. They've given us some rough numbers, and as of right now, that number fits into what we're looking to do. And the good news is this is all like a cloud-based solution. It's not something that's sitting on a server on our location, and will also be approved upon going forward with not only the assessors, but conservation, DPW, leaving out buildings. So anybody who has got a piece into this GIS, that's what that funding is there. Paul, did you have anything else? Paul? Paul's not with you. Did you have anything else to add with that upgrade besides what I said? No? Okay.
So
I was just making sure.
I think 7,900 today. The service will go to 3,500 a year.
Yeah.
It's 6,500 migration cost. Jay's not sure if he's gonna have to pay the 7,900, but he's sure or not. So that's where the 17,900, which could be 10.
Yeah.
But on a go forward basis, we're saving money on the subscription.
They also, here's some one-shot expenses, and there's the one-time expenses that I think probably Brian has picked up with the. Now, to look at.
Yeah, the 6,500 migration would be a good one.
Thank you.
All right.
The contracted services related only to the website or also the video recording and the management of
Are you talking about just all the contracted services or
Yeah.
just?
anyone working on the recorded video process?
If you're meaning like how we're currently doing it, it's, we don't pay any type of fee for the YouTube part of it in a sense. We do have a subscription that will come up for the OWL in the future, because they gave us, when you purchase these, they give you like a year subscription for free to do all of this. So at some point, it could become a subscription thing. But again, my goal is less owls, more being able to utilize something like this room and the townhouse. So yeah, it's a little bit of both in a sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Tim's good.
Iron, really good.
Okay.
We discussed.
Thanks, and again, good news that you've connected with the advisory folks from there on board this. Still a question, does the municipal technology committee have any different opinion about this at this point, or are they all?
Recently I had received an email from that coincides with both Angela and Matt. They both agree with the email that was sent from Angela that they are with me. They support the current budget. And if anything, if they had questions, and if you had questions for them, you can reach out to them at anything, but they are with me at this point.
Okay, I guess I'm pretty. And back to the GIS for a second. We ran into this when we were looking at the payment management system. And is the current either vendor that you have or direction that you have toward using the Esri ArcGIS structure?
It's actually all incorporated. CAI Technologies actually works with Esri and all of that as well.
Compatible with that? Because
Yes.
That again would seem to be the industry standard for doing payment.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish you would have seen some of the stuff that they presented us, but it was very powerful. Just very impressive with layers that, conservation really would like
And
to use.
again, it looked like the world is certainly strongly invested in that. So anything we do down the road is compatible with that very powerful system, more complex to operate and learn the features of. But again, that was supposed to take long term. That's good news. That's all I have.
Could you just explain, plain English, what the managed service provider is, and is this like a level of outsourced IT so that they're both of you guys are out, or you're down some staff so that there's some backup? Just give me your.
Yeah, a managed service provider is a third-party organization. It could be any IT group that's out there. They have different layers that they support, and they kind of have like some of them, a good portion of them have like an a la carte type approach where you can just say, hey, I want you to monitor my firewall. I want you to monitor my switches, but then also can I sub some money in there throughout the year in case myself or my other person is not in, like if someone needs to reach out for tech support we can put that into that contract as well and say, you know, pick up a phone or put in a ticket to them and say, you know, a laptop went down the same day that both me and Hassan are out of the office, that someone could reach out to them. It is all part of what you can put into some of these contracts with them, and just a certain amount of money, what the hourly rate is, that would be inside of that contract.
So, I mean, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of similarity with some of that IT trends with my private employer and with the town also. Everyone going remote needs to just have more staffing and more backup.
Yeah.
But we've always had a, you know, third party, which is their really role to help the IT person we have. And, you know, part of that involves they really need to be very familiar with all the different software programs you are and how your system is set up. Is that the case here? That
Yeah, and I'm kind of, what I'm really digging for is a company that works a lot with municipalities. What, you know, so they're familiar with like the GISs and the different programs for accounting that they use, in case an issue like that comes up, or just familiar, you know, with municipal government in general. So looking at a lot of the ones that are on the bid list in a sense, but just to kind of focus and even I've even reached out to other communities to kind of see what their approach is. And there are some communities that are doing this currently. So I'm trying to figure out who they use and how do they feel about it and what has been their pros and cons with using that particular organization.
Well, you can just remind everybody, before we hired Tom LaPlante, that's what we did do 100%.
Yeah.
Totally on an MSP for
Yeah.
our IT.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is the company money, but we did before.
Yeah. Their name has come up as well to reach out to. Yeah. You're good?
I did, thank you. Just a quick question. I'm gonna go back to JS again. So planning board has on their budget, they're looking to zoning map update services. I'm assuming that has to coincide with the current GIS that we have. Have you spoken to them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, as
so-
a matter of fact, the same company that we are talking to is the same company that they're working with. It kind of all started with how they reached out and they've been conversating with all of us. But there are certain things that just need to be done. The zoning maps obviously is one of them.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that the assessor department as well needs to update on their end. But yes, they have reached out to me. I've given it the thumbs up because, you know, the company, as I said, they've been amazing. They've been a really good company to work with. Prices have been fairly reasonable. And that's coming from, you know, Paul as well, as far as what he has seen in the market with pricing. So.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that there's been a conversation there because
Yeah.
they definitely coincide with each other.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Jay, it's something you talked to Melissa too about her purview, you know, the different layers and she.
Yeah, definitely. She actually has a lot more information than probably all of us do. She's really good. She's amazing with what she does. Definitely.
I don't have any questions. I think the MSP is moving in the right direction for your department and for the town. So I'm very supportive of that. Obviously not cheap to do it, but I think it's.
Thank you.
Okay, so going last, line of questions already out. But just to go back to the MSP, are you saying that you haven't quite decided what you want to put in the contract? You're still thinking about exactly what.
I know the main things. I already know what I want on there, and it would be firewall. It would be, you know, my networking devices on the network. And then also having that layer of a help desk. You know, there may be other things that they could say to me, hey, have you thought of this? Maybe that's something I want to look at, you know, so there. And one thing on there as well that I keep on forgetting to mention is recently we had a NIST cybersecurity risk assessment done to the town. We did fairly well. The things that we are missing on is policies and procedures. There's a lot of things that we don't have policies and procedures to do. Onboarding, you know, and just different, you know, adding yourself to the one of the wireless devices in any way or form. So there's a lot of things that I need to work on there that I'm hoping and have seen that MSP providers can provide within that contract.
But you've got a number here in the budget, so you obviously have talked to
Yes,
someone to know what you think you need to be priced.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add in, when we talk later, when we talk about HIPAA and privacy related issues, it won't be part of your conversation.
Hmm.
That right there is really gonna figure in when I start complaining the lack of policies. How do we provision users, and more importantly, how do we provision users? How do we prevent data loss? There are a lot of issues at stake here. And these are issues that, like youth and family services or, Board of Health may not understand. Because we don't have, a compliance officer in the town. I don't think any town really does. That's something we have. But I just wanted to bring that up now because you just raised an excellent point. It's a weakness.
Yeah.
And I think it's a weakness. You probably agree in most towns.
In most towns, and I've had the conversation with a lot of different town IT managers, directors. The biggest thing that they came up with was, no, we don't have a policy and procedure for that. Or, you know, what's your disaster recovery plan? Yeah, I know my disaster recovery plan, but it's not on paper. It's not approved upon, right? So they know it, they know what to do.
Happens if you leave.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. That's exactly what I need to stop from happening going forward, is to prevent the next, you know, not prevent, but prevent it from going wrong in the future, but also give that, you know, how I've always been taught in the past was, you know, especially some of my managers in the past is hand this document to a person who doesn't know IT so that they can restore the network. Okay, how do we do that, right? But then you know, you got to work your way through that understanding of, you're not, you know, if you disappear one day, someone needs to be able to take over the keys and move forward. And that's the, you know, that's my plan. That's been my vision since I started, is I need to make this that I see every day easily accessible. I'll just give it to Mark. Mark, go handle the network. You know, so you know, if that's the kind of, you know, thought process that I have with this, is to make it as simple for the next person that comes in. Hopefully it's not anytime soon, but the next person that comes into the town.
There was a town in Massachusetts, I forget which one, they didn't have procedures in place, and so they had an employee who was fired. The employee walked in the next day, and because there were no procedures, his AD account was not disabled. It should be at 5 p.m. or whenever he's escorted out. That didn't happen. The employee walked in the next day, had full access to Board of Health sensitive data, and made it all public. And the town has been sued. I could look it up and give you the name. It was for millions. And it was all because there was no procedure in place to deal with what should have been simple change of status in one place.
I agree.
So, you know, these are critical areas, and these are areas that we need to address before. I mean, there are going to be a lot of departments that, for the sake of efficiency, want to move forward with technology because they don't have to hire more, and they can save money, and they can provide more good, and that's all great. But if we don't have the foundational capabilities in place, it's the same thing as why we want the police chief to have his training. It's
I
liability.
was just gonna say that, we're
Yeah.
talking about liability just with a different look.
Yes.
Yeah, same thing.
Liability is, you know, it's huge in the IT department. I've had conversations with him about this, and it's a hole in any town, right? And I've said this to, you know, to the town administrator in the past is, you know, I can create Fort Knox, right? I can create all these walls around me, but the moment any one of you click on the wrong link, it really didn't matter what I built, right? It took any one of you. So, you know, training, policies and procedures in the background, these are all things that I want to work on. And now that I kind of have that capability with having a person that can handle some other items and looking at this in the future for an MSP, I want to be able to tighten and strengthen that and not be that, you know, knock on wood, the person in the news or the town in the news for some of these items that come up all the time. So.
And then Kathy, for the MSP, I think that we're all in favor of it, but the mechanism, I still think, again, that might be one of those that we package up, put off to the side as an initiative. The budget voting on should be a level service budget. Anything additional of substantive size should get put into a separate. I mean, I don't care if we put it into a consent agenda where it can be, you don't have to hold them, but I think it warrants putting on the set.
I have an explanation on what that means, because I really don't.
So-
Okay.
Or you've never done anything.
We've done it for like the collective bargaining agreement increases and different things. We just haven't done it
But we didn't put those there. We didn't put it there because we wanted to give the town a choice of whether to do it or not.
You have to do that.
Yeah, so that, I don't think that's a great analogy. We're gonna talk about it when we get to our,
Unfortunately, we gotta make the decision before the deadline, or before it's in the budget, if we don't, it's not the budget.
I think it's one of those things. that we have to-
okay, so, I've got it on my list to talk about 4 o'clock when we got our little open time here. Joe. So, thank you, and I just want to say, I also appreciate your effort to work with NPC, and I think vice versa to them. They're not coming, by the way. They only have $1,000 budget, and except for the texted me. Obviously, you don't come, for your $1,000. So I truly, sincerely appreciate that, because this is and it's myself, we're not in the dangerous world, and, we need to support you as far as what we need to do. to keep them-
All right.
I think it's all that we do to keep all this stuff going for us.
No problem. There you go.
No, I know.
Everyone know that. And self-control and didn't have to do this.
Yes.
There's a whole nother one over here, Jim.
Well, okay,
Maybe you get-
over here, too. Hope you feel.
Could make it a working lunch.
Yeah, that'll work. Jim, you want to give a review before we, for you a question?
I'm sorry,
Want to give us an overview?
be happy to. The number you have right now shows a budget of 227,297. We're gonna drop that a little bit by $5,000. I'll explain why in a minute. But the real driving factors in this, we have fewer elections coming up. That's what makes this budget an odd one. We're a function of how many elections we have and the changing rules that the state puts out every year about how elections have to be run. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but every year they change the rules as to what we have to follow about early voting, what we have to do, and crazy stuff like that. The biggest changes that we have in here, the biggest item that really is worth talking about here, involves money I have in here for a company called iMedia. And you're familiar with their product because they're a very, very professional audio and video company, and they're the ones that handled the audio for us at the annual town meeting outdoors too. We also did it when we held the town meeting primarily in the gymnasium and then in the auditorium, and they held the audio over at the high school. So we have a situation at Trotter with the audio. I've now gone to 9 other towns to see how they conduct town meetings. It's learn a lot by seeing how things are done. It's how we get the idea about the clickers. By the way, we're not gonna buy the clickers for this town meeting because the company's coming out with what I think is a much superior product, and it won't be ready for this. So, you know, I have them in my office. They gave me 50 set of demos, but we'll hopefully have them for the fall. So anyway, what I've noticed in a lot of towns is that there's one entity that's responsible for the whole audio video presentation from soup to nuts. For example, in Westwood, their version of SAM not only handles the audio and the video, they also handle the presentations that Jay does. Similar thing up in Ipswich. I was up there about 2 months ago. In Northborough, the Northborough Cable TV handled the audio and video. For whatever reason, in Southborough, the Trotter school staff over time has handled the audio in the gym, and Sam handled only exclusively video. I'm the town clerk, all right? I have a lot of experience with audio and video, but it was placing a camera inside your button or inside a hole in the wall here when I would used to, part of my job, my last 10 years in the FBI, I did a lot of audio, video covert and doing undercover meets, covering rooms and stuff. And so I understand this work. But the reason I became involved in this as a town clerk was not by choice. It was because I think it was in 2016, was 17, my first or second year as the clerk. We had the equipment fail at Trotter one night in the auditorium. And everybody went, what do we do? And I'm the only one that went back to try to help the Trotter teacher try to figure out what was wrong. Anyway, we had to send everybody home. They had no backup and we had all come back. That stunk. We had a big crowd that night. People were happy. So that's how I got involved in it. What I've learned over time is that Sam has a very defined and narrow view of their responsibilities. And we have been working with the audio based upon the good graces of teachers that volunteered, that I think at $20 an hour, something show up to do this. Those teachers have moved on and we don't have any teachers that want to do that function right now. When we had a large town meeting, I anticipated we might have to put the town employees out of the auditorium into the cafeteria to make room. I arranged to have a camera there, a video display in there and an audio. And I borrowed a microphone from the school and I tried to borrow, it's called an XLR cable, which is basically an extension cable for microphones from Sam. They have not miles, but a lot. They wouldn't loan me a cable. And the reason they wouldn't loan me a cable is they said they didn't want to be held responsible if somebody said a bad word at a microphone in that other room. So we're gonna have an assistant moderator there. No, they didn't want to be held responsible. All right, so I've used XLRs a zillion times, but I've never purchased them. So before I went up to make sure I was buying the right one, for only like $50, $60, a short money. I called iMedia, who had recently done work for us. And I said, listen, I'm looking to buy an XLR cable. I just want to make sure they're straight through, there's no crossovers or anything else. He said, why do you want to buy one? And I told him, I said, how long do you need? I gave him the distances. I'll drop enough in half an hour. So they loaned us a cable. I say that it was frustrating to me. And I'm always frustrated when people, for whatever reason, because of rules, because of being timid, whatever the reason is, they stay in their lane. Maybe they're afraid of reaching out. I don't know what the issue is. And I don't mean this to say that Sam are bad people. And that's not the issue. It's just, I like people that fix things, all right, make it better. And we're stuck with a situation now where I talked this over the moderator and I sent a detailed email to Sam saying, we want you to be responsible for soup to nuts. We want cameras here that are looking out. We don't want a camera looking at the back of the speaker's head. We want cameras facing out. I want you to be able to see on the video afterwards what's displayed on the screen up front, not zooming in on your screen. All right. Turns out there's been a cable on the back that Sam could have plugged into the board the whole time, and they've known about this, but they haven't done it. So you can't watch stuff. And we had a problem at this last meeting with audio. The people that were at home watching this at cable TV were complaining about the quality of the audio. So I went back to talk to Sam, and the teacher was helping us for this first time. We doing her best to help us, but she had made a mistake and left some mics open, and that caused a bit of feedback up front. But nonetheless, we could hear the audio in the hall. All of us could hear people speaking. But the people who are watching this at cable TV channel had terrible audio. And if you go to the Sam YouTube channel right now and you watch all 448 minutes of it, which I have a couple of times, I think I am 4 of the 103. You'll see there's about 15 minutes of dead air, and then there's a lot of poor audio throughout this. And I complained that they were able to boost it up a bit. So anyway, I said, look, this is not acceptable. We got to fix this, right? And Sam says it's their fault. They're being the audio, the audio system. And I got an email back from Sam the other day that said they've discussed with their board and that they would take responsibility for this only if the town, me, finds a vendor to come in and review everything about the audio board, fix anything that's wrong with it, and then train their employees on how to use it. Okay. Trotter School said there's nothing wrong with the system. They're not going to spend any money on it. Okay, so let's say we spent, and Trotter said this might run us a couple $1,000 bucks. So Sam wanted the company iMedia that had done the system to come in and do the work in the past, and they wisely didn't return their phone calls. That's not what they do for life. You know, it's sort of like if you bring a car into a mechanic who's making noise and it's not making it the next day. That's kind of the situation we're in right now. So I reached out, I get the information Friday morning. I reached out to the company that actually installed the system at Trotter, and I haven't heard back from them to see what would they charge to come in, do everything soup to nuts. Keith Lavoie from Trotter, the assistant superintendent, who's been superb to work with, said you're looking, the last time they came in, it was about $2,000 bucks. But literally to do everything that Sam says would mean not only testing every port of every audio card and everything else in the system, but check every cable, everything else going along. And maybe we find something, maybe we don't, but all right, great. What happens the next time? Sam doesn't control this equipment. In their defense, there's other people that come in, other people use it. And we bring, let's say we have this company come in tomorrow and they say, it's great, life is good. And then Sam comes in March and it's not working, or there's an issue or something else in March. Is that Sam's fault? No, it's not their fault. It's not their equipment. It's kind of a landlord tenant kind of a deal, right? And the school's not involved in this, so they're not gonna spend any money. They don't use this really. I think the best also, Sam doesn't have the ability. I don't know how many of you people have cut the cable and don't use cable TV, but for the people that were watching this from home, it struck me very surprisingly at the last town meeting, the number of people that came in and checked in up until after 11 o'clock. So people who were trying to watch this from home that wanted to come in. So right now, Sam, that audio comes from the 6 mics back to the back, and then it splits 2 ways. One feed goes to Sam, one feed goes to the Bose system. And then Sam puts it straight out. What bothers me in this whole system is that when I used to listen to Undercover Meets in a hotel room and all the mics and this and that, rule number 1 is you listen to what's on the recorded, on the output side of the recording, not what's going in the door. So we know if something failed or whatever the deal is. There's nobody in the Sam model that does that right now. It just goes out live. Nobody tests it, nobody looks at it. You can't have that. That's not good. But Sam doesn't have an ability, but we do after talking to Jim Montijo, and he's been very helpful about this. And talking to iMedia, if we bring iMedia in, they can handle audio, video, soup to nuts all the way through their equipment, no surprises, something fails, they have a backup, it gets done. But in addition, we can take the feed, the mix of the audio and video they have, and push it out live on the town YouTube channel, so people can watch that live. And I think you'll get a greater audience, a greater participation. So, well, there's two different facets of this here, okay? No matter what, we have to address an audio issue. So the question becomes, if we just use iMedia to handle audio and have Sam handle the video, the status quo, and that doesn't address the issue of the poor audio going up on the video. By the way, this is the first time we've had audio problems, except for that cord filling. The quality of the audio in the past has been difficult at times, so to the point that I actually bring a digital tape recorder to most town meetings. I forgot to bring it to this one. All right, because I go back and listen to these things. It's just because sometimes. So this isn't a one-time deal, right? The one-shot deal. So if we bring iMedia in strictly to handle the audio piece of it, you're talking roughly $4,000 for one night, and then we cost us another $700 for the second night for the labor piece. If we bring iMedia in to handle everything, soup to nuts, you're talking somewhere in the range of $9,000, $8,000 to $9,000 to do everything. That gives you 2 remote cameras up front, one on the wing opposite where I sit, facing out to look at the hall. It brings you an operator in the hall, person at the back, an audio technician, and it's there. They own it, soup to nuts. We've now used them 4 times, and it's been flawless. So I was thinking about this as a resident. I don't think that the solution is, even if we bring somebody in to troubleshoot this system and prove that there's nothing here today, right? How do we ensure that 3 months from now, 4 months from now, we're gonna have to do this again before every time we use it? Are we gonna have to bring help in?
So again, this is what I do for a living.
Okay.
Your challenge is not the equipment.
Right.
Your challenge is you don't have a trained staff. On the school side, students, they've got a very nice system there. It's actually, I'm sure it's a problem. They have no one who knows how to use it. And then your student operators that are high school students who are running it, the town meeting or any other event that happens. There's no one left in the school trained on that system or how it's used or anything, even remotely. We lost that ability. So the advantage you're getting by bringing this other system in, it's not a better system. You're bringing it down. And the control system, you're bringing in a live event compared to, and it's all about the staff. It's all about knowing the equipment. Your thing on the back end is one more box you need to add to get the live feed on. Challenge we have is a lack of staff. And I agree with you, we're not going to solve it in a recurrent situation. We're not hiring any students to teach that. We don't have that curriculum anymore, therefore we're not teaching it. Sam is the same way. We don't even have that program anymore. We're teaching broadcast. We have limited staff on that side. That studio that they have is actually for us as well. And everything's,
So I'm gonna interrupt here. It's 12:25, already behind, so I think we're gonna have to stop the discussion on this for the moment.
Sure.
And figure out how to get to the conclusion you want to, but not necessarily with the 10 of us. I mean, sounds like Howard's a good person to talk to, but let's get to the rest of your budget, right? Let's get to the rest of your budget.
Sure.
And then we'll figure out a way to get you the conclusion you want as far as what goes into to do the town meeting this year.
Well, the budget right now includes money to bring iMedia in to do the whole thing, soup to nuts. For 2 town meetings.
That's 9,000.
No, when it's all said and done for a 2-night spring and a fall town meeting, about $16,000. Okay. So it's not quite 50-50 audio video. It's a little bit less for the audio piece of it, but $16,000 of this budget covers that.
The Jim said a 2-night spring, it'd be an all-day Saturday, so that would compensate for the 2.
Well, yeah, it's actually the audio, the labor includes a half a day setup,
Got it.
all day Saturday and whatever. And they would charge the same rate, whether it's all day Saturday or a night in the fall.
Perfect, thank
Yeah.
you, sorry.
So, so there you go. So that's the biggest issue in all of this stuff. What else?
The 5,000 you're gonna take out is coming out of what?
5,000 is coming out of 53,880. I had money in there to try to buy a high-speed a high-speed scanner for the elections, the central tabulation facility. They have all the ballots that come in before the election by mail. Thousands of these things all have to be counted, put through a scanner on the Sunday before the election, and it's a nightmare to do this. The scanners do about three ballots a minute if everything goes well. And we did a ton of these. But anyway, they cost $25,000 to buy. I wanted to rent one just to kind of give it a shot. And talking about it, it's a nice to have. I don't need it. I'm going to hold off on that. There you go. Just for grins, throw something up if you want to look at it. I put something together that might be interesting to you. And this ties into elections in general. It really doesn't affect us jobs. But it's analysis of dollars that get out about voter participation. This ties into something in our budget here a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, all the same thing, yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting when you look at on the town election, we had a 9% of the people that were eligible to vote actually voted. Almost all of them voted on election day, 23 voted by mail, call it a day. So that was great. That's just the town election. When you go to the state primary election, 23% of the people participated in the election. 39.3% participated on election day, only 6.6% in person. All right, that's a very significant number. So only 113 people participated, yet we were required to be open from 8 to 5, Monday through Saturday, 2 weeks. So I'll show you the cost per ballot on that is obscene. We had to have 2 workers up front. It's just lunacy. All right.
You have to do that, right?
Yes, it was over Labor Day. It was nuts to do that.
But not necessarily 8 to 5.
Not necessarily 8 to 5. And in my budget here moving forward, I said, we're going to change in this budget this year. I said, look, let's change it to 8:30 to 4:30 because nobody comes in at 8 o'clock. It just shaves it a little bit. All right. And then if you look at the state election, 40% of the people participated by mail. So, but little under 2/3 participated. So when you look at the bottom, this is actually kind of significant how ballots actually, what happened to the ballots we received. I get the first town election doesn't really matter, but you look at the state primary. 1,518 ballots were mailed because people clicked off that postcard they got, mostly in the fall. Only 68% of them actually voted, and 31% were rejected. Well, 31% were not voted, I should say.
Is that actually ballot voted by the mail ballot or didn't vote at all?
No, let's actually look in the bottom part of the show right here. So when I say they were, the term rejected, so 481 of the ballots that were mailed out were not counted. And the reasons are down below. 28% were never returned. And then you have some other reasons down below for that. And then if you go over to the right column for the state election, it's a much lower number. So 7.9% of the ballots are never returned. So bottom line, people checked out these boxes in the summer, they get a ballot. They just don't care. They don't respond to it. Problem for us is when these things are rejected down below, excuse me, for the other reasons. And if you see a small number of people 3% voted in person, so we had to go through hoops to cancel those ballots to make that work. And then you have all these bad addresses received too late and things like that. So, but it's interesting to see that the low participation in these events, and we're required to do these. These are considered unfunded mandates, so the early voting stuff. So I am working on a request for reimbursement from the state. I'll be sending it in on Monday. They just expanded the monies that we can request. So we'll see where that goes, but it was just kind of interesting to see this, and it's unfortunately, these requirements in the state drive what we have to do moving forward. So we'll see what happens on.
Jim, just to clarify, if you get money from the state, that's the one we have to certify to free cash.
Exactly.
It doesn't actually go on, you can't actually like put it against.
Exactly. What's that?
I'm just. They don't know what Andy said.
Yeah, so it's and our rates of rejection actually are really low compared to others. And the ballots that are rejected because sometimes people don't return a ballot, believe it or not. They don't sign it, this and that. It's because the state, when they mail us the ballots, these packages, they put them in kits. They think it's a time saver. It's lunacy. So we actually have people that disassemble all these kits and take all the pieces out to make sure that what's supposed to have a Republican ballot really has one. Okay. And I'm not being facetious. That happened in 2020. A number of towns didn't look at that. And 2 towns down the Cape, I think Newton and I think Franklin and Wilson, Franklin anyway. They just assumed that the box said Republicans, life was good. So they mailed Democratic ballots to Republicans, vice versa. Okay. I know last time around, we received ballots for Wakefield that were mixed in with ours. So we actually take them out and spread them out and count every individual ballot and do this. We disassemble all the pieces to make sure they're right. And then we actually go to the step to add a little sign here, flag on the box to tell somebody to receive it. And then we put a yellow reminder on the back to tell people where to put everything when it's all said and done. So the number, so the percentage of ballots that we have rejected for the failure to complete is almost minimal. It's a pain in the neck to do this. I wish I owned stock in Avery labels because it's we made a ton of money, but it's I think it's a very practical thing, especially with some of the elderly voters who work here. So, but I just thought this is an interesting numbers just to see what can we do? We're required to do this. So what can we do to drive almost like a better throughput? You know, I'm not really sure. So kind of interesting wrinkle. Which brings me to one piece that's on my election is kind of different. I have some money in here this year for Facebook ads. And we've never done that before. When I started, the only publicity the town had for town meetings or elections is they put a white sandwich board on St. Mark's Lawn. That's quaint, but nobody pays attention to it. So we now have 9 banners we put up around town at different locations, everything from the MBTA stop to the train station to at key intersections to try to get people's attention. And it seems to help. I know during early voting, I was there every day of the early voting periods, and I asked residents at random when they come in, hey, what brought you in today? And most of it was just a spur of the moment. They saw a sign, somebody mentioned something to them. It's not like they planned to do it. So that got me thinking, how do we nudge people? You know, do we put somebody out there with a barrel on the corner, or, you know, just, I mean, what can we get people to think? And I was reminded of something my wife saw on Facebook after they had the town meeting over at the high school. That Facebook blew up to some, I don't know, it's a Southborough group, about people complaining about having to go in person to town meetings. And when she told me the number of people that had participated in that, I was struck that it was far greater the number of people commented on Facebook that actually gone to a town meeting. All right. And I'm like, wow. So 2 things are going to happen. One is that at this coming town meeting, we're going to have a survey that we're going to give to all the people in attendees. What caused you to come? How long have you been coming? How long did you live in town before you knew about a town meeting? Just a few simple questions. How can we make it better? Just to kind of get a frame on it. If we have 250 people come to a town meeting, that's a 3% participation. And that's pretty much on average what you have. Now, I know town meeting attendance, I think, is primarily event driven, but it's lousy government when only 3% of the people participate in the voting. And so I'm hoping to leave some money in here to be able to send Facebook ads out to people with 01772 and 0174 zip codes. For not for this town meeting. I could try, but I was going to push it and add money from this year to do it. We could do for this town meeting, but it would be for the money in this budget would cover the town meeting, the special town meeting in the fall, for the annual town meeting for vacancies, to notify people for vacancies and elections, to get people playing about that, in-person early voting, and the presidential primary will be coming up next spring in the vote by mail. So that's the kind of things we'd like to just get people's attention on. And interesting, I read some statistics that 95% of the views for Facebook ads are actually on mobile devices, which is stunning to me. I don't know what that says about the demographics of the people, but I'd just like to shake it up a little bit and see if we can get more people to participate. And I think that's a good sign of whatever. So I have somebody who's very knowledgeable about Facebook ads that's willing to work with us for free, and I think it's worth a shot.
Right.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
So we go first and first.
Or at the end, all right.
The big answer was that 26,000 and I know what it's for. I think there's some alternative to do that.
It's 16. 16 grand.
That's the rest of 26.
Well, the five's being removed, so.
Five being moved, yeah.
So the 1,800 for Facebook ads and the 3,000 for
Right.
iPads.
I don't have any questions.
Just a level service, that's what's, yeah, something we discussed.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, the technical side of that 16,000, it's obviously we've got something better than that, but I also agree that should probably be something that we would talk about, whether it's sits here or at town meeting for the taxpayers to decide if that's a service that they'd like. Would I maybe surprised it's not included here for us to think about? Because I'm also very disappointed with the attendance at the town meetings. Worth a shot on the ads. I'm not sure that awareness of the meetings is the issue. I think we need to enable families to go to those meetings. People who either have children or for whatever reason can't be there at that specific time. Make it easier for them to attend. I think that's the problem.
Well, that's the plan for this one. We're supposed to have.
So is that in here?
Well, that would come out of a different budget.
Hey, what specifically are you?
I don't know the details, but
Whether it's child services, whether it's people who need.
Childcare.
So maybe, yeah,
Supporting.
yeah, and for me, it's obvious, but other people might have other.
We did try to. Moving to Saturday, we've done. childcare.
Saturday's not gonna help because it's still happening. Yeah,
Well, we've changed childcare as well. I don't know if we're hearing that. We actually had the cafeteria open with people there to watch the kids. I don't remember the exact percentage.
look up there, what we gotta do here, which is get to the budget. And all these things we do need to talk about, are not necessarily at this moment.
so that's in this budget or not?
No.
Well, that would be for this time.
By the way, that sheet I posted, it was something we did, looking at census returns that have been so far. If you look at that broad bar that comes across, people receive these on the 9th, by the 19th. 79% of the ones we received have been received in that block. So this would be a perfect time for us to be able to shoot our Facebook ads at that point, while people still have it on their desk before it flows away. You know, that's the kind of stuff we're trying to do, to say, hey, nudge people to do something. So.
No questions.
I'm all set.
I'm also, I'm gonna say, I'm very supportive, Jim, of trying something different with the sound, and
Okay,
I like being able to do the YouTube live as well.
thank you. Thank you.
I did what Lisa said, whatever we need to do to make sure we've got a good, system that is reliable, so we don't end up with what we had last time. I don't, 2 questions.
Sure.
So your town clerk salary, you are proposing that to go 5%, which is more than you normally request.
Right.
Is there a, method behind the 5.1?
Yes, there's I have an article in to ask the town to accept the general law that gives $1,000 annual stipend to town clerks that have passed the certification test issued by the Mass Town Clerks Association. Only 31% of the clerks in Massachusetts have been able to do that. I did, and that extra $1,000 brings it up to 5.1.
I didn't see your footnote, no, I do.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, actually, so I think you have a question for the budget for either the town clerk, or the town clerk staff. Okay, we're staying on the meeting because we're gonna talk from during lunch. We've got lunch this year. Jim, you're invited for lunch.
Thank
So let me just tell you where this is, okay? And I'm sure no one Keaton has got it very organized. We've got it labeled on top. Let's see what's in there. It's turkey, turkey ham, roast beef, tuna, and then Andrew, because Andrew and I eat there every day almost. Our B and T's are there too. We're one of the best customers. So they're all there. Inside is a cookie, a chip, and a sandwich, and there's plenty of drinks right here. And the plan is to come back if we can and talk still while we're. Cutting through them.
Do you want to take a recess right now?
Well, and so, okay, so let's take a five minute recess, where everybody goes to get some food, go to the bathroom, whatever, and then we will resume. Okay.
Is
We had it.
And so for anyone watching, we are going to talk a little bit while we eat lunch, so excuse us for eating lunch. Get to treasure and sector. I don't know what you guys thought about this morning, one takeaway that, or you felt comfortable, based on what they have used to determine what the split, it's not the overall, it's split. I'm concerned that we're going to end up with another, maybe another.
But yeah, I heard that one. Keep in mind that the number they use for like 23 is the actual, not the budget that we use.
I understand that, and they ignored the assessment, they had the projection, and they actually.
You're saying it was like the year over year was like 5.29, but it's actually like 4.6.
You're talking budget or assessment?
Budget to budget, not actual budget.
It's not the budget I'm worried about, I'm worried about. I don't think it's the well factor is for us again. So we'll see. So let's talk a little bit about. So here are the warrant articles that are non-routine, that are always on there, that are going to require quite a bit of discussion and could be controversial at. The first one is obviously the land swap. So I'm directing this board advice, the board is well, being part of what's going on here. Okay, so there's two articles. The first article is the land swap itself. The second one is probably going to be the article that sets a not to exceed amount to actually finish the park. And right now, the board thinks that number could be around $250,000. The consultant, the engineer, BHB, thinks that what's being proposed now with the working group, we should be able to do what they are thinking about doing. They're not there yet, but they're inching their way toward, I think, the decision. Andrew can correct that if you disagree. But 250 should be enough to build what we're calling the light touch park. Now, on Tuesday, select board is slated on to talk about the MOU, possibly vote on. I'm not sure we're going to, because there is a really big on Tuesday. You may recall that a lot of the controversy over this project was because the select board signed a typical license agreement to get the project started before the town was going to vote on the actual easement that were put on the warrant for last town meeting. The MOU that we've got right now, the draft, was done by the two attorneys. Select board had nothing to do with what the language in there. The two attorneys, for a long time, and they basically decided to extinguish the old license agreement the minute that the MOU gets signed. And the intention is to sign that before town meeting, go to town meeting, it won't be effective unless someone approves it. If you have it signed, that license agreement is extinguished the minute we sign it, okay? But they also added paragraph 5 or section 5 in it that basically put a license agreement back in it. We've got an MOU that basically puts the license agreement inside it. Select board didn't ask for that to happen. They just did it because they're trying to protect the town and make sure we've got some way to still access that land if the MOU doesn't get approved. Remember, it's a 2/3 vote, so it's a high bar to get it approved. So on Tuesday, select board is going to discuss MOU, and we're going to discuss whether we want to remove paragraph 5. By doing so, we probably will get more support at town meeting as far as voting for it. If we still don't have enough support and the article doesn't pass, then we don't have a plan B. We have no right to work on their land. They have no right to work on our land. We put a road on their land. We have dug up their land. So we would have truly no plan B if it goes down and we lose the license agreement completely. So that's gonna be the discussion on Tuesday. This is the FYI, so you kind of know where this is going. But again, you know, we are trying really hard to get this back to town meeting, so we have listened to everything we possibly can, to try to, placate those that are trying to help us get there, and give us some comments. So this is what we've done since last town meeting. We expanded the charge of the working group, added people to it so that they would, basically come back with a recommendation on a park that they thought represented, the will of the people. They have had, I don't know, maybe 20, and they've had a public forum, so they're still working on it, but they're starting to hone in on, I think, a design that seems to be what the people who are truly interested in this want, and that is something that's fairly low key, minimalist, nothing that is exotic and never fit in the budget. So we did that. Second, for those that were worried that we were going to build on sacred ground, St. Mark's School paid for the archaeological study to determine whether there was any burial underneath there. They determined the person who did it, who came highly recommended, who I think did a great job, said no, who's written support to the state. There's stuff under there, but it's not burial. There's a couple of pieces of foundation, but it's not burial stuff. So we think we passed that test as far as that goes. Third, there was a contingent that wanted us to own the land. They didn't want us to work on land we didn't own, the license for. So we have negotiated with the old St. Mark's to literally spot land. We get about 31,000 square feet. We give them 60,000 square feet. Many people didn't want us to spend any more money on the land that St. Mark's is going to get in the spot or not. This new MOU clearly says it's theirs, they've got to finish it, they've got to do the parking lot, which is nothing to do with it. So no more town money will be spent on the land they would get in the spot. So we did that. So we think we have done everything we can possibly do other than deal with this license on Tuesday to address the concerns that were raised at the May 2022 town meeting. Someone the other day said to me, well, why don't you just let it wait another year? And I said, oh, we've got, you know, at some point, we've got to get done. It's a ugly holiday. Some that think we should just go back and abandon it. And we say, well, how do you do that? You've already got the road in, you've already got the water infrastructure in. So how do you just walk away from it? I mean, you can't just leave the big pile of dirt, but you still would have to do something to restore it and get it back to St. Mark's, which would probably cost more than the 50,000 like you're talking about. So instead of 250, we get a nice park that actually down the road, people will probably appreciate when everything comes down. But that's what we're trying to accomplish at this town meeting. So we are really hoping that advisory is going to support this strongly and speak to it with your support at the town meeting. So we're happy to address any concerns any one of you have. I know Timmy had concerns. So any concerns that you have, we'd like to try to flush out so that hopefully we can address them. Really getting as much support as we can at town meeting.
I think, Kathy, like one thing that might help is getting an actual bid, even if it's a rough one that we can't use, that hasn't gone through the process on, you know, the minimum. All right, how much does it cost? Level it, down low, hydro seed it, however many trees, couple benches.
So I don't think that's going to happen, Andrew. What's going to happen is at town meeting, we think we're going to show a conceptual plan. That is what the working group is working on right now. They had a meeting last week, because of the weather. So I believe they're going to meet on February 8th. So they're trying to come together. They've got kind of main plans that are a little bit similar. Greg Russell, VHB, said that those plans are not that dissimilar, that he believes he can put together an amalgamation of the three of them that still fits the minimalist criteria, and that would cost less than the $2,000 that we are thinking is the right number on one article. But as far as showing someone that we do have a budget here, this is not open-ended.
I'm just worried that people are getting hung up on 250 being too high of a number. And if it gets adjusted, I don't know what the minimum is that we would have to spend in order to create a park and satisfy DOT.
Well, we received a grant of $290,000, so the $250 means something. And the reason we picked $250 is if you go back to the EH Perkins contract, the change order that was made in the past few months to remove the purpose park work plants, et cetera, was $240,000. So that told us that's what they thought that park was going to cost with the original plan.
But that had a lot more bells and whistles than just grass, tree, veg.
Yeah, but it wasn't that complicated. I mean, I think that's circle.
Winding things and the benches that were turned and the garden of the butterflies and. There was more. than-
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not on the agenda. We'll deliberate about that.
I very clearly, the book said we can talk about anything that is on the.
I know, but I think this is little,
All right, so that's fine.
I mean, I think we're off schedule now, like.
But the point is, we really need advisory to support these articles, whatever we need to do to explain things to you, we're happy to do, so let us know. That's the first one, that's two. Next one is the MOU, excuse me, the IMA for the Hopkinton Water Connection. So that's one that doesn't have to be brought to town meeting, the select board will sign that, we have to do section. So we want town meeting to weigh in, so what we're gonna do is an article on there that is going to fund the audit that we think should be done of the engineering work, because the engineering firm we use is also work for Hopkinton. So we want to make it clear that we've had someone look at it, engineering is down, Hopkinton was paid for it. So it's gonna say, we want to fund this, we hire the person, we control it, we Hopkinton reimburse the support. So that's the argument that would actually be on the town meeting that would then engender the discussion about the whole project.
Has there been any response from Hopkinton yet? I'm sorry, I'm not up to speed on this from the last day.
We're gonna talk about that on Tuesday night, okay, so we should have more information on Tuesday. Okay, there's a meeting on Monday. Okay, so that's number two. Planning board is bringing back their two articles, from the special town meeting and from the regular town meeting. Three article and scenic roads, right? Third time, they hope it's a turn. So those are both, they're gonna be.
Did they have significant changes?
I don't know what you find significant. They have addressed, I think, probably the biggest concern was that drip line, that people were so concerned about that we control if it was in someone's yard. So they've addressed, I don't even know what the language looks like now, but I know they think they've addressed it. So those come about.
Okay, well, Bonnie's concern was about septic, wasn't it?
Yes,
Has that been,
and I don't think C is, I don't, know. So we have to see what it says. I'm not going to see. So, but that's two more. There's a third one related, which is they'd like to see a warrant article for a tree fund to replace trees that we have to take down, that die, et cetera. So that one's got to be flushed out. So that's three that are planning board sponsored related. Okay. Conservation has probably two articles that are zoning related. And they're a little bit complicated, so you guys will need to meet with Melissa. I'm gonna let her explain those things, but those are gonna be in there. Those probably won't be too complicated. We've got the. There's only one citizen petition so far, and it is the student St. Mark's that's on the working group. He is sponsoring a citizen petition to change the voting age from 18 to 20. Because that one we told you this before. That's all these things control. So yes, and then we've got the Algonquin we talked about. I think that is opioid, we may need to deal with, we've got there's an opioid settlement where we got money. That's gonna be paid out over about 15 years. We've got the first plug in the bank. So we've got to, because of the way state law was done, we've got to actually decide what to do with that. So that may be an article. Right now it is, as far as that goes. Right now, we need that to be able to use it. Sometimes it's sitting in the bank.
We may need to have it for after point. No, I don't know if it's actually good.
So right now it's on. Apparently the governor is thinking about doing something to help make this more usable. We've got a possible transfer of the funds in the CPC bucket for affordable housing to move those permanently over to the affordable Housing Trust Committee. Already some we've done, but now this is what's cleaning up and moving over.
I think Dorian is just looking to do Kathy just this year, what CPC for. And had a brief conversation. That was just a brief conversation I had, so we want to clarify that, Andrew. With exactly what they're looking for. Again, I didn't have a huge conversation, we just talked about it being on the warrant. She said that she was thinking it would probably be just for this year. So,
She.
I have a little bit on it.
okay.
Go ahead.
Mark, I think you were talking on this, too, that Jay Tallerman has weighed in that you cannot have an article that would for each.
You can't do an omnibus.
Yeah.
You have to do it each year. And then I'm sorry, it has to be a specific amount. So if there is this much in the affordable housing bucket, the CPC, then you would be looking to transfer out that amount of money at that town meeting.
The draft language, the most recent draft language last, is to facilitate the transfer for this year
Yeah.
of the CPA housing money to the affordable housing.
Yeah.
But you can't do it.
You would do it each year.
Yes.
Correct.
So we could do it this year to clean it out, right? Every year, the new portion that goes in.
Yeah.
we did the-
You would just establish.
The advantage, this is pretty simple. The advantage of doing this is you get the money faster if it's in an affordable house trust fund than if it's in CPC. CPC, you gotta go through all the rules and wait. So if you had a property that you need to buy quickly, this would allow you to buy it quicker than you would if it were sitting in the CPC budget. So that was a pretty simple thing. Okay, not for now. Let's get back to it. So. Oh. Okay, so we're going back to our budget summit with Mr. Cabelli, our theme. Local.
Everybody's got the menu, memo, right? We're just gonna buzz through it real quick. Again, level services budget. As you can see, salaries are most of our budget. No new hours. The increases really are software services. So we won both the personal property and a real estate software. And combined, they went up 800. Personal property was the big one. It went from 1,500 to $2,000. That includes, that is up in the cloud. So it includes hosting in the cloud. And that went up quite a bit simply because they haven't gone up in probably 6 or 7 years. It's been pretty consistent. Unfortunately, they did it all in 1 year. Management consulting, again, cyclical inspections, as you all remember, we have to go through all houses or all real estate once every 10 years. So we're concentrating on the single family homes. Anybody down in the southeast corner of town knows because we've been through those homes. We cut back on the number of cyclicals we needed to do last year, or we pushed them off. So we're back to where we need to be at 550. You also remember we had an article in the fall town meeting to kind of catch us up. So that should be adequate to get us back on track. Other supplies. The big question here is our mapping. Our mapping, so that's our annual map updates. That updates the assessor's map, the GIS layer. That also, so all subdivisions, any lot splits, anything like that. That also ties into, or part of that contract is uploading that all to the Mass GIS, which you have to do, and the 911 service. If you don't do that, the police can't get grants. They hold up, but it makes them ineligible for grants. So that's done. Our mapping guy just disappeared. He finished everything except the printing and wouldn't return our calls, which is weird because he did phenomenal work. Very difficult to find a mapping guy for the simple reason it is just such a small contract. Most vendors don't even want to bother with it. As Jay had mentioned, we do have a new map vendor that we did sign a contract with. They're about $3,000. I conned the guy into 2,500 and told him we only had 2,500. So we're not going to have any changes. So hopefully we'll be all right with that. We should be good to go with that. Dues and memberships. Again, it's just our association dues went up 195. That's about it. Questions?
Right. Let's start with Chelsea.
I don't have any questions. Oh, thank you.
Thank you both. Andrew.
Thank you, Paul, on our.
I know whopping budget, huh?
It's straightforward. Is there anything we're doing now that's not in the cloud that we're going to put in the cloud?
So, the real estate software. Okay, so we are going into, as you all know, town meeting, we have to go to a new platform. The platform is not yet ready to go to the cloud. They're working on it.
From the vendor?
Yes, so we don't have a choice. I mean, the one thing I will say about that, and I'm glad you brought it up, Sam, when we do go to the cloud, and this is a very rough estimate, instead of paying about $6,000 a year, it's gonna double the cost of $12,000. Hosting whatever it is, the space, I don't know, I'm not an IT guy.
Yeah.
That's kind of the concern that I talked with Jay. So here we have it, as you know, Jay got new servers. Do we want to, it lives fine on the new server. That's where it's going to exist. That's where our stuff got migrated to. My feeling is, why would you spend an extra $6,000 until you need new servers? Then maybe go up to the cloud. But honestly, Sam, that's not going to be my decision. That'll be Jay's decision. Just something to think about.
When do we think that's gonna happen from the vendor? When is that, 1 year or 5 years?
They told us they were close. They thought maybe March, April. However, it's, yeah, but we are not. Jay wants no part of being a pilot program and being the first guy. But really what I'm concerned about is the cost, because it's going to double that line item. You know, why rush to do it until we need it?
They could do it in March or April, then we actually don't have the budget to do that.
Exactly. And again, you know, I talked with Jay,
Okay,
we're not going to be the pilot for that.
okay,
So
thanks.
it would definitely not be next year.
Good for me.
The two things that are not in budget, but that we have direct say so in as far as our revenue. So you're happy with the overlay 440?
Yep.
Okay. And you're happy with the new growth, which is a little bit less than we normally use,
What are we throwing?
400,000?
Easy to work.
450.
450 is what we normally use. And well, 400 on mine, so
You did change.
this is what you sent out to Andrew this week.
Yes. Every day.
So, you know, the answer to why you go to cloud, because it's safe, that's why I went to the cloud, we've got a lot of, issues that go away when you're on the cloud. Yeah, things are here, but I agree that we do have a lot of new servers, a lot of space, but we don't want more new servers, that's what.
But you realize we had, I mean, that's gonna, whenever Jay decides to go, it's his decision, whatever he wants to do. Just realize that that line item is probably gonna double.
Right.
Question?
Hello, I have one question about the consulting. How many people is that, the management consulting?
So let me tell you how consulting works. It's broken down. Consulting is really outsourcing some of that we do. Okay, so personal property. Okay, so that's businesses, mostly businesses, equipment, furniture, inventory, depending on how you. Most towns just outsource. $7,900 is just, it's just outsourcing it. We handle all the mailings and all that, you know, administrative type stuff. So we have a whole company behind us. They handle all the abatements, everything. So yeah, that's 7,900. The other thing is what's called personal property 504 appraisals. The state makes us appraise, and it's utility companies. It's four. It's the gas and electric. 4 companies, $2,000 a piece. That's $8,000. That was new probably 3 or 4 years ago. The last certification, the Department of Revenue hit everybody with that. And I'm not going to get into technicalities, but it's just the valuation methodology changed that the state wanted to do. And of course, we get hung with, you know, 4 appraisals at $8,000. It did shift a lot of burden onto the utilities. It didn't really bring any new money. Okay. The other is cyclical inspections. Again, to go out and inspect on your, and this is just for real estate. So we stretch that out. We have approximately 2,900 accounts for just single family. Okay, I'm just talking single family. We used to do it over 2-year period and put a $65,000 article on. What we've tried to do, and that's because certification audits used to be every 3 years. So you never do any cyclicals during an audit because it's just too difficult. They've gone to a 5-year cycle. So that gives us 4 years between the cycles to work on cyclicals. So what we've done is try to incorporate it every year, a little bit every year to try to account for that. So the single families will be done over 4 years. The following 4 years between the next one will be the rest of the real estate. Okay, so we don't, it's just stuff we outsource. And again, we try to keep as small of a footprint, if you would, as far as employees go. So we have about 450 hours less than we did when I started in 2000. Okay, and again, outsourcing has helped. And again, the Department of Revenue, it always depends with them. They're always throwing something new at you. I do not want to have staff that's geared to one thing, and then they don't have the expertise over here. And of course, the benefits and all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually curious about the management consultant as well. So the cyclical inspections makes up the balance of the
Yes.
35
Yep.
days.
And then what's going to happen is, so what I've got to, so it's basically 8 years we're going to do the cyclicals. When we get into a certification year, 26 is a certification year. Personal property, you have to go through every account once every 5 years. So that their contract that year will be 26 grand. We'll also bring some money in, about 8 or 9 grand to help on commercial. Commercial, what you want to do is get somebody with regional data to help us through. That's the only time I really outsource any real estate, is just on that, which most people do. They bring people in and they deal with the Department of Revenue, anything that has to do with getting through the certification. Good.
All right.
I knew it.
So.
We want to talk about that.
So are you still sending people out to actually physically spot check?
So every year, okay, so every 5 years, you get somebody that does everybody. Every year we have a contract, it's about $7,900, as I said. What they'll do is they'll come, they'll take all the new forms of lists, new companies, and they'll go out to every single one of them. There's also 5 days that they'll go through all our commercial buildings, and they'll check to see if there's anybody else new. So that's called discovery. They get them, they'll list them, and they'll value them. And then if there's any random ones that we have that we want them to go through, let's say we got a big account, they're not sending a form 2, 3, 4 years or something, and we know it's a significant amount, they'll go out and it'll handle that. So not every year do you do them all. I'm not required. And as you well know, Kathy, will probably understand 25, 30 accounts handles most of your personal property value.
I do know that. I also know that that evaluation that you self-report is probably one of the more common places to underreport. So it probably is well worth our while doing what you're doing, is my point.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, most of the big accounts, all it is they dump an asset report at you and they spend their time going through the asset report. They don't, we don't have a split rate. We don't have, there's not a ton, even if it's a large account, it's the smaller stuff in reality is where you would, some little, landscaper or contractor or something like that working from yourself. That way, and it's not big money.
Right, last one, and kind of the big picture before you leave. So continue to use 16% as far as the.
Yeah, so here's where we are with that. I did run some numbers on the residential. Okay, so I have a look at the assessments on the residential. And I don't see the residential going up as much last year. I think there will be an increase. I don't think it'll be anywhere near significant because the third and fourth quarter cooled. We talked about that a little bit. First 2 quarters were still pretty wild. But obviously the interest rates, okay? So that's knocked a lot of people out. We don't have these wild bids going on. So I'm seeing that. I'm a little hesitant.
for quarter calendar year, cool, right?
Yep.
Okay.
No, one, say that again? Yeah, 1/1/23, yes. What has me concerned is what I talked to you the other day at the townhouse, is the commercial. Our industrial market's still strong, very strong market. Our commercial is defined by the office buildings. I think everybody knows that. That's pretty much our big dollar stuff. No, vacancy rates still aren't very good. I met with both Billy DePietri and I spoke with Dave Ferris, who owns a lot of, together on a lot of buildings. They tell me the rents to attract people to try to get those is back like it was 10, 12 years ago. So they've made no ground there. And as you all well know, expenses have gone up. You value based on the income approach, which is basically valuing the income stream. That's how large commercial properties sell. I don't know, in our assumption, we're assuming commercial and industrial will be level and residential will be, I don't know if commercial will hold. That would be the only issue moving off 16%. Otherwise, I would tell you 10 or 12, I think is where it will lie. I just don't know what commercial. As some of you may or may not know, we send out income and expense statements. That's going to give us an idea what the the market is. Those aren't going out until probably another 2 weeks. We don't get them back for probably 2 months. And start the analysis.
I think that's important, is the spread between what commercial did and what residential did versus the absolute. In other words, the commercial went down 4 and residents went up 12. We still got a 16% spread between what they did. So you're still saying, maybe 12, but they may have gone down 4.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm a little nervous about. I can't come in and say to you, last year I knew commercial industrial, would hold. I can't say that because I don't have the peak at commercial. That's the one thing in this whole thing. Residential definitely won't go up as much as I thought, but I think for now, let's hold it to 16. Now, I don't think I'm going to have any better information for you prior to town meeting. And I think Chelsea put it best, that extra 2.5% on top of our budget increase for the swing is what's killing us. I mean, you put it perfect. It's killing us, Every other town is going through the same thing. Maybe not to the extent of Southborough, because our upper market kind of exploded. It had been just hadn't done well when you go back to 18, 19, and 20, and now all of a sudden it has done remarkably well. Wish I had better news.
Okay. We're still holding on 16.
Well, the good news is we're holding on to 16, so we're not having to add another 4
Yeah.
potentially, so that's good.
I mean, you guys good with that?
I thought you said it was gonna end up 10, 12.
On the residential, I'm thinking if I just look at the residential 10, 12,
As far as how they went for up, there's no absolute, it's the difference between the two.
yeah, so Andrew, the thing I'm saying is, as Kathy had mentioned, we could have a situation where the commercial drops 4%. There's your spread, 4 plus the 12. It's gonna give us a 16. And again, I don't know. I really don't know. I could come in and it might not be. We don't have enough data right now. We don't get the data.
Right, if you just look at, anecdotal myself, or who keep track of, what's closed, what's on the market, how it closed relative to its often price. So it's like a true live, very common.
On the residential.
Yeah. So-
And the other thing too is, with the interest rates, you just, really compounds commercial cap rates and things of that nature.
As we talked about too, we don't know that it's gonna change the commercial side, this hybrid, everybody here that, work, companies that are doing either remote or hybrid, we all know that it's not coming around the night. People are pretty dug into working part-time at home, which means you need less office space, right? So this is not something that's necessarily going to change, as far as the need for office.
That's part of the conversation I had with Kathy the other day is exactly that is, I'm starting, and that's what kind of disturbs me about the commercial, our office was talking to both Dave and Billy is we're finally starting to see people downsize. They're getting rid of space, which, vacancy rates go up. You got to try to pull. Also, Dave Ferris was, his building there in front, 118, 120, the Chipcom buildings. If you've been around a while, the odd ones there across from the reservoir. he's had massive amounts of showings, no bites. That's scary. That's scary. Yeah,
So, we still gotta keep looking to try to revise the. Okay, so thank you, Paul.
Problem.
I asked Brian.
So we're gonna split the order of Board of Health and Treasurer.
Yeah, good morning. We got switched, I think, 2 days ago to this time. So then we're trying to switch again.
So hold on, I'm gonna just call the board in order. So I'm gonna call the Southborough Board of Health to order at 1:20.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Heather Elker, Health Director. We have a 3-member Board of Health. Seth Armadina couldn't be here with our new slot. And Nancy Franca and Chelsea Malinowski Chair. And we can present our budget.
I just want to add one comment
Yeah.
before you do that. So can both boards have a copy of the detailed salary, which is the old detail before we revised our budget last week. So the I have the assessor information for me instead of the Board of Health. So the public health director amount should be 73,289, which then should tie to the part. So the 114 is not right. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's, this is right.
It's 73,289.
So they don't have the updated budget.
They have this updated, but the detail
Okay.
behind it.
The
was-
detail behind it.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
you can ask about details behind it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the total request is 275,224. And our office expenses and contracted services have remained exactly level at 0%. Our contracted services last year and this year are higher than previous years. I have spoken with our contractor who thinks that they'll definitely meet this, if not go under that number. So the 64 and the 64 are definitely potentially might come in a little bit under there. And definitely they felt not going to go over that on our work for septic. And our changes are in the salaries and wages up top. And we have a 4% increase for our part-time business admin who's split between 2 departments and our nurse. Those are our employees. The health director position previously in the budget at 63,000 with additional ARPA money that was agreed upon at last year's town meeting. In looking at this year request for health director is now going into a part-time position. And there's a number of reasons for that, but I think the biggest kind of overarching theme is that we are currently in a time of transition, and B, a time of really coming to fruition, the work we've been doing with the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health. So we created that through a shared service grant. We get food and housing inspection. We even get nursing additional services, and we really have stabilized in the last year, provided services for our residents, and have a lot of things in place. There's the Public Health Excellence Grant. There was also a smaller grant that was called Contact Tracing for COVID. That's 1.5 years. Well, we don't contact trace for COVID anymore. So again, we have excess money. Again, it's a borough thing. You know, the Northborough oversees our 4 towns. But we have an epidemiologist through that program who as well is going to be working for our region in FY24 because of the excess money from FY23. So for those of you who don't know, the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health out of Northborough is split between Northborough, Southborough, Boylston, and Westborough. So we've really, benefited immensely from being in that group. The two other things are happening, kind of looking forward at our staffing beyond FY '24. Two other things are happening. One is the state has done a capacity assessment of all regions. So we have a 4-town region. The state has looked at, they requested documents from sort of the past 5 years. We had to literally supply them, like, what does a housing inspection done in Southborough look like? And what does this look like? And what does this look like? They are all going through that, and they're going to sit down with our region, the 4 towns. I think our date to sit down is Monday, March 6th. Yeah, it's coming. They've just completed sort of that study, and they're going to look. And right now, our money that the 4 towns use is in nursing and in food and housing inspection. But they're going to look at our region. They're going to look at other regions. We're going to look at maybe doing different things with our budget based on how the capacity assessment looks for the whole state. They're basically evaluating 300 towns. They're evaluating every town that's within one of these shared partnerships. They want everyone in a shared partnership. You're not going to get state funding unless you're in a shared partnership. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is our town applied for the Division of Local Services for a best practice program, where we're going to take sort of that information and go even further with 3 towns, Boylston, Northborough, and Southborough, and really look at extending the best services effectively and efficiently for our 3 towns, and what are some recommendations with further structure there. All right, so that's the broader view.
If I can
Any
just add,
questions?
2 things. So back to the contracted services. So that is currently budgeted at the hourly rate that we have on contract with our inspector at 19.5 hours per week. We do sometimes rely on another town's inspector to cover when our inspector is on vacation. So that is, if we were to use every 19, it's, there's really no buffer in it if we end up using our inspector and the out-of-town inspector, although we haven't run into that issue yet, but that is where that number comes from.
Right.
Second thing is, you'll see a 15% increase in the part-time salaries. So that's due to what Heather alluded to with flipping from full-time to part-time. This is the all-in number for the public health director's salary. FY '23, we used some ARPA. The select board have in their packet for Tuesday night a memo to $50,000 that had been earmarked for FY '24 to release that. So this is the true number, and Brian took into account a benefit package out of the benefit budget, which you won't see in here. So even though this is a larger increase than we were initially going to bring forward, overall for the town financial, from the town's financial perspective, it really isn't a 15% increase, but in this particular line item.
Right. But
So I just want to make sure that's
So I'm sorry,
right. The budget,
doesn't include the ARPA, and there's ARPA money that's missing.
so the ARPA money got returned.
50,000 is returned.
Well, it will on Tuesday.
Mm.
If you look at our spreadsheet, we've got $50,000 set aside that would have been used to supplement the cost of Heather. Except that Heather has decided to reduce her hours, so it's not needed to do that for fiscal year '24. So we can take that 50K that's in our spreadsheet and put it someplace else, which is what we can do too.
Yeah.
Benefits came off.
And the benefits can.
And that's what you can see here, so.
Right, you're not gonna see that, in here, but we're prepared to explain this 15% increase if, to anyone who asks or at town meeting or
But it was-
whatever.
But there's ARPA used 23, right?
Yeah,
I think that's where
Yes.
you can have a pro forma that actually we're going down.
Right.
Because they,
I mean, it went from like 110 to 73.
yeah,
Good luck
exactly. So
in-
overall, our salaries are just
Exactly.
budget plus general fund plus ARPA to just general fund.
Now we're just Board of Health. This is just Board of Health. We have been doing that for 2 years.
Well, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just saying if it does get helpful, but
But it's been 2 or 3 years, CARES or FEMA,
right.
yeah, all of that is done.
Can we go all the way
But
through?
we've been playing lots of pools.
Yeah.
That's
I'm sorry. Ladies, the only thing that I question is why, if we spent 53,000 on contracted services in fiscal year 22, the year that doesn't end in, do we need to budget 64 for fiscal year 20?
Because because we have them contracted for 19 hours a week at $64 an hour, which is 64,000.
Okay,
So-
but say contracted, what if there's no inspections? He's
He's
built
reviewing
based on
plans.
what, right?
Yeah, but sometimes he does things that aren't septic construction, right?
So
Like
you
he's reviewing,
expect him to spend the whole 19.5 hours?
yes,
Okay, so he's got a contract saying, we're gonna pay you for 19.5 hours, period.
yeah,
So he gets paid.
he gets paid for what he works.
But for the hours, yeah.
He
no, we
gets
did
paid for the
submit
hours he works
time
that he
sheet.
submits, but he can work up to 19.5 hours every week.
Okay, so
Right.
You're saying we expect him to work those hours. We think there's enough to do that he is
Yeah.
gonna work 19.5 hours.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. So Nancy, thank you for coming. It's been a long time.
Oh,
For
sure.
continuing to look, I haven't seen-
I was a real rock star, so upside down, side, I couldn't get on.
Always entertaining.
So,
I am good. Thank you for coming.
No question.
It's a regionalization question. I'm not a big fan of regionalization. I think the board has done a great job in terms of expanding the footprint and skills there. My question is there any concern that we may be going too far in that direction? Jeopardizing local based services?
Well, I think that's the best practice program. We were initially looking at two different programs to apply for, and the other one was called a regionalization and implementation grant that really would have behind it that you were expected to really fully regionalize, whereas the best practice program from the town of Southborough, we only need to take one of multiple suggestions. So they're gonna layer in different options, and we don't have to, and to look at them, and we don't have to fully commit to anything going into this grant.
So there's no concern that we're somehow overshooting at this point in terms of regionalization as far as being able to provide the right level of local based services?
I think we've seen, at least from my perspective, you can weigh in here, the benefit to the
The benefits,
residents
yeah.
of the PHE grant. Which means sometimes our staff are in Northborough. And sometimes the Northborough staff are in Southborough. And Northborough's not that far away, right? And it gives our residents an opportunity that if they can't make the Southborough clinic or whatever it is that we're talking about, there's 3 others in Northborough, just because they're a bigger
Mhm.
town, and we have
Mhm.
access to them.
Yeah.
So I think it's enhanced at least the availability for people who are looking for more services. Have we maximized what we can do? I don't think so. And that's why I think we're looking for enhancing on that. And that's why it's so important that we have this capacity study that we're gonna base then the next step on, so that we actually have real true data on what we're doing well as a group, what we're doing well individually, or what we're not doing well, right? And then we can hopefully share resources.
Good, yeah, my concern again is that, if we push too hard, then do we leave local citizens
Mhm.
high and dry too much? Is there anything-
Right.
and I've not heard conversation about that in that.
So that's always been a big concern of mine. I've always been a little leery of regionalizing.
I heard you.
But I feel like the pandemic kind of forced the issue a little bit. And most of what I heard was very positive. So it was very eye-opening, like, well, maybe we can do this. And I think the towns that we're working with, everybody's sort of used to working with them anyways. If you have kids in school, you're in Northborough, or, I mean, we don't have any supermarkets in Southborough, so you're in Westborough, I don't feel like it felt like they were going to alien territory to get services rendered. And most of what I heard was very positive. They were just glad they didn't have to go to Patriot Place or, Boston to, I know my mother driving to Fenway Park would be like going to Europe, it's like, they just want to stay local. So that was a big fear of mine, and I think so far, so good, knock on wood or composite, whatever.
Oh.
I am, yeah, and I probably was the big holdout.
I mean, things like the food inspections that I've listened to about it, how.
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
We didn't have routine.
Yeah.
We did not have
No, we haven't
routine.
deleted any, what we're doing, like, we're
Yeah.
actually in compliance, Sam.
So we got-
Which is great.
We only had the part,
Right, that's what I mean. So part of this, right, we've increased in the past couple of years, as you see,
Yeah.
for nursing,
Good,
so we
thank you.
have services here.
Andrew.
I think you answered all the questions I had.
I have no questions.
I have one question. I know you explained it, I think maybe twice. But just looking across all the budgets so far, there's salary increases of 3.64%. Just please help me understand the 15 again.
Okay,
Okay.
so the 63
Yeah.
is not what Heather cost this year. Because you don't see it in the budget. It's
Okay.
because we used our class to
Okay.
get to 110.
So
So,
63 is backing out some of that, or
50,000.
nope,
how do you get to the 63?
the 63 is what's budgeted for her. And then we use 50,000, 50 whatever thousand of ARPA to get to 110 on top of the 63. So right now Heather's salary is 110 for FY 23.
Okay,
She's going down to 73 total. We're not using any ARPA.
okay. Okay, so the 63 is not really the right.
No,
Not
but it's what's in the board.
110.
budget.
We're going to basically 240 in
Okay.
23 to 204.
Okay, got it. That was it.
Sorry,
You may have to get the speech down.
I know.
Third time.
Yeah, it's just the 15 obviously sticks out.
I know,
So,
I know.
It's, but it's to Sam's point, in the past couple of years, we've been building health director and nursing into this town. I guess that's
Yeah,
the way
it
to
makes
say it.
sense.
No, it's just,
You
makes
get,
sense, it's just a complete number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We get it now.
some people are
We're gonna have
just
to
looking at
explain it
this
town meeting.
Yeah.
bottom number.
some people get it the first time you see it.
Thank you.
I already answered, thank you.
All right.
So in conclusion, thank you, ladies. We've had a lot of discussion about this budget, no budget, deficit, more second report.
2 years ago, I think it was,
Oh,
we
Lord.
did a lot, yeah.
And I think we've ended up in a really good place where we've got a budget that is affordable, sustainable, and we've got more services
Yeah.
that we are providing, especially the food piece of, and then you still got probably more to go with all the research. So I think this is great work from all of us. So
Thank
you. Thank you for coming on Saturday.
Go enjoy the
Thank
rest
you
of
for
the weekend.
coming.
I know it's, I hate to tell you, but it's like in the 50s.
Is it really?
Yeah,
So I'm gonna move that we adjourn at 1:44.
okay. I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Heather.
Thank you, ladies. Take care.
Thank you.
John, you haven't eaten yet.
Thank you.
But that was the easiest board of health discussion we've had since I've been on the board.
But
That was the easiest board of health.
I
discussion
will,
we've been on the
I'm
board.
really, you put it all together?
Yeah.
There's been a couple of fights, so I think we did
Yeah.
it.
Okay, Brian,
Right. You,
you can start with.
I'll start with the departmental budget, sure. Up 4.6%. 95.3 is the percent of salary that this budget has, probably similar to a lot of the ones you see. So really, there's only really three things that kind of not new, but have increased for various reasons. One is the training, because now, of course, I know you guys have talked about this before, so that's not really a surprise. People are having things again. The advertising line, which the advertising line is to once every 3, 5, 6 years, we'll go through and advertise per state law. It's not my choice. You have to put it in a public paper. The thing you see for the Commonwealth of Mass every year in the local newspaper saying you have money, you should claim it. So that's what it's primarily our accounts payable checks that, believe it or not, there are quite a few, and I add up after a full 3, 4, 5 years that there's a process the state says you have to go through, and you have to wait a year once it's advertised. But then once that's done, we did this a few years ago, the town gets a nice chunk of money back to the general fund. So it's usually between $15,000 and $30,000, depending on what, how many people come forward. So that's like a revenue producing one eventually. The third area is, again, similar to what's been brought up, is the services for our printing, our real estate and personal property printing. They hadn't had an increase in years and years and years. And of course, this year with paper products and everything else, they increased like 20%. It was a big jump. So
That's in the contracted services line. That's basically the reason that went up. Other than that, for, you want to get real gritty, that's basically the three areas that changed, and the rest is salary. So,
All right, so Brian's gonna talk about three things. So this is the first one. He's gonna talk about debt and he's gonna talk about employee benefits. So let's do this one at a time. Okay, Andrew, you want to start? First question, budget. Question?
I'm good. Can you just talk about the training seminar that you explained to me that I'm just gonna ask that about certification and
and there's one thing I forgot to tell you. So yes, there's certifications for that for me and my assistant. The assistant is just about done with his certification for one of them. I'm obviously done with mine, but you have to go every year and obviously get the credits. So in the summer, there's two of us that go for like 4 days. And then in June, I don't always go to the spring one because I technically really could meet my credits in the first one. But it's always at the Cape, and sometimes I'll go because it's worth it to see the state. The state shows up and all that. It's kind of worth it to go. The other thing in that number, though, and I thank you for bringing that up, is so we have a UMIS training program that Carla and myself and DPW asked the personnel board to fund this year for $1,500, and they politely declined. Not because it wasn't worthwhile, they just felt it should be in the budgets. So basically, this allows, and that's $500. So 500 is in this, that's new in this budget for that, as well as Carl's budget, as well as the DPW budget. And that allows you to, they're $300 a course fee. If I just want to take one course, it's $300. So this gives us like 12 to 15 courses for me, Carla, and whoever's at the DPW. It could be Tammy, or it could be the DPW director. And they're all finance courses according to the state law. So it's 1,500 total. So you can see there's a savings. So I could take up to 12 or 15 classes for $500, or take one for $300. Obviously, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, so there's a list of classes, and we are. Yes, I'm sorry. I missed her. Yes. So it's a popular thing for accountants and people in finance to go to. It's actually through the Abrams Group, which Chelsea's very familiar with lately. So that's a good program, but that is new. It is a proposal we make in our budget, in our budgets. But that's it. Yes.
No significant question, small point, we've had this conversation many times before in terms of printing and mailing stuff. Are we actually likely to make progress in combining the excise tax bills? We've gotten the water water and whatever.
Yeah, water and real estate.
Together. But
Yeah.
I still get multiple copies of the excise tax bill. Different envelope.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a trickier one because they're not the same printer. There's a reason why they're not the same printers. Because excise, you have different statutory burdens with being linked into the registry. So I've tried to pass that around. No one does it. And I don't know why. First of all, no towns or communities do it. The people we use now do it with bills greater than 20. So that's good to hear. But for some reason, they say it's different to do it in total. So like leasing companies and stuff like that get 50 bills, that is happening. But people like you or me or any of you who have 2, 3, 4 bills, they don't.
So technically, apparently it can be done, but there's another reason.
I don't understand about the printing complexities, but for some reason.
This isn't big money, but it's still.
Yep, no, I understand. And I can't imagine at some point it will be more of an issue, but I am keep checking on it for you.
I don't have any questions.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
How about
That's one of three.
that? Okay.
I'm just checking the advisory.
Okay, let's do board benefits.
Employee benefits. So employee benefits is more than just health insurance. It's also retirement, workers' comp, unemployment, Medicare stuff, fees for the FSA that we provide for town employees. And by town employees, I do mean town and school on this one. It includes both of them. So K-8 and town employees are all included in this budget. So usually we don't, well, sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, depends on the year, have health insurance rates from our consultant for the new year. But I think we're close to where it's gonna be. We have a 5% increase in the health insurance, which, you know, is good to know, and we put that in here.
One different thing. You would have maybe concluded that what they're doing is separate from what we're doing, but that's not the case, right? We're all in it for now together, right?
We are, yes. But it's a loose agreement, remember?
Yeah.
That we can exit anytime we feel it might be necessary, so it's early to, well, it's not early. Let me put it this way. Mark and myself are still doing that negotiating, and if it appears that there's a material advantage to us, you know, breaking away from that, I think we're gonna have to consider that, so.
Yeah, I think the one thing we'd like to maintain is that the consistency.
Of the plan.
In the plan, so that if we do decide, let's take a look at all three of us together, we have that consistency still. And I think it makes, you know, it makes it easier too, especially when you've got, you know, teachers for the same district, in two different towns, and the plans are different. So we're trying to so we'd like to maintain that.
And
consistency.
sometimes we do see, not more often than you think, people being transitioned between the three groups. So, you know, a teacher in Northborough now all of a sudden is a teacher in Southborough or the region. It happens a lot over the years. So by having a same plan, it's actually a benefit to them. So,
But look at what we're saying. So we look at the experience, right? And we realize we had a better experience than Northville, right? So if we went on our own, we would save some money for the next year, right?
yes.
So, you know, it is a zero sum game, right? Then the next year, it's the other way around.
Right.
Then, you know, we want to be part of the thing, right?
Right.
So it doesn't seem to be fair, that we opt out when it helps us, and then we want to jump back in.
Correct.
Right? Because they're gonna want to do the same thing. They're thinking, no, thank you, we'll go alone.
Yeah, I think there's sort of an implied expectation that we would not do that unless it's really necessary. So we'll be.
It took us a while to get everything lined up. It'd be, you know, just all of a sudden, say, okay, we got everything good last year. You know what, this year, we're just gonna kind of step away.
Yeah, and what would it take to get back into,
Correct.
right, yeah, probably not a good idea to jump in and out, let's put it that way. So.
I would think over time it would go with the bigger denominator, and we would still save us money. And they've got more to spread, you know, the risk of it. Anyway, I don't know how the actually does work, but it just seems like going in and out is not necessarily the. Okay, so you're using 5% as your best guess right now?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
I don't know what grades they use, but one thing that's different that Greg used is the worksheet time system from the beginning. Why would theirs be different than ours?
That is actually actuarial based, so they literally take our group because we get this big data request every year. For every employee and every retired, it's mostly retirees. Actually, no, it isn't, it's retired, it's the whole group. And they want ages, date of birth, gender. That literally goes into the big blender of what they do, and it's unique. So that's our actual number, it's not. That's why different towns will have different, they actually did that.
And they still bifurcate it and do their own computations. within it.
That was up until 5 years ago. This is about 5 years old. They did it based on percentage of payroll. So if Southborough was 10% of the fund, we'd get 10% of the assessment. And then they changed it. They changed it to an actual actuarial computation. So it's actually more accurate, to be honest.
Yeah.
His max is 11.
The max is 11, yeah.
Okay, so you almost said the max, okay, all
Right,
right.
right.
All right, Andrew, you want to start with questions on benefits?
I'm gonna turn it over to good friend Adam over here.
Well, I don't think I. Not gonna give you anything exciting work.
I was gonna say, my only real question was trying to figure out how it syncs up with what's going on with the regional ones. Regional ones seem high.
Would you listen to what we just said?
Yeah. Oh, do both.
So, regional four. 7, and.
Not on pension, on benefits.
So Greg didn't really, they didn't have a number, they're just guessing what they seem to be far along in what Brian knows as far as healthcare.
Their retiree benefits. went up by 25%.
That I do not know.
So, Andrew, I don't know what you mean, he said their pension assessment is going up 7.5%. So
I
what are you
understand
talking
that.
about?
The retirees' health insurance going up 21.7. It's part of benefit.
He didn't seem to think that they knew what those numbers were yet.
That is high. I don't know why. That is unusual.
But other than that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, work with, you guys are on the same boat, so, just make sure that the regional ones look good.
So the obvious question, do you have any suggestions to kind of lower this? No, probably not.
Lower it? We actually do want to start, and this got held off during the COVID. Some of you may be familiar with H essays. HRAs we have, HS, yeah, the acronyms are all over, HSA, yes. So we are going to engage in the possibility of rolling on HSA, which could potentially draw people and draw people off. Obviously, those are high deductible plans, so it draws off on your regular plans, which is a savings, so. I don't think it will be this coming fiscal year, but for the next fiscal year, which would be FY 25, we're hoping to present that. We do have an insurance advisory committee, they're well aware of it, and they've been open to it. It's just a matter of how to roll it out, because it is a big rollout. You do want to draw people, so we want to market it.
And for certain employees, that could be a real cost.
You're right, it actually can be. It's scary when people hear it, but if they understand it, there's a savings component, it actually can be.
But are the demographics.
That's-
If you keep that money forever. it goes from-
Right, right.
Are ones that don't, use their deductible.
Yeah.
And then they get the HSA on top of, yeah, it's your account. You take it with you.
Okay, so you guys know about that? That's correct.
Andrew's gonna start talking about a clawback.
I love the HSA. I use it for free. I used to use it, so.
You're one of the few people.
You can put almost 8,000 if you're a family in it, and you can invest it, and it's yours, and just keep going.
That's right.
The only triple tax deferred goes in tax deferred. You take it out of tax exempt, grow tax exempt, yeah. Great deal.
No, that's a good marketing tool.
But I think some of them are more sensitive than others.
Right.
And it's gonna be a lot of discussion, I think, as to, which way we want to go, and, the select board would have some decisions to make, on a couple of those things, but. Yeah, there are things that we can do moving forward. I think putting the rate set plans, in place. There, years ago, 7 years ago.
Yes.
Charles was still here. Really helped to save us quite a bit of money. Going down from 2 plans to 1 plan, I think last year, and consolidation of doing it with the 3 groups really helped us. And so, we continue to find ways to save a little bit and back the number down. We just know it's coming back up, right? If you just keep trying to fight that.
We're gonna fight the hill.
You fight the hill.
Teeter totter.
Yep. Yep.
That's sort of the advisory stand.
A couple of quick things. One, if you get 5% on the healthcare, that's pretty good. But relative to what I've seen in this.
It is.
And second, I don't know if you do anything about this, but the retirement fund assessment ultimately is a function of the performance of the retirement plan assessments there. I look at the regional plan. I continue to read that Worcester is at the tail end of performance in the state. And I don't know what we could do about that, but it would be great if, I think, I haven't done any analysis, but I gotta believe that he actually took, the numbers from the top 2 or 3 performers in the state, ran them through Worcester. I think that number could be a lot smaller. So I don't know how you influence that, whether it's through legislators or whatever, but that may be a long-term deal, but this again is a long-term issue in terms of retirement. So if there are a way to do something to boost their performance, whatever that is, I think that would be that's not an issue.
It's a big enough number where at some point, one of the boards or both of the boards may want to have that person in to talk to.
Well, we've actually talked to that guy.
Yeah.
to Kevin.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah, a while ago.
He's a very articulate guy. On the other hand, his numbers are
Yeah.
in the tank.
Anyway,
No, he's the director, but it's his organization.
Right.
But anyway, we can't do anything about it, and I think we should definitely find if there's bigger communities. In Worcester, like I gotta believe Worcester, somebody has a lot more money at stake with this,
Right.
ought to be pushing hard. Somehow, there's real opportunity there, I think,
Your point taken.
not for like. Frustrating.
So there'll be, and I have to mention this, I'm not gonna, don't be diverted by this, but you're gonna get a memo in the next week regarding the state allowed a 2%. They get a 3% COLA up to $68,000, the retirees per year under the retirement plan. The state right before Governor Blake left, passed the law where communities can give an extra 2%. So the regional has to get a majority of towns to accept that. So that's gonna be before the board a week from Tuesday. And that, I hate to say it, but it makes sense, is gonna add to our assessment, not this year, but if it passes, obviously, it's another 2% COLA you're giving your retirees. It's gonna impact the assessment by like state allows them 3. And they, it's a local option to give them, and that's a board vote, that's not a town meeting vote, so just spook the thought that's coming up.
Is that any opportunity, Sam, to?
I don't think so, for the performance thing.
No. So, just saying.
Good for me.
No question.
I have one question, not for this to Brian, but the workers' accident increase,
yes.
is that a number that's dictated to us, or is that, how do you come up with that number?
That number, they do an audit every year. And they just, I was telling Kathy this earlier, they did it recently, so we may or may not know that by town meeting. But our experience, I know last year was kind of poor, so that's why I have it at 8%. Yes, it's based on the payroll too.
Okay.
Trying to be a little conservative. I hope it's conservative.
So are a lot of the claims, workers' comp claims, are they? Police, fire?
They're teachers and they're a lot of custodians. Yeah,
Custodians, cafeteria, a lot of football.
yep. That's a lot of it, yeah.
Are they okay with this one? All right, debt service.
So here's the one where we're just paying for everything we've agreed to. Which is, as you can see, it dropped significantly. No surprise there. That's because of the Woodward and Tri-School projects that all came off the books this year. So that's a good thing. So what is not in here that I have to budget some interest for? We're going through a period where there's a few things in flux. So Right now, we've got 5 authorizations out there that we have not permanently bonded. We have a fire tender, a fire truck, a boiler, a school study, and a water project. 3 of those, I'm sorry, 2 of those 5 are general fund, which is the ones you don't like to see, because that will go into this budget. 3 of them are either ambulance fund or water funds, so that's a good thing, but it doesn't include anything we may do this year, which I know the Breakneck Hill subject is still out there. And obviously, the Neary project will be huge as we get to that. I believe there's a roofing project at Trotter coming up too. So there's a couple of big projects that are potentially going to hit this budget in the next 2 to 3 years.
As far as fiscal year 24, what do you have to compute to?
This fiscal 24, it's just an interest payment.
Okay, so you still gotta do, but you're gonna add it in.
Yeah, and that's about, I budgeted 130,000 for that. Right
So we're
now,
adding that, right?
yes,
It's in there?
Isn't that 131 or is it?
131, right?
Right, so
It's in there.
And that's actually includes a pay down too, which I think I mentioned before. Sometimes the state makes you pay down loans. So even though it's in the interest, I just don't have a spot for interest, pay down on this type of thing. So it's in interest, but it's of that interest, 85,000 of that's a pay down,
85 and 131.
right?
It's in here. I thought you had said it wasn't and you had added it, so it's in here.
It is in. Just FYI, over the next 2 to 3 years after this year, I think we go down about 130,000 in FY 25 and another like 80,000 in FY 26. But that's static as of right now. And I, like I said, if those projects come online, we're gonna eat all that up
Of course.
right away.
So the only big project, the only big thing we have right now is.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Anybody have any questions on this? This was, Mr. Whitman, telling from this one. I have a question for that.
Rec 911 field is done. We don't have anything in FY 24.
That's correct.
But we still have payments to transfer from the 911 field into where?
We do. It's not a transfer, it's gonna be a direct pay. So in other words, that bill is gonna come, it's gonna come right out of that fund.
But there's no more payment, right?
No, I'm sorry, you're right, the payment's done. They are gonna pay the town back
Right.
per our agreement.
Into where?
Oh, it'll just be general fund money.
Do we have that factored into our revenue for this year?
No. No, we
Do we
don't.
know what that number is gonna be?
Yep, we do.
40, Brian?
All right,
Yeah.
I'm confused. Pay it back for what?
Because remember the 911 field turf was based on a 5-year loan. And at the time that the discussions went, and I'm not sure where that went off the rails, but it was they thought it might be a 10 or 15-year loan. So they've contested, like, they couldn't, in other words, the 911 fund couldn't support the 5-year loan, so the general fund offset debt for the 911 field. So we've agreed, well, Rec Commission agreed that they will pay us back.
And I didn't know who they was. Okay,
Yeah.
So basically, we're gonna take it out of the 911. We're all trying to get it down back.
Correct.
Maybe that's so that the town paid.
Correct. It's a little odd how we're gonna have to do it just because of laws, but
Because of
That's what's
COVID,
gonna
they missed a year.
yes, yeah.
Then it lowered, but they were gonna pay Kathy's.
But they haven't agreed to it, and I have the schedule, and I have that they voted it, so the town will get paid back.
Going forward, the revolving fund is still needed because
Only for, well, 2 things, they do use it for certain maintenance on the turf field. And the DCR lease, we pay that, and that's it.
In the eventual replacement.
In the eventual replacement, if we can build some money.
Every 12 to 15 years.
Yeah.
You gotta replace the turf.
Yep. And the Rec Commission's aware of all that. So,
Any questions
I'm
on
sorry,
that?
just one more.
On your interest short-term notes, you have boiler and fire tender. So is the boiler, which boiler is that?
That's the fin boiler.
So we already did the fin boiler.
We did, yes,
Okay, but we haven't gotten the tender yet.
that's correct.
So do you have the tender in here somewhere, assuming we get it in FY 24?
Even if we did, it wouldn't hit until FY 25.
Okay, but so the interest, so you don't have an interest amount though? Or is that in the next line where you have fire, tender, boiler, school study of the 46,000?
It is in there,
That's all of
yes,
that?
it is.
Okay,
Yep,
okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
sure.
Anyone else on the debt schedule?
A quick question, what interest are we paying on the public safety loan?
It ended up being, I want to say high twos.
Say three, but.
It was, yeah, I think it ended up being high two, just, yeah, right around
Right, right.
there. Well. Listen, talk about that. I think they're trending high threes. Maybe even
Well,
four.
I've been surprised at that.
It might even be four, yeah.
Thanks.
Sure.
Andrew?
Not real quick, so all of our debt here is fixed rate, right?
Correct. Good.
Howard, anything?
Okay, thank you.
Brian. Okay, moving on. Mr. Moore. Mr. Brown, sorry.
No problem.
So you want to introduce yourself just for Mr. Perry.
I'm John Barrett, Director of Facilities on the Town Side of Operations.
So we want to start with just kind of some of your budget. You're going to talk about two budgets, right?
Yes.
Let's start with your facility budget and then talk about yours.
The operational budget under facilities basically is for the maintenance and care of the day-to-day operations of the buildings. Basically unexpected repairs. Something breaks, we have to replace it. And you'll notice this year in the memo that I sent, there were some substantial increases in a couple of the lines. Partly because of inflationary pressures we're feeling, as you all know, anyone who's been to a Home Depot, or any kind of construction store, you're getting hammered. And unfortunately, we are getting just as hammered in the department. And we're also faced with a lot of fuel surcharges and delivery charges at this point that weren't there. So needless to say, it's trickling down into the budget. And that also coupled with the fact that the budget, the way it's been, we've been keeping it so low for so many years that all of a sudden we're starting to drift over on recurring expenses ending up in the capital maintenance article. They really don't belong there. And it's really bad accounting when we start doing that. So we're trying to clean this up and get it where they belong. I had thought about, well, maybe we could increase the capital maintenance article. But then I thought, no, it's better to increase the operating budget. This is where they truly belong. So let's keep them where they belong. So the day-to-day stuff is clear, very transparent. Boom, boom, boom. This is what we're doing.
So, you ready for us?
Go for it.
So, Andrew, will start with the budget.
All right, why don't we work backwards? Howard, any questions?
Didn't you ask me?
All right.
Not at this point.
Just looking at some of the bigger items, like bigger percentages like stipends.
The stipend increase this year is for the on-call stipend for the maintenance technicians. We have a rotating cycle. It's one technician every week for 4 weeks. We have 4 people to cover the stipend. And they were getting paid $151 a week. And that equated to about $21 and some change, which is not very much. We looked at comparatives. First, we started with our own DPW, which is a union contract, so it's a little bit different, but it's still a stipend to be on call, and that was $420 a week. But we also reached out to other towns, and we got some comps basically from Northborough and Shrewsbury. And Northborough was coming in, I believe, at $320 a week it averaged out to, and Shrewsbury, Shrewsbury was $320 a week, and Northborough was like $513 a week, plus an extra day off if they were on call, plus a minimum on-call hourly rate to come in, 2 hours or 3 hours every time you get called. Needless to say, I met with the town administrator, and we're not looking to give an extra day off if you're on call, nor a minimum in this case. But we did believe that going up to $300 a week was a nice happy medium. It puts us in with the comparable towns. It's still less than the DPW, but the staff seems to be happy with it. So I think it's a happy place for everyone at this point. And I think it's pretty fair because at $21 a day after taxes, they couldn't even go to McDonald's for that. So I think this puts us in a good place where everyone seems to be content right now. You're welcome.
Overtime?
Overtime, we actually brought that up to bring it to where the average has been for the last few years. That was strictly based on real-time comps. So it needed to be increased to bring it up to that.
So I'm curious, which of the line items here are most impacted by any estimations around people maybe staying at home, not going back into an office? Some of them seem like, for example, the disposal, is that went up about 20%. Is that just due to the cost of that?
Refuse disposal, there's partially a cost increase, also the fuel surcharge.
Fuel,
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah, anything with diesels really getting hit with surcharges. And the hope is the surcharges will reverse at some point. But as we all know, once prices go up, they rarely come down. And the longer we stay in this inflationary environment, the less likely they are to come down.
Okay, and like septic system pumping, is that?
That's additional use, quite honestly.
It is.
It's, yeah.
And like refuse, we've spent, what is it? 6,500 far this year. So we're gonna probably be a little over budget in that line item because we did budget knowing that they're gonna hit us with these.
Okay.
But just sort of like, if you look at the Q2 numbers this year so far, most of the stuff is up with what John had.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of them are small amounts that just sort of add up. The historical museum,
Yes, that's up considerably, because we've taken on more expenses over there and we may be taking over the building most likely in the next year to use it for meeting space and maybe some office space for different boards and committees. Total idea of what's going to happen yet, not rock solid by any means, but our costs related to it are going to go up.
so I guess really maybe a general question is, are there any line items in here that are is above and beyond what we would call level service target, and it's more,
You know,
it's all.
this is pretty much status quo. I'm very surprised I was able to get it down to 9.8, quite honestly. Just my own life, I look at it and go, I'm happy with 9.8.
Yeah, like all the building maintenance and repairs could have gone down.
Well, a lot of that, if you look on the line, the 52400, a lot of that is stuff we do in-house. And again, as we have improved the buildings more and more, now we get into a stage, we have to do a little bit less. So that's good. Now we work on more capital projects with the crew and we make even more improvements. So that can hopefully drive that down even further in the future.
Okay, so is there an opportunity to move some of the contracted services into things done in-house right now?
No, because contracted services, it's an outside vendor. So that's why we keep it separate in accounting.
I think what's missing here though is by using John's team to do a lot of the work.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What do you, Martin? Thank you.
This has already been answered about the type of.
I'm good.
I remember when I called, there was a building that didn't have heat.
We didn't have heat.
Still at the DPW annex?
The annex building 2.
Oh, yeah, it's still working right now, but the boilers basically got some issues that are gonna render it not able to work sooner or later. That's part of the capital plan. It's not part of this budget. But realistically, we should replace that boiler. I had heard mentioned, some people had asked if we could just turn off the heat. I never recommend turning off heat in a building ever under any circumstances. There is water in that building as well, even though it's not septic, we do have water in that building that they use for testing of the water samples. So I would not recommend shutting off the water in the building.
sorry, starting off the heat.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
For the stipend, so this is if they do come back, they get overtime when they do come back.
Yes,
Yeah.
just basic overtime, yes.
And what is, why they come back?
Library can have toilets backed up.
Okay,
You can have flags up and down. That's a big one. You know, the governor, it's usually at least once or twice a week. We get flags up and down. It's usually weekends.
so. you Always do that?
Out of my department, yes.
Why are you?
That's the way it's always been in town. I had thought once about maybe you could have public safety do it
Yeah.
or something like that, but unfortunately, that's been open a union contract. It's probably gonna cost you more than this is. So we always shied away from that. We also have heat calls a lot, this building, heat and air conditioning.
Yeah.
Because we do have this building, we also have the library that's open after hours. And I have the computer systems that allows me to check on Court of the Hall and the Town Hall. So if stuff goes down there too, we like to respond immediately. Heat and air conditioning problems are not things you want to let sit if you don't have to. You jump on as fast as you can.
Can you
say
say?
you're having problems with this building or something?
What's that?
You say we're having problems with this building?
Every building's going to have problems. And I know right where you're going. Unfortunately, it is new, but it's not like a house. This is so big. For every, you might have 2 pumps in your house. If this building has 100 pumps, the odds are you're gonna get 1 or 2 that are bad. It's gonna go past, unfortunately, the warranty period, but you will have to replace them. It is the burden of new property. Everyone assumes it's gonna be a lot less repairs and maintenance, and not always the case.
There's no warranty period that we're still in.
Not for the stuff that's broken, no, unfortunately. Most warranties are a couple of years, and we're now working on year 4.
Do you have a breakdown? of what they come back? Do you have a breakdown of what they can come back for that you can send to me?
We don't keep record of what it is each call, but I can ask the guys some of the stuff they come back for you. That's no problem.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That answered my questions prior to today. I'm good, thank you.
Welcome.
I wanted to ask you a question about, the contracted services line for DPW. Which went up significantly.
Yes, that line item was under budget for a couple of years, actually. It's one of those things that we ended up going to capital maintenance, even to like do a couple small repairs and overhead doors. So we went through the capital maintenance article, we pulled out what should have really been in here, and we adjusted appropriately.
Okay, so this is for taking care of the annex building and then also the main.
Yeah, because I do, let me just double check here if I have, no, Station 2 has its own, the annex building is Station 2. So that has its own line as well.
We spent about 8,000. in that one.
Okay. Thanks.
Question, what do we do for refuse disposal?
We have an outside contractor. The dumpster's on location. You have a refuse disposal dumpster, and you also have a recycling dumpster at each location.
And not through the transfer station?
Not through the transfer station.
Why not?
You would have to have someone to go around and pick up everyone's garbage continuously. And that's well beyond the scope of what we could handle in-house.
I mean, we couldn't pick up the dumpsters and.
We don't have equipment for that. You'd end up buying a full truck, front load dumping truck, which would be very big money.
All right.
So John, I'm fine with the budget understanding being discussed there. Are you okay with the $100,000 for fiscal year 24 again, as far as the capital?
Once we've adjusted this, yes, with the operating budget as it stands, yes.
All right, so everybody happy with that one? Yep. Let's go on to your other operations.
Oh, you don't want to see this. All right, it's bad, but in reality, it shouldn't be this bad. I have to budget for worst case scenario. And this is budgeted for worst case scenario. In this budget, I have oil at $4 a gallon. And this year, I believe, don't quote me, but I think we're at $3.65. And if we got that this year, we should be able to get below that next year. But with the geo-global situation the way it is, I have to be careful with what I budget right now. That one I'm a little hesitant to reduce, to be honest with you. But the electricity, as you probably already know, we are under contract till November. We have a fantastic rate. We're just over 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour. We've been stealing electricity for 4 years. On a daily basis, I get hits from the company that we buy our energy from, our third party.
And right now, I'm already down to about that 12.5, 13 cents, depending on how many years we lock into. This is but averages out to 21. And that's including averaging with the 8 cents. So I think I was at like almost 30 cents, because that was National Grid's winter rate this year. I went worst case scenario,
Kept the fixed rate in November,
Mhm.
right? And then what did you do?
30 cents a kilowatt hour after that, because again, that's a worst case scenario. But my hope is we can lock into some kind of rate prior to town meeting. We'll drop this down. I've already spoken to Mr. Purple. We may do a bridge of 1 year. Normally, I like to lock in for your 3 or 4 years. If I get a fantastic rate, take it when you can get it. But if I do a bridge, that gives me another year to keep watching this every single day. And when we get a great rate, we'll lock in for additional years after that. Because again, this is something we don't have to pay market rate if we do a little diligence on. We've been very good about it so far, and I want to continue doing that. It's big savings.
And can you make sure you keep school district in the loop?
I absolutely. It's funny, Mark and I've had this conversation. It's our combined size that gives us this negotiating power.
Any questions on the other operations? Basically utility?
I don't know if we have that.
Not in there.
I mean, I looked at it, met with John, I mean. Electricity and gas, I mean, again, it's. As best he can to lower.
Yeah,
lower
a
it.
couple bucks. I think I got these. I always take these there. You got it here, you got it.
I got one here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's good, okay.
What's the change?
Andrew will take a copy.
Okay, utilities, anybody have any questions? You know, utilities, trying to do what we can to get electricity to lock in a better rate than what it would be today if we want to do. We're trying to put LED streetlights in sometime in the near future to put that down. So I don't know what else to say about this. Andrew?
Not out of John's budget.
Is there a plan to try to use alternative LEDs, maybe half measured, but anything other than I don't know where we source electricity from, but
Constellation Energy Act, if I recall now, all of our energy comes from alternate sources. Yeah, I think we're at 100% now, if I recall from the last annual report I had to do.
okay, great.
I believe 99% sure it was 100%.
Select board, any questions for John?
Just say, they need to add solar in buildings when we can.
We do have a solar working group that I anticipate probably will be getting back together to start up again soon. They're just trying to find the logistics of where we could start with first. You want to start with samples, with how it goes in a building or two, and then you take it from there.
Yeah.
I volunteer my roof. With that?
I volunteer my roof.
I always said I want to buy a piece of land with an extra quarter acre just for the solar panel.
Any other questions? We appreciate everything you do for the town, and the knowledge always in your face. And some people coming out.
You are most welcome. Everyone have a great day.
Usually it's very much.
I'm happy. I can't help it.
Okay, so. Come on up, guys. EDC. Again,
Pleasure to see everyone in person. It's always nice, as opposed to Zoom, to see people in person.
so why don't you picture for the Zoom audience and then.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. Rob Anderson. I am the chair of the Economic Development Committee. I'm here with my colleague Ellen Belniak, who is a member of the Economic Development Committee as well. I think the EDC has a couple goals, and I think holistically, it's to improve the quality of life for all residents, and that extends just beyond some of the main goals that people think of economic development, which is job creation, job retention, and the attraction of new businesses. It involves things like housing and trails and those things that are encompassing of a community that everyone wants to live in. So that's kind of how we as a committee have been viewing economic development and some of the initiatives that we have tried. One of the things that we discovered when our part-time economic development coordinator left was that there was a vacuum. And we also discovered that that employee was doing above and beyond the part-time role and doing things outside of their scope, which could benefit all of the residents. So while I'm not sure what might necessarily be discussed today, what the committee had tried to do was from a budgetary standpoint and benefit return on investment for the community, think about ways in which we could get even more economic development and more things that would benefit the town, such as applications to grants from a variety of different areas. So that's a little bit of the background on us. We are a small but a nimble group. We try our best to get out there as a volunteer board, but obviously everyone is trying to do more with less. And what we'd like to be able to do is think about from a budgetary standpoint, those things that we can do to help the town. I think if it comes time to talk to the budget, I think my colleague Alan can talk a little bit more about the line items and things like that. But I appreciate the opportunity to come here and let people know about what we do and kind of the role that we're hoping to have. Thank you.
Echoing everything that Rob had said, we had submitted 2 budgets. I think that was the request. One was assuming a full-time position for all the reasons that Rob just mentioned, and then at the request, we submitted one for a part-time budget, for a part-time role, excuse me. That part-time, assuming the part-time role, we actually show a decrease in spend from last year, which is hopefully viewed favorably. Our budget, I think last year, if I had it right, was $43,000 in the grand scheme of things. So probably a pittance compared to some of the other things that you're talking about today. So I won't read through the budget line by line. You guys have in front of you.
So these online are 3 tabs: the budget, commission, revised, and as sent. Looks like the first one, let's go by the one on paper, which is the first one, or the as sent one.
As sent was what I think Brian provided us to mock up and work up. That's what was last year's budget. So I just did, we kind of did the save as and then made some changes. There should be one called FT position and one called PT position, full-time, part-time.
Okay.
Okay, so Andrew, I don't know how much advisory has talked about this, but select board has talked about the economic development coordinator full-time position quite a bit. So that's kind of, you know, I think for discussion to go, everything else is kind of. So why don't advisory go first, and let's talk about that piece of it. Let me see where you go to.
I think I just add one thing, that personnel hasn't approved the new job description yet. So this, again, this is a point of information. Hasn't happened.
I guess I'll go start it off, kick it off. So, see you guys, sorry, I haven't reached out yet. We've been a little bit crazy, but I've been certainly following the select board conversation with you guys. I think I have a good handle on what we're looking to do with the position and understand that. And what the rest of the advisory would like. Do you guys want them to explain what they're looking to get from the part-time to full-time? If you could give a brief overview.
Yeah, it's there is the benefit to the town of attracting good talent. I think that's one of the things that we always want to do when we hire people here in the town. With a part-time role, you're not necessarily getting the best pick of the talent. And quite frankly, we're competing against some of our neighboring communities who have full-time economic development employees that are actually actively recruiting and doing some of the things that we want our EDC role to do. That being said, Southborough is a smaller community than some of those. And there is a budgetary limitation that we were very cognizant of. We have heard over the years that a grant, someone to do grant applications for the town would be a benefit. And when we ended up in the unfortunate situation of losing our fabulous part-time employee, the ability to create a Swiss Army knife to have those opportunities to go after the grants and do the economic development work seemed like the opportune time. That's kind of how we as a committee approached it, and had lots of communications about how best to do it from a budgetary standpoint, the return on investment that we would get from it, and kind of how that would be managed. All things that are kind of, as one can assume with a new full-time position, are always up for debate. So that's kind of a little bit of the background on it. That Alan, maybe you want to hit upon some of the benefits that we see in terms of having that person as well.
Sure. So like Rob mentioned a moment ago, a halftime role would be good. It's hard to attract talent. As Rob mentioned, we've had a few people who have been in this role. They've since left for whatever various reasons. We had some interim help in the role. That is by definition interim. The role is currently vacant. So halftime role is a bit challenging. However, we'll take whatever we can get.
Yep.
We thought by adding some grant writing administration overall for the town, which includes researching, writing, submitting when required and when requested. We know that we're aware that certain boards, departments, and committees in towns do that on their own and might not need it. That's great. We're also hearing that other boards, departments, and committees in town could use that. And so the idea would be that we'll look for this role to flex a little bit. So if there's ever a moment where the EDCs in particular is a little bit of extra help, then great. And if there's ever a moment where there needs to be a bit of a hotter focus on grant writing and administration, then great, they can shift to that. And this role reports to the town administrator. It doesn't report to the EDC, works in conjunction with the EDC, but reports into the town administrator. The town administrator will be able to best direct how those hours will be spent and overall for the benefit of the town, not just EDC, but anyone who lives in town.
Mark? What percentage would you get to vote? for grant writing?
74. I don't know. I mean. You might like that. Look, this is kind of, it's gonna be a give and take, and I talked a little bit about this at Personnel Board when Rob came. It's kind of like when we did the shared position in the select board's office with the treasurer's department. It's kind of a give and take. We said it's a 50-50 split, but on Wednesday when tax bills are due, it's not 50-50, right? When we're working on something for town meeting and everything and that, it's not 50-50. So it's really a give and take, and I think it's trying to understand how the position works. You've got the shared position with between conservation and ZBA. And I really think it's, probably doing a little more for conservation at this point. ZBA position doing more, right? So it's a real ebb and flow. It's something that's gonna have to be managed. So, you can either take my 74 answer, or we can look at it's like a 50-50 split. But after a year, after a burn-in period, it may say, well, look, they're really spending more like, 60-40, something like that, in terms of they're doing more in grant. So and it'll be cyclical too, depending on when grants come around,
Percentages are always difficult for me to say as well, because if they're doing a grant application for the EDC, where does that go? It's a lot of the grants that Marika, who had been our part-time person, identified had an economic development focus, such as taking a look at wastewater, downtown redevelopment and things along the zoning side, which could be beneficial to business recruitment. That has both grant and ED. So I think what we'd really like to do is allow as much flexibility as possible to give the best return for the town. And that's kind of why I can't say anything. I like the 74 number though. That's
I think the one thing I will point out, since we're talking about grants, and I appreciate the superintendent brought it up already earlier. You know, they applied for a lot, they applied for grants and everything, but you gotta make sure you don't have more grant awards than you have hands, right? And we've probably gotten ourselves into a little bit of trouble in terms of getting a grant before we understood what it was going to do and how we're gonna manage it. And then it's like, we got this money, we have to do this, we gotta figure this out. And everyone's running around, you know, so we really need to be doing a little bit more upfront to make the determination of the benefit for getting the grant and then the ability to implement the grant. So I think that, you know, this position, if we go this route, that is going to be important to have those understandings up front rather than just getting a notice that we have $50,000, we have 6 months. Let's go.
How do we measure the ROI? Get the grant writing side. I'm not convinced on the other hand.
On the economic development side,
How do we measure getting the value of this position?
well, it's, I would say that, sometimes there are businesses decisions that are made outside of the scope of what the town can do. The dry cleaner wants to retire and he's going to close up shop and all of a sudden you have lost the business. Is that the ED, community development director's role? No. However, now that you have that open space, it's talking with the real estate brokers. It's talking with the other towns to see how they might have, from a best practice perspective, look to fill that. And making sure that Southborough is not noticeable by its absence when looked at from a statewide perspective against Marlborough that has 4 full-time people or 3 full-time people. I think it's 3 working for them. Westboro, who has a full-time economic development person, Ashland, who has a full-time economic development person, and the like. So I don't think we want to be holding their feet to the fire and say, hey, listen, we lost 3 businesses. What did you do? I think it's making sure that those conversations are still happening so that we are not forgotten when people are driving down Route 9 going, why are these buildings empty and what can the town do?
Question you just asked, which is asked for this group, I really need advisory ask it every single year. Wanting to somehow have a direct line connecting between their efforts and getting someone to sign a lease. And it's never that easy. It's very dotted to begin with. But we've got in this town a problem with retaining businesses right now and enticing new ones. I hope your example is made up as far as the dry cleaners.
Yeah, oh, yes, you know, God, yes, I'd say.
For example.
No, I should have said like a craft brewery, because we don't have one, but we want one, so that's, yeah.
We've got several businesses that are 50 right now as far as whether they're going to stay or go, and we're not exactly attracting a whole lot of businesses. So, the direct line's not there, but I do think we need to invest in this committee, so that we can do what we can to try to turn this around in this town.
I haven't seen a job description. I don't know if anyone in advisory has yet. I'd be very interested in seeing it, because I'm actually sort of in agreement with Kathy, and maybe that's a bit in conflict with all the grant writing desires here. So, I'm kind of wondering what % of this person's time is going to be spent on addressing, these 5 big buckets of opportunity here versus regular. That would be 26. Well, because I actually wouldn't be happy with 26. I think it should be 80-20 person. So the other way. So I'm wondering if, similar to the feedback, I haven't been on this board nearly as long as other people who've probably been talking to you for years, but similar to the feedback that we maybe gave Board of Health a couple of times on, what's the vision? What's the person in this role going to do as far as really putting some points on the board on all of these different areas? How are they prioritizing time? I'm all in on investing in this role, but I do want to kind of hear, if not today, but maybe at some point, like, what's this person going to be charged with? How are we gonna make that impact?
So I guess I'm the more skeptical one with the whole committee, and I'm all for it, but it's been around, it started as being growing, but I haven't seen any real results come out of it. That's been showing that we've been, I haven't seen anything from, frankly, well, property pushing, it's just. So we keep funding and want to throw more money in our position at this committee, and I haven't seen anything.
So how, no one's accountable.
I would say the same thing. I don't feel like ABC has any strategic plan other than the support coordinator, but our report is the one of the grant writer.
Yeah, maybe you don't have enough teeth to do it. I don't know how you get those teeth either. You don't own the property. You get to talk to the owners that I haven't seen them pushing to fill their buildings either. So I guess I wonder why I question that the grant writer I support for the town. I question more funding for the EDC right now because I haven't seen it. Maybe that's because I don't see it. For the town.
Howard, to that point, I don't think that, you're talking about the growing the position, but it's really right now, there's a total that. I mean, their funding levels been, relatively, there hasn't been a dramatic increase over the last several years. And, right now you're really getting no value for the current staffing level of that part-time position. So, I mean, part of the thinking here is that in order to get some more value out of this position, you simply need to make the investment. And to your point, as you said it well, there'll never be exact, one-to-one correlation of exactly how to measure the return on investment. But I personally am dissatisfied with where we are right now. I think it's a position where we talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk in terms of the priority we put on protecting and retaining businesses, and we are noticeably at a competitive disadvantage to Westboro, Marlboro, our surrounding communities. I mean, one is really just a sore spot for me is the Pentax building, a high-tech business with the in Southboro, moved right across the border, have a brand spanking new building. There's a.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I think it's,
So,
honestly, I think we have a challenge as a town if we have no services. We don't have water treatment.
Yeah. See, so that's one thing they are trying really hard to work on. Here's a real life example. We have a large building that has a great tenant in it, and they leases shaky as far as being moved. Who's gonna sit down and try to sit down with landlord and tenant and try to work it out so that we end up with a new lease? You got, EMC, Dell, they're gone, right? They're selling the property because there's a lot of work here. And to me, this is short money. $38,000 is a.
Plus benefits, but Kathy, I think all that what we're talking about is stuff that could be done in a part-time out. So I've been listening to everybody and following all your meetings. I haven't spoken, but I wanted to hear everybody talk. My take is leave the position as part-time. I think if we want to do separate grant writing, including EDC grant writing, we can look at another part-time role. I think the skill sets are different enough, or preferably hire consultants, right? We're not going to apply for enough grants to make that salary. I mean, we can do a grant, I looked at, I think the FEMA grant, whatever, the AFG grant. The consulting company that just does grant writing for that, $2,000 for the grant, write the grant, right? That's a lot of grants we could do for $38,000 just off the bat. We don't have to pay benefits. Westboro had a part-time EDC coordinator for years. They did the Cumberland TIF under that person. They did the Westboro shuttle under a part-time person. I think let's stick with a part-time person. We could take the EDC grant writing responsibility, which I think was a lot of what Marika did, which was great. Give you more hours because that person's not going to have to work on those grants. Have a separate person or a separate consultant work on that. And then, let's put that part-time person to work and working on these things. And once we see maybe Southport is a tip, maybe we get our own shuttle. Maybe we work on, fixing some of the issues with the businesses or what we need to work on from a strategic plan. And then we'll look at upgrading.
Would you envision hiring a consultant on a per grant basis?
Possibly, you could do either, there's some grant writers that just work on municipal grants in general, but there's some grants that are specialized, like DPW or
precise
fire, which maybe you but that's kind of one thought, I think it's better.
Some of these grants have like a limited application window. And the process of hiring a consultant, I'm just gonna be point blank, it is laborious, it is glacial to get someone approved, vetted, go through the paperwork process. Sometimes that process, just to bring a consultant on, that could eclipse the window, to submit the grant.
Well, I mean, but normally the grants that we have in the state or federal government are known a year ahead of time of the window. We know that there's gonna be a mass first. We know there's gonna be a one-stop next year. We know what the window is going to be. We can tee that up to have it ready to go whenever we don't start looking for the consultant when the window opens and you only have 6 weeks to submit it. We start before the window opens, when they start submitting the grant.
You vet your consultants ahead of time, have an approved list ahead of time, and then have a list of who's specialized.
Why haven't we done this in the past?
We looked at it, but we've had people, either staff or we've had, volunteers that we have. Dennis Beatty that does a great job with the grants for the fire. We had Marika that did the EDC one, Karen Gallen did the DPW one, right?
We've been talking about having a
Yeah.
dedicated stuff for years. But, part of the reason is part-time, and they've had the job open since July 1st, there's no papers. So when we say go part-time, there's nobody that wants this part-time job apparently, so.
But I would rather pay a part-time at a higher salary without the benefits than to make it a full-time, pay the benefits and not know yet if we're gonna get some value out of it.
Yeah, but if you go part-time with this, then we're going as a town part-time into the. I just don't, there's so much meat on this bone that if you only make it a part-time opportunity, I fear that we're not gonna get to the place for the reasons other people need to, there's a lot of other towns around us that are doing a great job in this area. I agree with that. I mentioned there should be a strategic vision in place.
No, and I would say, and using Westboro as an example, I knew Francisco provided the value, and it took Westboro a long time to realize that they needed that full-time person. If they had from the get-go realized that the value that he could bring for the things that he did above and beyond economic development, such as the things happening in the downtown from a cultural standpoint, they would have been better suited. He is doing what we're thinking about doing. Hey, let's prove your value and then let's transition that to a full-time. We have an example from a neighboring community that had that part-time position, proved his value, and all of a sudden they said, oh, great, we should have been doing this earlier. Let's do it now. I'm hoping that given the fact that there could be the grant application process to it, which we all acknowledge would benefit the town, creating that full-time person that provides that value and return from both an economic development perspective and the grant perspective, as opposed to trying to find those unicorns, someone with grant expertise for the part-time role or a consultant who doesn't live and breathe what you want them to do. The person that we hope works for the EDC and the town believes in it. Marika did. She spent so much time doing that. It was almost like we were getting a full-time person at a part-time pay. I don't want a part-time person that's coming down from Stowe that says, okay, I've done my 19 hours, I'm done. I want them to believe in this town. And I think with a full-time role and the ability to work with the other departments and realize that if they help the conservation department go after an MVP action grant, or they work with DPW and say, hey, listen, we've got a culvert replacement program in the state. I want them to buy in and live and breathe Southborough. That's a full-time position. And that is kind of where, from a budgetary standpoint, I'm saying we need a grant person, we need an ED person. We can't have two full-time roles. We also can't have two part-time roles. We need one person that can fulfill both of them. And I think, and I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm speaking for myself. But I think that that's kind of some of the vision that we have for the role, which is why we have been as big of an advocate as we can be to everyone. I spent, earlier this week talking with the Conservation Commission, explaining what we thought of the role. We've done outreach to some of the other committees as well. We're trying to build a consensus. And I see your point, and it's tough in a community that doesn't have some of the infrastructure. Water, wastewater, yeah, I get it, I know.
Yeah, I would rather sell this as a full-time EDC position and walk people through that. We can't find a part-time person. We need a full-time person. Leave grant writing aside, because Melissa does a fabulous job on the MVP grant, and there's so much that goes into that she has to do from putting her hours in and doing classes, that this person's not gonna have the expertise on impervious surface.
No,
So there's some that this person could do, but you're still gonna need Melissa. So
no,
I think let's keep grant, in my mind, I keep grant writing aside. Unless it's an EDC grant.
yeah.
And then this EDC person, we could have a discussion of, we can't find a part-time person under the part-time situation, like, we have still had a decline in our commercial in this town. You know, it seems like all we get is storage units, and now we have a luxury car condo storage unit. That we want to see that grow, and the only way we can do that, we can't do with a part-time. I would listen to that argument, but I don't think the argument of to jump to the full-time with the grant writing is the right decision. I'd rather have a full-time EDC and make the case that other towns have it. We've tried with the part-time, we've had some value there, but we're not going to get the full value of the other towns to do TIFs, to do last mile, to do the improvements with all the new zoning we need to do. We need the full-time, have the town take a leap of faith, because we haven't seen the value yet, to be honest. So they take a leap of faith that this is what's going to get us over the hurdle. Give you guys a few years to show some results and reassess, kind of like we did with the Board of Health, a little bit of leap of faith, let's increase it, and we've done really well there. And then, keep this grant writing.
So I think we probably spent we're not gonna make a decision today, obviously, there clearly is difference opinion on the self says, you guys know. So more to come on this. There is a draft job description that Ms. Rocchio and Ms. Bennington worked on with the research that is in front of personnel board right now. Because they deferred the meeting.
There's a little bit more research that needs to happen.
So we know that that's for that meeting right now. So I don't think there's much more to add to the discussion today. We all know where we are. This may be kind of our board of some years. So it's helping. But we really do appreciate what you guys do. I don't want you to conclude otherwise. It's hard. Making this safe. Again, there's not a direct line between what you do and what the results are, where there are with a lot of other places. Let's keep talking, and we will come to a conclusion before Tony.
I'm going to say one last thing, which is that I think that this is a board, it's an all volunteer board. It has a very important function in town that I think just overall, they don't get the appreciation and support and the investment that they deserve.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think make one final comment too. Did you mention, I've been pushing for this for several years now. It's a function of two things. One, there's a ton of grant money out there for a variety of purposes. We've not done a very good job of managing that, targeting it, and planning for where we want to go after that money. I think this kind of position gives Mark the ability to focus that more in places that are important to the town. Second, I think that a crisis may be a little too harsh, but we have a real problem, as Kathy suggested, in terms of generating tax revenue, given our geography and layout of the town and so forth. I think this effort to increase the support for business, to attract businesses instead of pushing them away, as we seem to be doing here, is a critical base for being able to avoid some of the pressures we're feeling right now in terms of the budget. And there's no guarantee for this, but it seems to me that there's enough evidence out there that if we do this well from an economic development standpoint, it does pay off in terms of business retention, improved tax base, et cetera, et cetera. It can go in a lot of different directions here. If somebody who lives and breathes it here is a prime responsibility for them, I think is short money for the investment for something that is going to be critical going forward. If we don't solve this now, we're going to suffer for it. And to me, delaying is a critical thing. So, big fan of pushing hard on it. If it doesn't work, if it blows up or something, you need to stop. next year, 2 years down the road. But I think it's a chance that you have to take to preserve the tax base. And that's why I think.
But they, I mean, you said it perfectly. That's why we maybe need a full-time position
I'd
for
like
EDC,
and
right?
and a full-time grant writer.
Well, I think we don't need it. I don't think we need a grant. I think what we need is somebody on staff as a grant project manager, right? We need somebody that's gonna have a list of all the grants, that's gonna have a responsible department head or chair, committee chair, that's gonna own the grant, and somebody that's gonna write it and manage it. And they need to track that it's getting applied for, come to select board if they need approval. That's where, Mark, that I'd look to you, and if you have somebody on staff that has some time to kind of have that list. We talked about this summer as something that we thought would be valuable. I took a list of like 12 different grants and put it on a spreadsheet and said, this is the date it's due, and this is what it could be used for. And you say, okay, this is a MVP grant, and Melissa, this is you. You work with your commission and the select board to see if there's something we want to apply for and can do something with the money, and we have the infrastructure to do it. And then they go and do it, or we hire somebody to help with that. But I think that's what we're missing is there's a lot of grants we don't know about, like the Volvo one we missed out on, and all the other towns got free buses and stuff. And, there's all these grants out there and they keep adding them.
Do we need a bus? So
Yeah, but I think we're missing.
let's take that one.
That's the point.
We got a hovercraft here.
We're gonna get a bus, if we can get a bus, we're gonna get a bus.
That would have paid for a DPW truck, right? We could have gotten a dump truck. Westboro got like 3,000, right? But we didn't know about it until afterwards. Like, I don't want that to happen again. That's my biggest concern when it comes to grants. Is not knowing we should have applied. I'm less concerned if we applied, got the money and can't use it.
Yeah, I'll pay for them when you know the grants are coming.
Anyway,
Great. So thank you both for coming out and covered.
Excellent.
Figured out that that was the seats were gonna be better. Yeah.
So, welcome everybody. This is quite a crowd. Let's see everybody. So, Ian, you want to come up and bring whoever.
do they have quorum?
I don't think so.
I don't.
All I did was cook brunch for 12 people and did arts and crafts with a 4-year-old, so I think I had the easy day compared to what you guys are doing.
Good crap.
Yeah, good prep.
We're on time.
The arts and crafts are therapeutic.
We got that going.
So. You guys have a form apparently of council on agency. You'll need to call a meeting to order and then. For the host.
It's posted.
Yes.
Yes. So, okay, I call the meeting to order for the Southborough Council on Aging. At 3:04. And in attendance, we have Bill, Jerry, Chris. Chris is not on the board. Mary Ann, Sandy, and Carol. And and amongst other seniors here.
So, Mr. Jennifer, welcome. I forgot you doing this. I haven't seen you in a long time. It's still 3 days. And welcome, everybody. So why don't you guys start out and tell us what you want to know about the budget? And then we will cover you with questions.
Okay, did everybody get these? Okay. As far as the budget's concerned, the only thing that's of significance, other than minor adjustments, was what we're asking for is 8 hours for the outreach coordinator, who is currently at 32 hours under the town. That is, if you had a chance to look at what I sent out, census information for 2020 was just released a little late. But in 2010, we had 1,609 seniors. 2020, it went to 2,829, which is about a 75% increase. And it's projected to increase another 30% in the next 10 years. the baby boomer concept is real. And I actually was a kind of a skeptic of that, but in the last couple of years, the amount of people that have been coming through our doors and the needs coming through our doors is significant. It's different. We had the pandemic in the middle of that. So it would have been an interesting thing to watch ramp up if we didn't have the pandemic in the middle. That just exacerbated everything. It's made all of the, as far as the pandemic's concerned, it's made everything harder. You all know that. I don't have to get into that with you guys because you see it. But as far as the people we deal with, it's made people's financial situations worse. It has made housing situations worse. The medical system is more difficult to navigate. We've got, on top of that, we've got a lot more people dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's, which kind of snowballs into caregivers. So we've got a lot of things that are compounding themselves. We have more people, and then the systems that we deal with are much more difficult to navigate. They're shorthanded. The groups that we deal with are shorthanded. So they don't have the staff to process the help that we need. It's also, there's a shortage of caregivers out there that people could hire. And the agencies we deal with can't get the caregivers to help the people. So that has been a huge problem too. So it all has kind of come together. We got by with the 32 hours. Some of you know Cindy, for years, and we come to you to ask when we need it. And this is happening like right now. That's where we stand. We're just looking for that additional 8 hours to bring the position to 40. Not only for all those reasons, Cindy's probably going to retire in the next year or two. When we go out looking to fill that position, I hope it to be a 40-hour position to tackle what we're dealing with.
So my 2 cents, just so you know, again, I haven't met everybody here. My name's Doug Peck. I've been a resident of Southborough for 43 years, I think, coming up. And I've been involved in the sort of the senior healthcare or senior care industry for the last 12 years. And so I was on the executive committee for Bay Path Health Services. I work with assisted living, independent living, own my own home care company. I have a pretty good perspective of what's going on in senior care and seniors in general. And so we're not that different from, Massachusetts in this large proportion of seniors and where it's going to go. As a matter of fact, the fastest growing segment is over 80. So, I mean, when you break it all down, the second fastest is over 90. I mean, the good news is everybody's living longer. The bad news is there's not enough people to care for those people. But it also, as Pam said, it makes much more complicated the medical and social situations for them. The pandemic was disastrous for people with dementia. We still have clients that don't want to leave their house, don't necessarily want to have people to come into their house. I read an article in the Washington Post this morning that loneliness, if you have extreme loneliness, a lot of people do, they're isolated. There's a 28% more risk of getting dementia because of it. It's a real health issue that we're dealing with. We're also dealing with a pretty invisible population just because of that. They, particularly over 80 and over 90, they're not getting out. They're not getting out. They're going to Southborough Medical. They're going to, some of the hospitals, but you don't see them out and about. So one of our real jobs is to advocate. If you really think about Cindy's position, it is very aptly named. It is outreach. We don't just sit and wait for people to call us. We're still dealing with a generation of folks that came through at the very end of the Depression. They're very self-reliant. They don't want to ask for help. And it was actually, these numbers were actually a surprise to me too, even I hadn't seen the 23 numbers. And now we're knowing that there's an extra 1,200 people out there that we didn't know about. Cindy's job is largely to go out and figure out how do we get to these people, because they're not just going to come to us. One of our very successful programs is our caregiver meals program. Gratefully, funded through the Southborough Community Fund. But it's really not just a meals program. It's a way for Cindy to know what's going on in these households and who needs help and et cetera. Who do they know that need further assistance? And that's what she does. That's why this extra day is so important. We can't wait for people that call on Friday and say, well, the person that really knows about this will be in on Monday. When they call, when we're reaching out, it's generally in an emergency or crisis situation. And for somebody who is 80 and dealing with a spouse, even who's just come home from the hospital, this person that comes in with caregiver meals, that could be the only person they've seen all week. This is a really important position. Our folks, are the citizens that have gotten the town to where it is today. They've been paying taxes for 30, 40, 50 years in this town. What we're asking for is 0.2 FTE. That's what it is. It's $16,000 out of a $56 million budget. Not a whole lot, but we know the tide is coming. And like Pam said, we're also trying to prepare for what's really coming down the road. So we really prefer not to wait. We want to keep it on the same schedule where the town funds the employees and not, our golf match or something else that we have to depend on, or a grant year after year. It's not the way to do business. This is the real essence of our senior center, is this. Yes, all our programs are important because they really also deal with the social side of things and isolation. But in terms of information, it is just more complex. If any of you have parents now or grandparents that are going through something, it's just so hard to figure out, what's the right assisted living? What's the right long-term care? How do I apply for Medicaid? How do I do this? What does my Medicare offer me? I mean, it's just incredibly complex, and every individual is a different story and coming from a different place, which makes it harder. What Cindy does, what she does so well, and we're going to have a hard time replacing, is build relationships so people trust her, so people will call into her. And so that's not a part-time job, not anymore. When we were a small town, when she started, how many years ago? 20 years ago?
24 years.
24 years ago, it was a whole different place. Now, it's really very good. So.
Thank you.
On a positive note, but it plays into this too. I called Kathy. I said, all you hear is negative thing. And you guys hear a lot of complaints and different things. On the positive side, we have an amazing relationship with the police and the fire department. I mean, it's great. I couldn't ask for anything better. The chiefs are amazing. Everybody we've dealt with is amazing. We have liaisons to both departments that are, we've always had a pretty good situation. This is exceptional. Our liaisons are wonderful. We've got some new people with the police department. Fire department always was like this. Police department, we kind of know what's going on out there and what's coming down the road. They let us know. A lot of times it's people we already know about, but sometimes it's people we don't know about. And they bring our business cards, hand them out, say, these people can help you. Can they reach out to you? Would you reach out to them? And they pave that way. And that's been kind of a new wave in the last 6 months to a year with that. We've seen a lot. I get emails from the person that works on the night shift at 11 o'clock, like, okay, this is what happened. Somebody next morning, we make the phone call. So that is, I think, pretty amazing for people in this town that we can help like that. But I mean, those two departments are just fantastic. We also have a really good relationship with Youth and Family Services for the emergency funds. And the food pantry everybody tries to help. The churches in town, we've got, it's pretty good. I mean, I think we're pretty fortunate, so. But all of that comes back, and the great majority of that is in Cindy's, Cindy carries the weight of that, along with me and our nurse they work together. If there are medical situations, they collaborate, so. And we've got a pretty good system.
So, Ricky both, that's great. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but, when we meet with you guys every year, it's just heartwarming to see what all you do for the business that you serve. Just to provide a message for everyone, $7,000 budget, 2,500 seniors, that's $150 for seniors. That's what we've been doing. Let's jump around a little bit on this question. So Lisa, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you both. Very important words that are said today, and I think the biggest message I can take sitting on this side of the board is it's time to invest in our seniors. The numbers have gone up, you've shown the data. Pam, I know we've talked about this, you would prefer the money be in the budget and allow you to do additional programs. I think the census has shown us a third of the population of this town is now seniors. What did we say? 65% of the budget goes to the schools. So we have an opportunity here for $16,000 out of all we've talked about today to be able to show a little bit of additional support. Through COVID, I've delivered some of these meals. I've seen some of the connections that you make, and Chelsea has as well. All these people want is for 10 minutes, somebody to talk to them. And if that little piece we can give to our seniors for $16,000, to me, this is just a non-discussion. And I hope everybody will feel that way. Pam, let me just ask you this. How many people come through your door? Whether, I'm not gonna talk about all the phone calls you get, which is multiply that. But how many people actually come through and use the senior center as a home base? Their one chance to get out and to be able to see somebody else, to have a conversation, or just go somewhere, not even have to talk, just be part of a group.
Yeah.
How many people?
Prior to COVID, our statistics were about 900 different seniors through the door. Some of those once, some of those every day. So those are, the duplicated number is crazy number. I mean, it's just hard to wrap your brain around. That's why I don't bring that. In the past, I would bring charts and graphs and show how that number increases and all of that stuff, but we had the pandemic in the middle of it. So it flipped to everything went into outreach. And we went out, we got the census, we got as many phone numbers, additional phone numbers as we could, and we worked from the oldest down as far as we could go into people into their 70s. In addition to that, we did outreach, which we made the phone calls, we made the contact information, we actually sent out volunteers with little cookies, treats. I mean, that was all about the connections, to reinforce that, to say, hey, you know what? I know you talked to them, but here, we got a little something extra for you, just so they would know we were there. And that was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of phone calls, and hundreds of visits. And so things have really changed as far as the numbers. Our programs for people coming in for socialization, all of our programs the bottom line is about the social aspect of that. But those are all full with waiting lists. And Cindy just has so many people coming through the door. The other thing is durable medical equipment. We send out walkers, wheelchairs, we loan them out, and that has gone a little crazy, that part of it, which kind of surprised me a little bit. And that covers everybody from somebody that's 95 getting out of the hospital to knee replacements, hip replacements, people in their 60s, late 50s calling. So that's why I didn't bring the charts and the graphs, because we had that kind of, COVID in the middle. So it kind of threw the numbers all over the place. So I'm going to have to start from here on out with seeing where we go from here.
Thank you. And I'll just add two final points, if I may. So I think we can all look around the room here. This is really important. This is like a family here today. So I think for $16,000 to be able to continue and do additional outreach is just an investment in our senior community. I'm getting there myself, so pretty soon I'll be sitting with them. So,
It happened
but,
really quick.
I
yeah.
hope you're getting.
But anyway, thank you, and thank you for stepping forward, and thank you for all you do for our seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good.
Anybody want to go next?
I will. Thank you for both coming and bringing your army and.
Yeah, I've never had this before. This is all new, so.
So I had some similar comments earlier, actually, to the school department. I think that you've done a great job being flexible in how to provide best to the population that you serve. I was fortunate enough to see how you work, and have worked with Cindy on a volunteer basis and also, from a board of health perspective. So I appreciate all your comments about the community that she's reaching out to. I think the census data is back up enough to show the need here for enhancing the services. I would kind of equate it to what we talked about with the schools as well, in that this isn't really enhancing the programs or anything else that you're looking at. This is more blocking and tackling. And, you know, the 8 hours, if Cindy can reach another, you know, X number of people, you don't know if they've talked to anybody, right? And that's something that I experienced personally when doing some deliveries with gloves and a mask and, you know, a mask, you know, the whole thing. But at least we're beyond, hopefully, that state, and we can actually have conversations with people more now. So I am supportive of what they're looking to do. And thanks again for everything that your team.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah.
As one who is already solidly in the senior population, far much further down the path than we. But again, I certainly appreciate and understand what the senior center does for the community. And it's interesting to me, we've actually had comments that, you know, no new hours. I have made the point several times that I think there are some things that we ought to do regardless of no new hours. And this is one of several on my list at least, and I think it's important. I certainly support this, but I'm not in favor of taking this to town meeting as a separate item or whatever. We ought to, and then hire it to manage. I think they'll make manage decisions and help people think it's right. One of separate on my list.
Thank you.
About advisory.
Yeah.
I didn't figure it out. I'm definitely.
I have a question about the. Oh, is it a position that's currently benefits eligible?
Yes.
Okay.
Advisory now.
Everybody.
Someone impressed with your ability and the way you evolved with the pandemic. So a tremendous skill in doing that, and when we meet with you, I'm always say, I think the 8 hours is enough for me. What you're doing.
Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. The data is supportive, but the only data point you need is who's in this room right now.
Yeah, it was a while for me too. So it's great.
Yeah, all those. You're making an impact. Best.
I'll agree that, you know, it's love seeing we're calling the army now that you're here. It's great to see you. I don't think it was necessary for you to come even that.
This was like 2 emails worth.
It's working. 2 more emails.
You know, the emails are working.
Yeah.
This is no reason not to.
As we talked, I the board, on the advisory board, the 200%, again. Sam, I defer a little bit with your, just, it's, you know, again, in fairness, if we told people level service,
I know.
and we're adding hours, right? I would be fine if this is on its side and advisory supports with 8 extra stars and extra thumbs up and everything. I just think, I don't like to be selective. I like to be fair when it comes to different departments, but. We have a discussion later on how we want to structure that. Do we keep it in the budget? Do we leave it out of the budget as a separate thing, but. I think we all support it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, wrap up, level services, these 40 hours already being expanded, being grant funded with 8 hours, so I hope that's good. So Cindy's already doing the 40 hours, it's 32.
Right, I think everybody knows that, right?
Yeah, finally, technicality.
Well, I guess, to me, this is so different than anything else we've heard there, so totally supportive, but I think we've got to go further, if not this year, we have got to start listening to what you guys need. I mean, you've got to need more than $307,000 to support 3,000 people. But we've got to continue this conversation, to see what we need to do to make sure you have the tools that you can, use to provide services you need. 3,000 is a lot. Kind of school. Thank you for coming, and hopefully we can come to town meeting on March 20th.
Oh, you'll be there.
Absolutely, no question about that.
We're in the middle, just so you know, of a really pretty new strategic plan. Because these numbers did kind of really surprise us. And we really need to take a hard look at where we need to go and what we're gonna need to get there. So that's what the board is gonna be working on. We have a meeting next Friday for a couple hours. And starting it right now, so we'll be well prepared for next year.
And we're determined to get your addition done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, thank everybody for coming along.
Thank you.
They want to see you.
Yes, I'm sorry. We'll turn the Council on Aging meeting at 3:27.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Raise your hand.
For 5 minutes, so let's go. All right, back on.
I didn't know.
We are back in session at 3:39. And we've got one and 7 minutes. So, why don't you just tell us what you want to know about the budget?
Okay.
And then we will.
All right, sounds good. So essentially, the biggest ask in our budget this year has to do with software. We are still sort of operating in the dark ages in our department. In 2019 or 2020, we started using a cloud-based electronic health record system, which was for our mental health services, so very clinical usage to house all of that. It was tremendously helpful, and we have continued to need a few more pieces. Since mental health services are not the only thing that we provide, we really need a place to house data and track metrics for all of the services we provide in one place. And the other piece that we've really needed, we worked with legal counsel several years ago to draft a waiver form allowing or notifying residents that various ways of communicating with us and the risks inherent in those different ways of communicating with us, and letting them know, letting them have the option of signing off on allowing us to engage in electronic messaging with them. Given that we are town employees and use town email, there's risks for if somebody's interested in pursuing some of our counseling services with us, to reach out to us that way. So this was our only option beyond talking on the phone with people, which is a great option, but not everybody wants to use that. So despite having this waiver form, we've really been very interested in pursuing HIPAA compliant messaging platforms so that people can initiate contact with us in the first place and can have ongoing communication with us. So what is outlined in our budget request is, well, firstly, hopefully you all have a copy of my first submission, but then I also just sent one just a couple of days ago because we've been kind of down to the wire working with Municipal Technology Committee. Is that something you all have?
What is the one that you have? What's the correct number for?
The correct number, the current number is a total of 277,395. So what everybody has.
This is last meeting.
So we decreased our request from our initial one. So what we had first been asking for was 3 separate software solutions, and working with MTC and the IT department, we were able to identify one software solution that could combine 2 of them, which is to take our current electronic health record system needs and find one that had HIPAA compliant messaging built into it versus having 2 separate solutions. So we were able to, since our first submission, we've been able to trial and demo something called Simple Practice. MTC has been involved in that process with us, as has the IT department. So our request has changed to switch from Therapy Notes, which is what we're currently using, to Simple Practice. That's the EHR that has the messaging capability. The other thing that might be a little bit confusing for people is my senior center. Pam is here. I just said, hey, she said, do you want me to stay? My whole army left. And
But the senior center actually uses my senior center, so I actually said, in fact, yes, that would be great. So that she can comment on it, should you have any questions. I know it's a strange request coming from our department. However, we have been searching and searching and searching. I feel like for the last 2 years, I have gone around the world trying to find something that would work for us to meet the needs of our very small department, only to come back here to Southborough and find a solution that Pam has been using for 15 years. So my senior center is a HIPAA compliant database. That means that we can take all individuals, families that we serve and put them all in one location and keep track of metrics related to every individual, every program, every service that we offer. We can know what year we offered that to that family, who we can look up by year, who participated in said program at that time. Do a much, much better job of keeping track of how many people we serve. Currently, we're using an Excel spreadsheet that has about 17 to 20 tabs long. It's painful.
It's painful to listen to.
It's painful to, yeah, I cannot wait to move away from it. We try our best to stay organized, but it's not working for us. The other piece of my senior center that's really nice also is it has a registration component to it. So we have a number of workshops that we offer regularly. We have programs and events that sometimes require registration. There's also an advertising component, so you can sort of equivalent to what the superintendent's office does. You can call out to anybody who's in the database to share, programs been canceled, for example. We reached out to the developer of my senior center and said, hey, 2 questions. Either can you change your name or can you create something new? Because I have relationships with fellow YFS departments in neighboring communities. And this is something we all struggle with and we talk about at length. And I was introduced to my senior center from some of my colleagues in neighboring communities who have thrown their hands up and just said, we're going with this because it's what we need. So that is why that is also on there. So our simple practice is for our mental health services, anything confidential that we offer. And it's housing our records and allowing us a HIPAA compliant messaging platform. And then my senior center is for us to have a database for everything that we offer, also HIPAA compliant. And then that also includes some funds for telelanguage, which is of critical importance for us to be able to provide equitable services. to residents.
Question on the
Yeah.
total language. I know it's from the answer. I know we've used that and asked this before. Is that something that's shared amongst departments?
We were introduced to that through the police department. So I know police and fire use that.
So when the invoice comes in, it gets allocated to the department.
Right.
Got it. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
So that is the biggest item. There are some smaller pieces here. On an ongoing basis, our department has been working very hard to engage in outreach in the community to let people know about the services we offer. We actually work with residents of all ages. I know Pam was up here talking about outreach and how important it is. Again, not waiting for people to come to us, making sure that we're letting people know we exist. I can't tell you, even after doing this outreach as much as possible, at least every month we encounter 1 or 2 people who doesn't even know we exist or who has no idea what we do. So it's really important that we continue to do that work. But with that, we are giving out a lot of information for people to take home. And thus our printing costs have gone up. We've been relying on grant and donation funds to cover that. So I'm asking for a little bit more for that in our operating budget. And then contracted services has gone up just slightly. In case you're unaware of what that's for. So we work with a clinical consultant who provides me with supervision around my cases. I supervise the staff in our department, but I also seek residents for mental health services as I'm a licensed mental health counselor myself. And it's best practices for anyone in the field to have supervision for the work that they're doing to ensure safety and ensure best practices. So this consultant provides me with supervision, and then we also meet with her biweekly for consultation. Some of the cases that we have helped with have been quite complex. And so this has been extremely helpful to have her available. She's also somebody that we call on in the event of an emergency if we have questions about how to handle something. So another layer of safety for the town having her involved. Office supplies, there's no change. Program supplies, again, because of outreach and increased training and events and workshops. We're asking for slightly more for that reason also. And then mileage, we're actually decreasing because since the pandemic, we thought at first that it had a lot to do with the fact that we were doing so much work remotely. But my position has become much more administrative in nature as time has gone on. I used to put 25 miles a day on my car just within Southborough. I don't do that anymore. And the majority of the travel occurs with interns that we have working within our department, and we don't reimburse those students for mileage. So we've decreased that line item. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, so, I'm fine, in terms of everybody else, but I get a question, you're going to say, if you didn't have an answer this, okay. Where are we with payment for interface?
Sure. No, it's a good question. I have to pause for a second. So interface referral service is a contracted service that we have through the town. It's a referral helpline offered by William James College, which allows residents of the town to call and receive help with finding a provider in the community. So we are currently in contract year number 2 with them. Is that right? Yes. Is it 3?
I think it's 3.
Okay. The current contract that we're in right, because it's January.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So the current contract we're in is a 6-month contract that's being covered by the school department. And the reason it's a 6-month contract is because we're trying to get our contract back in line with the fiscal year. Through the ARPA committee process, the town has set aside $25,000 for a subsequent year-long contract after this 6-month contract expires. So as of July 1st, that will kick in to cover us through June 30th of 2024.
Does that work? I just want to make sure because ARPA, you guys spend it by the end of 26. You're fine. I just want to make sure. Okay. So I'm going to ask Tim Martell to speak first because Tim has been the person on our advisory that was really concerned. We were all concerned, but he really led the charge as far as HIPAA compliance. And so it's been a lot of what you're talking about here is to become HIPAA compliant. So you are. Let's see.
And if I may, Tim, just before, I just included in the packet is a memo from Municipal Technology Committee. I really relied on them heavily, not being an IT person myself and not knowing which questions needed to be asked. They have participated from beginning to end through all of this.
Did they give you a roadmap? A to Z? Cover? So it's not just the software you're purchasing, which is probably great and it's certainly cheap. It's how that software plugs into our IT group
Mhm.
that matters.
Mhm.
One of the biggest things I would look at is where is our identity management? happening? Right, so when you go to your service online, your subscription, you have to log in. Or does your laptop normal login, does that give you automatic access to this? Or is there a separate log?
I believe, so we don't currently use either of these, the way that the Therapy Notes login works, which is the same, they're both cloud-based.
Yeah.
So you would go to the web address and you would log in.
Okay,
And there would be, I know that there's two-factor authentication for both.
yeah, so what that means is that the authentication is happening outside our IT group, so it's happening in bubble. Right, so our IT group, whatever policies, whatever procedures, whatever tools they have are being completely bypassed. Because you're going direct to this service. And what that means, like, one of the things that Jason has done is this thing, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark. But employees use town machines, right?
Mhm.
Right, because he wants to provide a safe, reliable, protected piece of equipment for all town employees to utilize. When you have this bypass into the cloud, you can use whatever you want. You can use any device that's connected to the cloud. It could be loaded with malware. Right? That's one problem. The other problem is that you're bypassing the provisioning and deprovisioning procedures in place. So if you have an employee that is terminated, Jason doesn't know. He doesn't know whether or not their access to the cloud, to this cloud service is shut off or not. Right? You could have somebody who's been fired for 3 or 4 years who still has access to this data. Because it's outside the regular channels. Right? You have administration of a critical system that's not being administrated by an IT professional. So can you be assured in a HIPAA world, even if it's a HIPAA platform, like, are you assigning the roles in the system correctly to the right people? Do you have segregation? Maybe not, because human nature being what it is, the easiest way from point A to point B is to give everybody administrative access, because that lets them get their job done. So I could keep going. There are a lot of holes, right? So even though you have a system, service that in and of itself is very secure, I'm certain that there's encrypted traffic. I'm certain that the data is encrypted at rest. I'm certain that this vendor has done everything. They're audited. They have a SOC 2. I'm certain that that's good. What I'm saying is that I don't know. Our IT group is on a great path to getting to where we need to be. Right? I don't know that right now. We're further enough down the road so that you can take the system, plug it in, and everything will be great. Does that make sense?
Somewhat. To be quite honest, a lot of what you're saying feels like, I know Matt Probst had hoped to be here during my time slot. It feels like a conversation to be having with them or with.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Jason Montijo and all of Municipal Technology Committee has been part of this process and has, through their lens, of various considerations and conversation, asked their questions. And so those pieces I'm not familiar with. I'm really here advocating for the needs of our staff and to be able to effectively do our jobs and not be spending so much time on the minutia of data entry we're collecting data from various places and then having to use data entry to plug it into a 17-tab long Excel spreadsheet. So
it goes into conversations we've had earlier today about liability. How much liability the town is willing to accept. versus efficiencies.
What's the liability? Completely offline with, like they're using now versus,
Well, like a completely paper system has zero liability.
Yeah, I think what Tim's saying is liability is if it's on a machine, IT can just log someone off and they're gonna, because
yeah, no, I get all that. I was just,
especially in the HIPAA situation, if you don't have that control of who has access, then that's one.
And you can get around, I mean, if it doesn't have 702, you're not doing this, so, and you're not using Active Directory, you can get around it just having an administrator that monitors the system.
you said like four acronyms.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway,
Sorry.
No, it's
yeah, so. It's a single sign-on authentication.
Absolutely, I agree.
Would it make sense for you to talk to Matt Probst or Jay? And then let through Andrew know, so be happy, they can kind of let us know what you're.
And I think Tim brings up a point that we've talked about, and I don't know if the select board has taken the claim is. We should have some kind of, whether it's a contractor, a staff, a partial staff, some kind of a chief information security officer, a compliance person. You know, somebody that, and the way it works in my company is a system does not go into production without that person signing off on things like, do you have single sign-on? Do you have two-factor authentication? Do you have these minimum standards to make sure we are secure from an information security? Have you done a SOC 2, which is the compliance thing? Do you have a firewall? There's minimum information security standards you have to go before this gets put into production. Here, we don't have that. I mean, we have Jay, who hopefully is kind of monitoring that, but that's not his, that's not his responsibility. That's a specific set of skills that maybe a full-time person is not worth it, but this is certainly something that you can outsource. So if Matt does it, as I think he is the information security officer, that we should have that control in place to say, we're not going to put therapy notes into production without making sure we've closed these liabilities. Right now, we don't have that. And
How
that's,
many towns have compliance officers? Right,
I don't think.
yeah,
they're common for sure.
how many towns have had HIPAA $1 million settlements? Yeah.
What I'd like to know, Jim, I'd like for you to get a level of comfort with what they're trying to put in place. I know it's hard for Sarah, she's on the spot here. We're asking her a lot. of
Yeah, I don't know the
questions.
answers. And this is why I've done my due diligence getting here.
And obviously, this is your wheelhouse. So I would really like to hear if you have a conversation with them, if that changes your thoughts on, oh, okay, maybe there's this level that I didn't think was there that's now there.
It's also that first will help, absolutely the full help.
So that's why you talking.
You can help.
Yeah. Makes sense. If you wouldn't mind, that'd be
I
great.
mean, to me, it sounds like the software does what we need it to do. From your budget perspective, I think it's fine. Whether or not we install it is a different thing.
How we operate it.
Correct.
I would say, we're at more of an increased risk right now, communicating back and forth with residents over town email versus having the platform that's HIPAA compliant to do so. I know you understand where I'm coming from in terms of needing.
Let us have the conversation for the company, but you're certainly going the right direction.
Yeah, I would say it's not, there are not the liability, it's certainly yours because it's your area, but if there are limitations, it's not in your department.
The fix is far beyond you here. You're doing the right thing for now. I mean, the liability is a HIPAA breach, which can point out, thank you, millions of dollars. Kind of way.
Anybody have any other questions for Sarah? The rest of it is pretty.
Thank you, Sarah.
I just have a question. So right now you have therapy notes.
Mhm.
What is gonna happen to the information in there? Is there intent to migrate that over into?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there would be an overlap between the two and we would have time, actually, Simple Practice, one of their onboarding services that's included in the subscription is support to help that happen, but we've only been using therapy notes for about a year, so I think we could probably handle that ourselves. But yeah, that's our.
Kathy, oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, this is a big milestone for you, given what you went through with your strategic plan and following through with, you know, what your short-term goals were for the next 5 years. So I just want everybody to be aware that this is part of Youth and Family's strategic plan, and I think you've done a great job executing on it. I know it was very frustrating to try to find something that would work for you. So I think this is a great story.
I think Sarah set the table nicely 3 years ago, 4 years ago and everything, and that said, look, this is where we want to be and this is how we look to get there. And we made a couple of tweaks and everything in that, but if you look how, I would say robust, your department is, now and again, the level of service that you're providing is better. So it, just telling the story and the people can anticipate what was coming. It's not a surprise, it's not a fight. We understand this is year 2 or 3, we're doing this. So I think it's a nice story.
Kathy, the interfaith faith.
Faith.
Is that something the opioid settlement could pay for? That's an ongoing thing, right? It's kind of in the wheelhouse of it.
Opioids ongoing, I think you're happy with the interface, correct? For people who use it seem to be fairly happy with it.
Yes.
So, I think that
I just want to share my hesitation really is not a reflection of interface, but of the field in general. They're not magicians. They can't create things where they don't exist. Even they are having trouble. There's just not enough services. They're overwhelmed. So, no, but thank goodness we have them, because that level of need and demand would fall on our shoulders to provide the services we provide and try to find long-term providers in addition to that. So it's really been, it's not perfect, but we're very grateful to have that.
thank you.
Thank you. Pam, thank you. There were lots of questions about my senior center. Yeah, they're in Acton. Yeah, they're lovely people.
Do you want to be plugged into the conversation?
Happy to. I have a feeling that, this is what's gonna happen left and right, and I'm not gonna have, but there might be a question. Yeah, so I'm happy to hear that, but certainly not if it ties up, scheduling. Okay. So, yeah. Thank you.
So we've got a breakdown, so library and board, 45, got about 35 minutes.
Do we need to talk about any more of the article? Did we cover all of them?
I went through pretty fast. I think we should talk about capital. You can see what you guys need to talk, got any issues with that. I think we should go back to the idea that you have thrown up today as far as the article.
I've thrown out a few times already.
What did I just tune out?
Yeah, at our budget seminar and in our weekly conversation that's been in there.
Kathy, can I ask one question about, being back on, that land swap article? We talked about an hour ago, wait, you want to take a break?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know if you were saying we should take a break. So one of the things I was wondering, just observing sort of how that conversation is in a town meeting the past 2 times, it didn't seem like the facts and the policy were actually being debated as much as the disgruntlement and sort of previous history that went into creating that situation. Do you feel like that's resolved? Or do we, so how do we get ahead of that this time?
I'm talking to me, the simple that fully, we haven't fully fleshed out what we're gonna do at town meeting, but one plan would be to basically, when the article comes up, basically talk about both articles at once because they're related, right? And then provide the town at the town meeting with the background as to how we're gonna facts, right? There was water problem there. Library had a water problem. this is what we've done, we've got a grant, and decided to do this project with grant. Well, you'd be very happy. So I think we can get all that out, right? Talk about then what's happened since select board, basically, didn't have a good meeting, May of 22, right? So we came back and said, okay, let's regroup. We want to finish the park. We voted 5-0. We want to finish the park. We think that's a better route. Here we are. We can't undo what's been done. What's the better route? And just go through that very calmly, and very succinctly. Then what I think is going to happen, Adam, is there are several people who are, or probably opposed it, have probably now, changed their mind. They think we've done the right thing, and will probably stand up and support. And those people are, the type of people that town meeting tends to listen to. They've been around, they know how town meeting works. So I think that's what happens at that point. And then there will be some that will stand up that will, agree with it still, no matter what we do to this one disagree. That's what happens. We just gotta let the conversation play out, and in the end, hopefully you've made a convincing case that will convince more than 2/3 of the voters to vote for. Because again, we don't have a plan B. If we don't, especially if you get rid of license agreement on Tuesday, what happens? But we agreed to take the risk to go to town meeting, no license agreement, totally gone. This is all we've got. Then we have no right to work on the land if the land club doesn't.
Have you considered pulling together some focus groups with people who are in opposition or who are influential in town meeting, figuring out how to create champions that's going in prior to sort of just hoping they stand up and help us here? Because really, obviously, it's at this point, it is what it is. We need to find. So how do we get some of that buy-in before we walk into town meeting?
Well, one thing that will be really helpful is for advisory to support it unanimously and stand up and say that. The town meeting looks to advisory for advice, right, for recommendations. You remember at that meeting, several people got up and said, what is advisory think? They didn't say we're select board, and that they should. You represent it. Tell me, you speak for them, you give them advice. So I think that would be really helpful. We haven't formed a focus group, but we have been talking to several of those people and know where they stand. Some of the most vocal opponents have now stated that they intend to support it. In a couple cases, it may be caveated on what we do with the license agreement. We'll say that. But this is going to be an important meeting as far as what the school decide to do with the budget.
One thing, Kathy, I think, Adam, too, the working group has been out there. We've had 20+ meetings and, the public has had an opportunity to buy in. And some of the people that had concerns have been participating in those meetings as well. So there has been outreach, if you will, and trying to get a consensus together through those working group meetings.
And also remember that the procedure was a big factor in May of 2022, because what there was there was an article and then select board came and had a motion to indefinitely postpone it, which usually people, that's great because I don't have to debate something. There was a whole debate on the motion to indefinitely postpone that failed and then forced.
Yeah.
And then no affirmative.
Because it had nothing to do with the issue.
And then of course there was that whole movie and everything.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be in a better place this year.
I think we can be better prepared, Adam. I point out that I think I participated in close to every meeting that has been discussed in the last year. It has been a long time, nearly a year, since I've heard anything new. So the points that people are making are points that are well known. I think we ought to be prepared to address those points. And I think in all cases, as far as I'm concerned, I think we have a logical, reasonable response. And some of them, admit that the process was not well managed. There's no going back on that. And given where we are, here are the issues relative to people concerned. Here's how we, or in some cases, town council, has opined that we need to deal with those. And the facts are the facts. And let people decide that.
FAQ.
Yeah.
I also have done a lot of thinking about how did we end up in this position, and one thing that's revolved around this grant discussion that I think the select board has had a lot of thinking about is one of the root causes was when we applied for and got the shared street grant for the 290 back in like December for the end of 2020. We shot for a bigger number, right? And then it came down. And two things. One is that the amount that the town ultimately got was not really sufficient to complete the entire project. And it turned out it was a complicated project because the land on which these improvements were being bid was not owned by the town. And there was a deadline to spend the money, and the initial deadline was May 31st. So, in retrospect, the town should not have really should have thought through that this project is too complicated to actually, you must spend that money by May 31. We could not have done. And so then there was requests for extension after extension after extension. Then towards the end, Karen was really feeling some pressure that these requests for extension are going to start to get denied. And there was a deadline to get this done by December 31st, 2021 to spend the money. And that's really in the fall, where another thing is that the work, the actual digging up of the plowing, that was done before the license agreement was signed. And there was basically just like a backfilling in of the paperwork in behind the work instead of the paperwork ahead of it. So clearly lesson learned on that, but I do think one of the primary things that led us to this whole situation was simply going after the money. Mark is right. I think this is what one of the things you're referring to here. We chased that money without thinking it through all that carefully. And also, because we like to get grants, we also put out a press release patting ourselves on the back for getting a 290 grant for a history walk. And then since one of the big questions you've heard repeatedly since then is wait, we got this $290,000 for history walk. Where's the history? So logically, remember, before the site we're getting used to what it looks like right now, which is ridiculous because before that, you remember there were trees there. So before you are to put, like a park, a history walk, you need to grade the area. So that work obviously needed to be done first. And there were major drainage improvements done around that. But one of the things that I have done that I hope will be convincing is right around Christmas time. So I took some pictures that showed I think the public safety hazard of the current intersection there. So December 31st, that was a day where it was the pouring rain, with a big storm, it was like 55 degrees, right? On a rain. The intersection floods. And when it floods, you've got the end of a street hitting Route 85, and it's a pond. You could literally skate a little bit around there. And then the temperature drops from 50 degrees to like 20 degrees in a 24-hour period, and it turns to ice. So, I think that,
So we'll show them.
yeah, and I've also, every time it rains a lot, I go and I take a lot of pictures there, and just show them that it's like really intersection, so it's,
But there is a whack-a-mole aspect to this. So there clearly is a water problem here, no doubt about it. So then some of the folks said, yeah, it's caused by the wall at St. Mark's Bank. Well, Andrew Pfaff, at an advisory meeting, you may have been there, pulled up a Google map to show before the wall was built, no, there was a water problem there. So, we keep whacking at it, but then, another problem. So I don't think we've done everything that we've been asked to do, and we've really tried hard. So I hope that we can make clearly that case and that it's going to happen, but it really would help to have advisory full-throatedly benefit.
Okay, why don't you come up and go? You can be up in the yellow.
I'll be mad.
still have your iron. So Marguerite is the chair of the work.
I'm chair of the working group and I'm chair of the library trustee. And as you know, we've had.
Marguerite, just to be clear, on our agenda, the reason we're talking, we are able to talk about any potential articles, but of course this is one, so kind of keep what you're saying within the fact that we're going to have an article.
Okay, all right, but this is just a bit of information for advice. Is that the library has had flooding consistently ever since the extension was built. And the state did not fund the extension because they said it's too wet back there. And if you look on the old maps, there's a river that runs down parallel and slightly under Route 85. 85 now that's been paved so many times, this may be 6 feet down to the river. Now the library has not flooded, even though we've had serious rains. Part of it was Karen put in 2 sump drains. And they're out to the street, to the stormwater drain that's under 85. The other thing she did, which Ryan told me about, her telling him about, was that Brook is in a culvert now. She put it in a culvert. And it's in the middle of 85. So we've had bad rains and the library has not flooded. So this is not clear to the library board of trustees, but she did it. And I'm very appreciative for that. So whatever the system was about which would be done first, second, or third, the substructure with the drainage is now in place. And that was, Karen did that, and I don't know which money she used for it, but it has been helpful. So that's the information.
Thank you, Margaret.
One thing, do you think within the confines of what we have here, I can answer Andrew's question about what we want to go out and get a bid? Or do you think that really waits to the?
I think you should wait till your update on
Okay.
Thursday.
All right. Stay tuned. I'll have some. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about capital for a moment before we get to the budget. You guys know about the- Yeah, I'll do that first. We're gonna, even though we don't have discussed the budget, Chelsea has met with Tim Rice and they found an estate or 2 in the budget, so there's a little bit more money in that budget. So have you guys gone through the capital budget, Andrew?
We had a joint meeting.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so have you gone further than that as far as discussing what you like, what you don't like?
No,
Not yet.
Okay, so you're going to at some point?
I think I was waiting to see if there was anything in school.
You were waiting to see what?
Anything was gonna fall off.
Okay, and what did you think might follow?
UTV maybe, or a truck for DPW supervisor, or,
Well, Lisa, wants to talk about the UTV on Tuesday.
Yeah.
She has, I think, started having some doubts about it. Maybe talking about the sidewalk maintenance fund, also. So if you haven't talked about it, there's nothing new then, I know, but at some point you should discuss it, so we know if you've got issues with anything, so we can try to come to a meeting.
Yeah. and we still have to go through all the articles. That'll be one of them.
I know the capital committee, they're meeting Monday night. They're gonna take a look at. What they've recommended at this point. There's an awful lot that's being put on this fund. And there's some concern between, the committee and Brian Valentine that we may not have as much in ambulance as we expect to have to fund everything. There could be, I think the number that we're looking at could be potentially about a $50,000 shortfall. So if we had to prioritize something out of the ambulance fund that we were looking at for FY 24, what might it be? That then puts it back into the general fund consideration. And is that something then that we're gonna look to do, or we're gonna look to defer? The dirty word, we've tried to get away from it the last couple of years. We've done a nice job with that, but I just put that out there because I know the capital is gonna be having that discussion.
Okay, Chelsea, you want to talk about this?
So DPW, I was going through this budget last week and this week with Tammy Rice down at DPW, as well as Carla and Brian, and couldn't understand why overtime is going from 150,000 to 200,000. And it's a little bit confusing because FY 23 only has 1 line item for overtime, and then 24 has it broken up between regular overtime and then overtime snow and ice. So Tammy found.
I'm just gonna, if there's gonna be any discussion on the snow budget, I'm just gonna confuse myself. If you're gonna go down that path, Chelsea.
It's just that it's overtime broken out. It's for the
Okay.
employees.
That's right.
It's broken up between overtime and snow and ice, but it has nothing to do with. So there were 2 mistakes in how the budget was put together. And so the budget, the overtime budget in total is gonna go from 150 in FY 23 to 153 in FY 24. So it is truly the COLA increase due to the contract. So,
47,000 back.
yeah. Yeah, so I just want to thank Tammy for taking this time to go through all the line items and find the duplicate error. So the year-over-year increase for DPW is 5.37% instead of, I think it was 7 something percent.
Yeah, we met with Karen, she said she was gonna change that number down.
But you didn't.
Oh, okay. We saw the same thing, when you go into details.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
DPW, the budget, so I was looking at the, what is in the budget for Karen's replacement?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm looking at the DPW salary budget form.
Yeah.
And, looks like, is it split between
Yes,
water and non-water, and what is the?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what the total number, so you would be 90, I see 90. Oh, there it is, 150. Okay, all right, I think that's fair. A little high, but
Yeah. So I guess where we don't have a superintendent right now, was there anything else, Andrew, that came up when you met with her that you don't see was updated?
All right, back through. There wasn't a whole lot in there that, besides the only other one I asked her to look at, as a kind of capital, I don't know if it's gonna make it for this year, was to look at the irrigation budget and consider maybe putting in an irrigation well. And for one of the fields or two of the fields to try it out. But again, that, maybe somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 for an irrigation well, spending $32,000 on irrigation water might make sense, but again, it hasn't got a capital or spending, so it might not make it into this year's, but. I think we had the employee training on the CDL
Yeah,
drivers, which I think, we talked about training, what do we do with that? I think also we make sure that has a clawback on it, but that's more your select board's wheelhouse than advisory. Then the rest was basically just inflation for concrete, salt, sand, and I kind of pushed back on, not much increases on the rest of the line items, and she just felt that she, like usual, could absorb it in different lines, but. I wasn't sure how far I wanted to go on that rabbit hole.
so in general, you're supportive of everything else.
Correct.
Okay.
But she was supposed to change the overtime budget.
Okay. So Tammy did send an updated version to Brian and Carly yesterday, so
Okay, yeah.
they'll update it and. Okay,
with the 150 like placeholder that's in there right now,
Yeah.
at least. We had recently an opportunity, we were thought we were be able to get that with it more significantly less than that, which then went away. Does it? I mean, I think that leaves some cushion, but is there some value in you kind of budget that more conservatively, like knowing that this is a publicly available document, someone who we might get into contract negotiations might be really smart and find this and then, yeah, be able to look at it and then, I mean, if you end up getting it for a little bit higher than what you budgeted. Still,
I mean, I think that's a question, for advice, if that happens. Then we'll be looking for a transfer.
but that council was able to bring that down, right? You know, what this
Yeah, but
deal
they
is.
just would need to be aware.
So you see. the
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
there?
I mean, you end up going higher, or, you stick it in. A general place, or you do an interdepartmental transfer, I mean. But it's.
We
should
would
be
be
the
able
best.
to, so what am I, put it down to 140?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. The new person is 145, and it cannot be absorbed in this giant budget. The end of the year, we can talk about risk.
There would be.
I don't know, but you got zero, I mean, how many 0% increases do you have in this budget?
All right.
I mean,
But I mean, in this budget too, like Karen's salary is not gonna be paid until the person's on board. and-
well, we have an interim.
Worry.
We all play that game, I confirm, right, we always play that game with DPW's budget too. It's a big budget, we'll find the money, we need to do a traffic study, let's find 12 grand in there, we always do this, and we've been cutting these budgets tighter and tighter, so we're not gonna have that kind of latitude.
This year, is it correct that there is an article which is. Was it like 15,000 or for engineering studies.
25.
25, and there's not a limitation that it has to be tethered to a particular.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct, that was so that is the article that existed prior to the public. Group. And then once we got, that money got spent, it had been sitting there for years, we replenished it once. And then we, maybe it wasn't the greatest decision, but we let capital put the article in so that they would have, and they put, there's some more restrictions on it and everything in that, so putting that $25,000 article back for engineering services at the discretion of the select board is the one I think you're talking about.
okay, good. I like that.
21, we're not doing it now. Right?
No, there's a placeholder to do it on this meeting.
So can I just offer a suggestion too? So we've just discussed, well, if it's in the budget and that person could see it, that person could watch this meeting too. And just see that we've just basically
And
said,
we've done it for other positions. We did it for IT and
I would be more comfortable finding another line item to put it into in case it's needed. Instead of running up
we just
short.
put it, add an extra 10,000 in the reserve fund.
Fine,
Call it a day.
fine.
That's what we did for the
Again, I just
printer that we did
would
in the meeting.
Keep it in the budget somewhere in case it's needed and to have to try to find it.
Makes sense there.
somewhere else.
Go lower than 140.
No, so leave this at 140 and put an extra 10 in the reserve fund. And if you use it, you use it. If you don't, it comes back.
Sounds good.
So that's just my suggestion. I would just hate to take it out completely and then try to have to find 1,000.
Would you guys mind if we start early with you?
We posted an agenda. We supposed to follow in the order.
Yeah, okay, for sure. Oh, you-
Okay, yeah.
okay.
Well, but wait a minute. You can go ahead and start, and then everybody comes, you can call your meeting.
But they might want
If
to,
you want to wait, then that's fine. But if you,
You guys don't have big changes on.
We're not talking about.
I know.
but I,
You might be done by the time they get here.
time of day, it is, we're pretty worn down here, so.
Yeah. You guys don't have.
And I think in the interest of time, I am, Mark noted I'm wearing my tie, but I am bringing my coffee, so that's our vibe
And you can
today.
just tell them that we beat you up to go early. So that's.
And that's right, first.
So, Brian, welcome. Everyone good. So can you introduce, so whoever left, anybody,
Sure, I'm Ryan Donovan, I'm the director of the Southborough Library.
And I'm Marguerite Landry, I'm the chair of the trustees.
Let me give like an overview. Yeah. Okay, so the Southborough Library, I made a little cheat sheet. Southborough Library has right now 7,713 registered borrowers. In the last fiscal year, we circulated a total of 141. I'll just range it over 141,000 items. So the print materials physically at the library right now are just over 56,000. So that just gives you a little idea of how big our operation is. We're circulating almost double of what the physical holdings are. Here's all my board members coming in now. Yeah.
We just started.
Yeah, we just got started a little bit.
It's on us. He said he should wait for you guys.
So Marguerite, do you now have a forum?
Yeah.
Why don't you call your meeting to order?
All right, I'll call the meeting to order. It is 4:32. We're gonna vote right now.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we did that. Yeah. So that's kind of generally, so that's generally just the Southborough Library at a glance. I could give you guys a lot more statistics, but in the interest of time, those are kind of, I think, the big items I wanted to hit. Oh, for the budget, should we give a budget overview too? So this is going to be my 9th year in Southborough. This is the most level services budget I've ever put forward to you guys. The majority of the increase this year is driven by the salaries, which we couldn't really control. A lot of that came from the pay and classification study. So there is some
we were not immune to inflation. So that I think is a little bit reflected in the educational supplies, which is our materials budget. Also, you'll see that dues and electronic subscriptions are somewhat standardized. The board had a big discussion this year because we did promise, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago in an advisory meeting, to review databases and have a discussion about whether or not they were working for the library, and then sort of based on usage, whether or not we wanted to keep them. So I actually had a recommendation this year to drop a database, which is one of our bigger ones. We did add databases as part of our cooking LSTA grant, which were paid this year, but to include them in the budget next year, it's only a few $100s. The savings we get from dropping Skillshare is actually over $2,000. So that helped to absorb the cost of both these new ones, but also the increases in some of the other electronic resources. I will say during COVID, a lot of people gave us like dispensation, they gave us discounts. That is, I'm sure you've heard this all day. That's over. Now they want to start charging us more. So we have to make serious decisions about whether the resource is working and then if we want to keep it based on the cost.
In terms of renovations, you guys are done, right? Carpet's done, painted, building's in good shape.
Until the library expansion.
Good. Okay, that's great. My Rudy, do you want to say? So.
Sure. I mean, I'll pick it off. I mean, you touched on, one of my questions are gonna be like, why is the subscription a little bit lower, and you touched on it, and other than that, it looked right on par with, it look perfect.
No
Oh.
question.
How are the hotspots?
I know I was gonna.
This was, so here, let me.
It's actually funding the Wi-Fi right now.
Yeah. They needed a secondary ISP, right?
I'll give it after, but I have a hotspot cheat sheet, this in
You do.
anticipation.
Hey, just to bring it up.
No. It's okay, I was at the library all day today, so I just, in advance of this question, I pulled some statistics. So as part of the state program, which we got for free for 14 months, I can tell you that the 5 hotspots we had circulated 116 times. Since we've introduced the funded hotspots from Mobile Beacon at the library, there are 11 of them circulating right now. They've circulated 65 times. So the total of that since we've introduced them is 181. So I think you can see why we want to continue circulating them. They've been very popular.
Fair enough.
So
Yeah.
Ryan did negotiate a lower price for that.
Oh, nice.
We also have been
In that
reserving,
case-
we've been reserving one of the hotspots. The trustees had this suggestion, which was actually a really smart one, to kind of set one of the hotspots aside as a staff use one, which we found has been very advantageous if the library loses internet briefly, or if we're going to an offsite program, like we've done library cards at the schools recently. So it was helpful for that.
No, I echo. Everything we have explained already, and it's great.
This is the quickest advisory meeting I think I've ever had.
You're not getting rid of books, right?
No, so, oh, wait, yeah, so the total print materials physically at the library is 56,354 items. That typically goes up year to year, just a little bit, because we don't have space to add too much more, but I think I said the statistic on all materials. So over 100,000 of the materials is the print material that goes out. So it shows you we're what's called, I think I say this every advisory meeting, but we're what's called a net lending library, which means that our collection is desirable. We have more of our area neighbors who are reserving our materials because our collection is so good that, we reserve it for the first several weeks just for Southborough residents so that they have priority. But then, we help fulfill hold lists and that increases our statistics. So.
Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Again, you've done a great job from a budget standpoint of keeping the lid on here. And always interesting to me to know what aren't we doing that you think really would have high value. I know I see your email alerts regularly about programmatic stuff that you're doing. A lot of that stuff looks great. Are there major opportunities out there that we ought to be doing more this or that, or collection changes important that you think you get high value from in terms of thinking if you had an extra $1,000, $10,000, where would you spend it? And what should we be thinking about in terms of future years as far as funding things? Because I continue to believe library is a huge piece of glue in terms of social structure. And a lot of people come together through that through the library. I think it's a very positive thing, community standpoint. So if we're not taking advantage of the things that could be high impact there, and I'd like to be thinking about it.
A lot of the LSTA grants we pursued over the years have been to sort of introduce new services or augment what we're already doing. So, you know, we're kind of gearing up for the annual seed exchange, which I think it's in its 4th year now. So that was, you know, the launch was supposed to happen in March 2020, right? So that was, we shut down right at that period and we made it like a mail order service. So we've almost had to reinvent it every year. I think this is the first year where it's going to function the way it was supposed to initially, where we, you know, people can come to the library, we structure more community events. You know, we're doing a big push, of which I'm sure you guys have all seen, on cooking programs right now, which have been very popular. So the thing I struggle with is when we have this extra money from the LSTA program through the state is how do we then make those programs sustainable, right? So, you know, part of that is a balance between making sure that we have adequate funding in our programming budget to continue some of those ongoing, and then also with working with our Friends group. So I will say in the last year, I've gotten a lot more involved in the Friends group. There's new people that are in it who are very ambitious, I would say. So, you know, they're looking to kind of bring some of the Friends operations into the 21st century, like seeking online donations. So that's something where I think they've kind of needed some help. So, you know, I'm tempering that with it's their group. They're kind of separate from the library, right? But how can I assist and aid them, especially as a community group? They're one of our stakeholders. We're trying to make sure that they have everything they need in order to be successful. And then has a direct correlation back into the library. So
I guess I'm thinking about things like, you know, for example, team programs and significantly, is there a huge is that where you would invest more resources?
I mean, if the thing, yeah, the teen services is something obviously we're trying to really focus on right now too, and to expand. You know, we're also looking at potential outreach opportunities for that. But I mean, I know maybe that's what you're getting to, Sam, but in order to do the things I think we'd like to long-term, we're going to need a bigger library. Yeah, so, you know, the teen room is, once we get like 5 kids in the teen room, we then are looking to use the adjacent Eaton room because we've kind of run out of space in the teen room. When we get to over, I would say like a dozen kids in the Eaton, we're then looking at the space upstairs. That potentially disrupts people from studying. It's just, our library is spatially has always been limited. I think we've tried our best to maximize the space that we have in the best ways that we can. I think having a teen room has been a massive benefit to the community. It also gave us more spaces to put the collection in because we were running out of those spaces. You know, we're having to more and more limit when people can donate to the library because we just don't have the capacity to handle it. So that has been a challenge.
So again, space is the limiting constraint, both collection wise and program wise, et cetera. That's what we're looking at new building opportunities.
It's a level served budget. I mean, it's basically the story here. Pretty straightforward, so I don't have any detailed questions. Thank you.
No question, just thank you for all that you do. The thing about you is utilize print and digital. I'm always downloading books for my husband when he travels, so thank you, and the budget's great.
So thank you. No questions for me.
I don't have it, but it is great budget, so thank you. Yeah, for the trustees and wanting to put it together. I think Margaret was great. we have a big project and the carpet, I'm sorry we gave you a hard time with the hotspots, and I'm sorry we gave you time with the carpet. It was so good. So I think the library looks great. I'm so glad we got the water problem resolved, with the work on the, for so.
Yeah, and I still think it was valuable to have the hotspot discussion and then to have that metric when I came to this meeting too, because I think when we introduce a new service, we always struggle to see if it's going to be something that really lands with the community. And that was why, I mean, 5 was the minimum number we could get for free from the state when they introduced the program. If I knew then what I know now, we would have gotten more of them because we could have potentially even had higher statistics. But it's not something where I think we're going to expand the program. I think what we have right now seems to be meeting the community need. So I think all of this was helpful. I think it was good to have that for this meeting, so we could look at how it, has worked over the past year.
So thank you.
We adjourn the meeting, Marguerite. We have another, we have to do employee appointments today. Yeah.
Okay. we'll go adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marnie, are you doing planning board?
Look at this, Marty. At the end of the day, we're on time.
I know, and my work can take us 5 minutes, we'll be good.
Beautiful. That works for me.
Oh, come on, Sam, you know me, I'm very direct. Thanks.
Okay, so why don't you introduce yourself to and then just give an overview of the budget for March, we will have.
Perfect. So, hello, everybody. Long day for all of you, so thank you. Am I the last?
Yes.
The best for last. That. I appreciate that. So Marnie Houlihan, I'm a planning board member and I'm here on behalf of Karina Quinn, our town planner. But I worked with Karina on the budget this year. I love that. I love pivot tables. I love Excel. And so we're here today. I think we were charged to think about the budget since we were asking for a close to 10% increase. And I believe Karina met with you, Mark, and some other people, right, around the budget that we'd proposed. The bolus of spend is in miscellaneous contracts, and there's about $13,300 that we had put forward for 3 very distinct things. The first was $5,000 for MBTA communities. As you may know, this wonderful state that we lived in has forced us to think about an overlay district or a new district for by right housing. And so we need to have a plan. And recognizing that it'll be a collaboration of multiple teams, Shop C, Planning Board, zoning, to really think about this effectively, we felt we needed to put some money in the budget to caution that. The good news is Colleen Stansfield, who is our support for Karina, applied for a grant. She got the grant, which is a $20,000 grant for support. It does not provide outreach or community education, which will be a big deal. I think if we all know the downtown district that we worked with. So we have kind of buffered that. She's applied another grant. We've put in 5,000 to buffer that because we don't know if we will get that money. And I think that's going to be an important effort. The other 2 pieces, there's $3,300 for the zoning map. So we need a new zoning map. We did the downtown district. I think we have some archaic GIS and it's kind of shared between departments. So this is a $3,300 request, a one-time only as well. And then the last one is around the deed research, which was last done in 2015. Deed research is about a $5,000 one-time ask that we're asking that we go through and update the database that was done with, I'm going to forget who did it. I want to say Open Space. Yeah. It's
Mass Audubon.
Yes, the Mass Audubon.
Yep.
And so the current database includes 59 locations and we have about 10 new open space additions to add. So that was really kind of the factor. And so I think the charge to us was, are there
funds that we could consider for one time only, use them quickly and allocate them from ARPA. And so our request is around 13,300 in those miscellaneous contract. That would take our 10% ask to a 2.9 something ask to the next year. So instead of asking for 18,581 budget over last year, we'd be asking for 5,281 at town meeting. So I think the hope is that we could be guaranteed that 13,300 to be able to accomplish those three areas to support MBTA, GIS mapping, zoning map, and the deed research.
Can I add something on the deed research? So I was on open space when we initially did the deed research, and we altered it manually by hand, and we had some seniors that helped out. But it was a pretty big project and asked to do it, updated all the subdivisions on the GIS as far as where the open space is. So when you go on the GIS map now, you'll see the collars and you'll see sometimes how effective, sometimes they're not. You'll also see we had found there were some houses built and pools built in the open space as well. So, I mean, the open space is in some cases town land. Or it's deeded to the homeowner, but either way, it's an important piece of the subdivisions that are done. So, again, I think this is very important, and it's a good investment in continuing to protect the open space in the future of the town.
Andrew and advising, so this is the first time we've heard this from him, so we talked about this at a recent select board meeting about possibly using ARPA money, given these are one-shot things.
Yeah.
So what we did at that meeting is we basically voted to use up to $500,000 of money that's in our bucket that we call general tax relief, and ask Brian Valentine to come back with a recommendation on how to use it against things like this. So we're going to talk about that on Tuesday. I haven't seen what's on his list. I imagine it's three things on his list. I don't know why they wouldn't be.
Two, you're on the list. The last one.
The deed research.
We left that left in the budget
You want?
because we ran out of money.
Okay.
It wasn't because it didn't fit the four corners.
Right. Well, you know, we've got more than five, so we can, so we will, I think.
Why it's a recommendation.
So I think you probably should assume that that's what we're going to do, because we all seem to be amenable to that night. We haven't voted, we're going to vote officially on Tuesday as far as an ARPA resolution. So it sounds like, you know, when you take those things out, they've got a pretty low year impact.
But
So
do we want to look at these first? Like, we were looking at upgrading our GIS system next year. Would this be better off an FY25 thing?
So for this upgrade, I'd asked Jay, and Jay has agreed that this ties in with what he's doing with people GIS.
Yes, it's all kind of.
People GIS is trying to decommission.
That's what he's moving away from.
I don't want to upgrade people GIS unless it's going to be migrated. I don't want to put work on an old system we're not going to have. It has to be timing, and it's CIA, I think it was CAI or.
I don't know what the acronyms are. I know that it's, the timing is requested for 24 because it actually affects multiple departments. So I don't know all the details from the technology side of things, but I think 24 was the request.
but you know, if we do ARPA, there's no 624 deadline there. You know, we've got it approved and they've got until the end of 26 to actually spend it. So you kind of get away from having to worry about.
Yeah, I just don't want them going forward and doing something on an old system that's going to be decommissioned. They want to make it sure it's coordinated, Mark. You know, just make sure this piece is with the assessor's piece for GIS, which is with conservation's piece for GIS, which is a Jay's piece for GIS. And we have a beautiful GIS with it all done.
But if we get the basic data from this project, then we have an option, do we update the current GIS or do we wait until we convert it some problem in terms of electronic conversion between our current GIS and new GIS?
And there is
Ready to think.
like, is it RPIS,
Yeah.
language?
But again, the underlying project is to look at the deeds, figure out what's where.
No, this is the zoning now.
You know,
The zoning now.
So
I can read something he sent me. Would that help? CAI Technologies GIS mapping is working for the assessor to update the GIS mapping for tax parcels. Planning has 1,700 budgeted for 23 to update the zoning map. We are awaiting a written proposal from CIA Technologies to provide a zoning map update. The first phase is to recreate the 2006 zoning map electronically. Since the prior company who prepared that does not appear to exist anymore. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Utilizing existing GIS mapping, the task to recreate was quoted to be in the $800 range. The second phase would be to update the zoning map with the downtown district. The remaining FY23 budget for this task should cover that cost. The third phase to utilize for 24 would be to go through the warrant articles from 2006 to present to determine any other zoning changes, updates that need to be included to bring the zoning map completely up to date. So nothing's been updated since 06. So. And that's all she had to say. I don't know if that's
Melissa?
redundant. That was Karina.
Karina.
I mean, I think it's pretty important to update it and have it done, especially.
I'm not disagreeing with the use of it, I'm making sure I don't wanna do it right.
Why update one system?
Yeah.
So
Clearly, they don't exist.
And Andrew, as far as the MBTA money that the community's worth, that's probably gonna come in front of town meeting a year from now, so they've got to there's a lot of work to be done on that one with the.
Yeah, I mean,
deadline.
that's,
So we did wanna.
that's its own, to your point, there's a whole, I've dug into that one pretty deep, and there's a whole lot going on. I still, to this point, haven't heard, maybe you know, or maybe Mark does. I know that if you don't do it, you can't get housing choice, you can't get Mass Works, and I think there's another one. How much of those do we have?
That was my whole,
I don't think we've done housing choice at all. Couldn't find anything for that. Like Mass Works, we did one a few years ago, but I haven't seen much.
yeah, I think there was one grant that we were provided over the last 5 years or something.
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Like,
the
I'm wondering
specifics.
if we're spending $5,000 and then spending all this money for outreach, and then all the money we're gonna spend on consultants on the zoning.
For
To
not
to
offering.
lose out on a grant that we're not currently using.
There are some very evil ways.
Yeah.
That are progressive, that are differentiated. There are some places where there are undeveloped parcels that are in places that would not have the same type of impact that other residential communities that would be pretty well cited, so.
With the new rules, if you use some of the property, I think still the South Union property and the South Road. East across the way, but forget it. To
But is
stick,
it worth the conversation? There this really is worth doing
That was my whole question. Why bother if we're just gonna lose out on grant money?
that we don't get into.
But I
My
think
only fear is, you don't know what the future holds.
it's
Correct.
exactly
Time in
right.
hand if you don't make this investment, right, wrong, or ugly, because 10 acres along Southfield Road is just, you're taking all the homes that are affordable at this point, and, you're taking them away, and there's what, they just added, I think, the affordable housing piece into the language, so now you have a little bit of opportunity.
Correct.
But it's small compared to the most reasonable priced homes are in that area, so.
I'm just saying, it's gonna be we've had downtown was difficult, this is gonna be even more.
I completely agree. But I just worry about 5 years from now, is a board gonna sit here and say, what were they thinking? They tied up.
Now we don't get chapter 90 funds.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
Sure,
Look,
I'm
it's
sure
been-
there'll be a penalty if you didn't participate.
Well, in theory, this is the penalty.
Right.
But there might be enough.
Have we submitted, because it's January 31st, and there was a simple plan and that's been submitted, but has it been submitted?
I think it's being submitted on Monday.
Okay, because there was a point as well.
Yeah.
Nobody's happy about it. No communities.
Yeah, everybody's still in the game,
Yeah.
but I'm just wondering, yeah,
I know.
All the same boat
Yeah.
together, so that's the right thing, everybody's got the same issue. So does anyone have any question, to Marty about anything? Else? We'll deal with the other three
Understand
things.
what the deed research stuff.
So, you want me to?
Yeah, you have the background on it, and then I can supplement with
You
Serena's
gotta supplement
perspective.
it, Okay, and there's open space restrictions, you gotta divide up into the new parcels. And then there's these open, I remember like the barn lake.
Yeah. Clients partially, Andrew, it's seeing where the open space is, whether it's deeded to the town or deeded to a homeowner.
Yeah.
It's seeing where the open space is. It's another check and balance of compliance. It also gets uploaded on the GIS. So anybody can go, anybody can see. There shouldn't be a question if I'm a homeowner just buying in and I'm going, what?
Is it more of like a surveying thing or? Like,
Well, it's done by the deeds. So they actually go back to the deeds and the plots I mean, it's a pretty extensive process, and even the subdivisions, I can remember coloring in marker as we did this. I mean, it was archaic when we did it years ago. It was a 5-year project. So it's another form of compliance and having the town having updated records. So if somebody says, I think my neighbor is encroaching on the open space, it's easy to go to the GIS. It's easy for is it planning board that's doing the open space inspections?
We do,
Okay,
yes.
so it kind of ties all into that.
So those would be added to that list.
Yeah,
So, well, the open space, that's a separate fund that we've asked for. We can talk about that, but that's ongoing every year. We do
I've seen the
those.
reports. So
It
those would be
is.
added to those. reports.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
yeah,
But then you can go back and confirm that there's nothing built. in
Right.
open space,
Yeah,
which again generates it's actually in some sense better for the homeowner to know that
yeah,
now.
part of it is surveying, like actually putting in,
Well, no,
you
no.
don't know where, no, where the boundaries are.
use
The deeds, it's all very clear.
You always find a swing set, find a shed.
A pool,
a whole,
Well, I've seen
out
that.
of Sears Road.
a house.
Yeah.
no
Yeah,
idea.
leaves, grass dump.
Yes.
Well, exactly. So when they go out to do their enforcement, they find all these things that, Christmas trees and.
And again,
You
better
know?
to find it now than when you try to sell a house,
Right.
and find that there's encroachment. And somehow they have
Okay.
a transaction.
Okay, so same question. Anybody have any other questions for Marnie as far as the rest of the budget? Exclusively 3 items that the select board will deal with on Tuesday. Yeah.
We can take out those 3 now.
The 2 are on the list, right? This one. The third is. the debrief.
In
Okay.
recommendation, and they may consider putting.
Okay, we would really like that. Thank you.
You being flexible.
Well, that also.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It could be- Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, can we just also make sure if we do that, basically any GIS stuff that was in FY 24 is included in that.
oh, across all budgets.
Yeah, to make,
Yeah.
make the whole package it up as one
Yeah.
project.
Yeah, good idea. So yeah, we will. I just propose that Okay.
Well, Marnie, that was easy. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Benefit of going on.
I know, right? This is great. You're all like, yeah, we want to go home. It's been a really long day. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your service, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
They should send you for all of them.
Yeah. We'd be done in just 2.5 hours, Sam.
We're done.
Yeah.
That's it.
We lowered your budget flat, it's just doing it a different.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Not that we're anxious to leave her.
Hey, guys, it's only 5:01. Is everybody home for the day, or does anybody want to talk about anything else?
I'm done.
Okay. So I'll adjourn before you adjourn. So motion to adjourn.
Second.
Favor?
We are adjourned to North and West.
You don't have a quorum anymore?